Chapter 651, Mark's Eye's Intelligence War. If it aroused the full resistance of the Marks family, I am afraid that a small percentage of the hundreds of wizards here would not survive. Scrimgeour had never commanded a war to encircle the nobles, so his mood at this time was extremely tense. Plus cool, Tiger. After a while, Scrimgeour spoke slowly. Professor Dumbledore, when are you going to go in? Dumbledore shook his head and said, don't worry about this, wait a while. Scrimgeour said, are you planning to go in alone? I think you should bring more people there, so that your safety will be guaranteed. Dumbledore smiled lightly. Too many people with me will make life suspicious. Besides, do you think you can protect my safety? I just take Severus in. Severus is the school in Mark's Eye. Dean, there will be no problem with him. Of course, Scrimgeour understood that with Dumbledore's strength, not to mention the Marks family's hardship to help Dumbledore, even the hundreds of elite wizards behind him might not be able to stop Dumbledore. Dumbledore's strength was no longer there. People of their level can imagine. But Fudge also secretly said to Scrimgeour that Dumbledore should not be allowed to enter the Marks family with Hogwarts. Someone from the Ministry of Magic must follow Dumbledore. Fudge is afraid that circumstances may exceed his own estimates, so someone must be followed. Dumbledore. Scrimgeour could only obey Fudge's orders and said, Professor Dumbledore, you should take 2 more people. At least one of them. Our Ministry of Magic people will not hinder you. They are all first class. Good hand. Dumbledore glanced at Scrimgeour lightly, and of course he guessed that it was Fudge who asked Scrimgeour to do this so that he could monitor himself. But even so, Dumbledore had nothing to be monitored by them, and said lightly, as long as you like it, whatever. Scrimgeour immediately called 2 of his confidants and told them to follow Dumbledore and protect Dumbledore's safety. Dumbledore stopped paying attention to Scrimgeour, and turned his eyes to the Marks family. When the time was almost up, Dumbledore slowly stood up and said, Severus, let's go, time is almost up. In the Marks family villa, Marks Fan frowned. The elite wizards of the Marks family have hid in the Marks family villa, waiting for Marks Fan's order at any time. And at this time, in the Marks family hall, there are only Marks Fan, Marks Sixuan and the Wave Dog. Marks Fan was dressed very neatly. In order to lure Dumbledore, he dressed very decently, in order to let Dumbledore put his guard down, thinking that they did not know about Mark's Eye, but sincerely welcomed Dumbledore to visit his home. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks Sixuan was also very exquisitely dressed, but if you look carefully, you can still see that Marks Sixuan's eyes were slightly swollen from crying too much. Marks Sixuan was also Marks Fan's most worrying part. Marks Fan was worried that Marks Sixuan would not be able to control his emotions when he saw Dumbledore, so he had instructed Marks Sixuan to control his emotions no less than 5 times. Marks Sixuan thought it was for Marks Mcleon, gritted his teeth and agreed. What Marks Fan is waiting for is Dumbledore's situation. Because of Marks Mcleon's advance instructions, the dog has established a small animal intelligence network near Marks's house. As long as there are strangers near Marks's house, the small animals will immediately notify the fluctuation dog. Marks Fan is also staring at the fluctuating dog, always preparing for emergencies. The bouncing dog also put away its usual lazy nature. On the contrary, it kept pacing in the hall like a watchdog, waiting for the information from the little animals. At this time, a flying butterfly suddenly flew into the lobby of Marks's house and landed on the head of the dog, as if communicating with the dog. The dog's face slowly became gloomy. It was particularly ridiculous to see such emotions on a dog's face, but Marks Fan didn't have any thoughts to make a joke at this time. Staring at the dog closely, the dog finally said, there is an ambush outside, and the number is conservatively estimated to be close to 100 people. All from the Ministry of Magic. Find flowers. Middle. As soon as the fluctuating dog's voice fell, Marks Fan's heart sank. At this time, only 28 people had been supported by the Marks family. Although they were all elites among the elite, 28 people opposed 100 people. It's all out of absolute disadvantage. Moreover, the people who can be dispatched by the Ministry of Magic are definitely not mediocre. There are more than 100 elite wizards. This lineup feels terrifying when you think about it. I am afraid that the Ministry of Magic does not want to leave any room for the Marks family. Marks Sixuan's face was also full of shock, and said, "Fan, what should we do now? How can they summon so many people? We seem to be unable to beat them." Marks Fan squeezed Marks Sixuan's hand and said, "Sixuan, don't be afraid, I'm by your side, you will be fine." Suddenly it seemed as if suddenly had thought of something, suddenly ran towards Marks' room, suddenly realized how serious the crisis of the Marks family was this time. Maybe the Marks family will be destroyed after this time. Help Marks save something and stay in Marks' room. Marks Fankian smiled and said, "Sixuan, take Marks Jiu with you." Marks Sixuan nodded and said, "It's on me." Marks Fan said, "You may need to use the Marks jade pendant today. Do you know if you keep it away?" Marks Sixuan crouched in Marks Fan's arms and gave a soft hum. Marks Fan took a deep breath. His eyes slowly recovered. Things have already happened, and they can no longer be avoided. Then let him come. Let you see the background of our Marks family. At this time, Dumbledore showed up at the gate of the Marks family with Snape and the two masters of the Ministry of Magic, gently rang the doorbell of the Marks family, and stood smiling at the gate of the Marks family. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 652, Sword and Shadow. Marks Fan pulled Marks Sixuan, looked at each other, and walked firmly towards the gate. The Marks family's elite wizards ambushed by the Marks family, and the Ministry of Magic elite wizards ambushed in the distance. Everyone held their breath and waited. The timing of the shot. Cool Tiger, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, long time no see. Marks Fan smiled and opened the door of the Marks family. Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's our bad, hasty home visit that disturbs your lives." Marks Fan stretched out his hand to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore took Marks Fan's hand naturally, and the two of them were like friends who had reunited after a long time. Snape and Marks Sixuan both had cold faces, each with their own thoughts, looking at the two in front of them at the scene. Marks Fan smiled and said, 4, 3, 7, and Professor Snape. "It's been a long time since I saw you. Mcleon has taken care of you during this time." Hearing Marks Fan mentioning Mcleon, Snape's face also became unsightly, so he nodded slightly without making a sound. Marks Fan looked at the two elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic behind Snape suspiciously, and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, who are they?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's just two of my friends. After my family visits your Marks family, I have to help them with some things, so I brought them here by the way. You shouldn't care." Marks Fan understood in his heart, and immediately smiled and said, "Why? Of course I don't mind." Marks Fan shook hands with the two politely. Scrimgeour was also afraid that Marks Fan would recognize them as members of the Ministry of Magic, so he picked these two most face people. Marks Fan smiled and said, "Let's stop here, come in and sit down." With that, Marks Fan greeted the two of them into the Marks family villa. Dumbledore and Snape had a calm expression on their faces. The elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic who followed them looked a little unnatural, and looked around vigilantly, all of which was seen by careful Marks Fan. When entering the Marks family villa, Marks Fan secretly made a gesture with his hand behind his back. After a house elf saw it, he immediately ran into the Marks family villa to prepare something. Marks Fan led Dumbledore and his party into the Marks family hall. The table was filled with exquisite desserts and expensive red wine. It seemed that Marks Fan was really good at hosting Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore and his party sat on the sofa in the lobby, and Dumbledore smiled and said, "Mr. Marks, I just come to visit the house for a while and I will leave later. You don't need to prepare so many things. Plus." Marks Fan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, no, you are Xio's professor, and the most honored guest of our Marks family. You are welcome. You can eat and take whatever you want. Would you like to drink red wine? I will pour it for you." As Marks fan said, he was about to get the red wine on the table to pour Dumbledore and the others. Dumbledore said suddenly, "Mr. Marks, wait a minute, we will have to go to work later, so we can't drink. Just drink some tea." Dumbledore got up, went to the coffee table and picked up the teapot on the coffee table directly. Dumbledore was worried that Marks fan and the others would administer medicine in the red wine, so they did not accept Marks fan's red wine, and instead chose the teapot placed farthest. Marks fan had to put down the red wine in his hand, and Dumbledore was right. The red wine did contain powerful anesthetics, and not only the red wine, the desserts on the table contain powerful anesthetics. Even if Dumbledore ate it casually, it will be paralyzed for a while. Who knew that Dumbledore did not accept the bottle of red wine, but took the teapot from the farthest coffee table? And it was obvious that Dumbledore was also guarding against the cloud sail. Marks fan did not stop Dumbledore's entire behavior, because Marks Jin had already told Marks fan that Dumbledore was very guarded and would definitely not eat the food and wine given by Marks fan. Therefore, Marks fan wanted to be foolproof and looked at the entire hall. Powerful anesthetics were put in all the food and drink he could, including the teapot that Dumbledore was holding. Dumbledore took the teapot, poured a cup of tea for all four of him, and smiled. "Mr. Marks fan, don't you have anything to ask me?" "Everything about Marks I." Marks fan sat on the sofa and smiled and said, Mcleon won't get into trouble at school again, or Professor Dumbledore will not visit our Marks' house." Hearing the two talking about Marks Mcleon, Marks Sixuan couldn't help but frowned, and felt a great grievance in his heart. The thought that Marks Mcleon still didn't know where, and might even be suffering, a sorrow arose from the depths of Marks Sixuan's heart, making Marks Sixuan's eyes red. However, Marks Sixuan immediately lowered his head in order to take into account the overall situation, preventing Dumbledore and others from discovering that it was just this tiny movement that was immediately caught by Dumbledore, but Dumbledore still remained silent on the surface. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Marks Mcleon is the most gifted student we have taught at Hogwarts for so many years. How could it be troublesome? If it happens, all of us at Hogwarts will work hard to maintain Marks Mcleon. You don't have to worry." Listening to Dumbledore's false words, even Marks fan felt uncomfortable in his heart, and said indifferently, "Since this is great, thank you Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape." Snape felt a little uncomfortable listening to Dumbledore's words, but when he thought of Dumbledore's plan, he could only sigh. 4.5. Marks fan poured himself a glass of red wine and said with a smile, "Then I will offer Professor Dumbledore a glass first." Marks fan's current goal was to make Dumbledore drink a powerful anesthetic, and Marks fan had already taken the antidote of the anesthetic, and the anesthetic had no effect on Marks fan. Dumbledore smiled and picked up the strong tea mixed with a powerful anesthetic, gestured to Marks fan slightly, and drank the strong tea in one go. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription again. Chapter 653 Wrestling Cups. Watching Dumbledore finish drinking the strong tea, Marks fan was overjoyed, and drank the red wine, staring at Dumbledore. As long as he drank the strong anesthetic tea, he would be paralyzed in 10 seconds. Into a state of paralysis. Plus cool Tiger, who knew that Dumbledore was still smiling and looking at Marks fan. Nothing unusual appeared on his body. The atmosphere fell into the most tense state for a while, and even the sound of sweat dripping from the table was quiet. Suddenly, Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Mr. Marks, you must have moved your hands and feet in the strong tea. It seems that you already know it, and there is no need for us to just lie." The two elite wizards from the Ministry of Magic leapt suddenly, drew their wands from their sleeves and pointed them at Marks fan and his wife, ready to attack Marks fan at any time. Marks fan's face sank and said, "How is it possible?" "Why are you all right?" Snape said calmly, "Mr. Marks, don't forget my existence. I am a master of potions. I want to deal with this little trick very simply." Dumbledore stood up and said, As expected of the Marks family, the news is well informed. We have exhausted our best efforts to close the news as quickly as possible, and summoned people to come over. Unexpectedly, your Marks family still understood our intentions and early be prepared. Plus cool, tiger. Marks fan sneered, Dumbledore, you don't understand the power of our nobles too much? Do you really think you can cover the sky with just one hand after contacting the Ministry of Magic? Marks fan's palm loosened, and the wine glass he was holding in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into countless pieces. A figure suddenly jumped out of the corner, holding a small blade in his hand, and the figure appeared beside Marks fan like a ghost. It was Pudulaski. Dumbledore frowned and suddenly fluttered in Snape's direction, and pushed Snape under the table. The two throwing knives just passed and pierced the wall and sofa behind them. If they didn't get in time avoid, I am afraid that the throat has been cut at this time. And the two elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic holding their magic wands were covering their necks with painful faces, and blood was flowing continuously from their fingers. It was obvious that the main artery had been cut open, and they couldn't be saved anyway. Pudulaski said coldly, you can dodge even such a sneak attack. It is indeed Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore pulled Snape to his feet. Both of them had a trace of heart palpitations on their faces. They did not expect to be attacked by such a non-magical attack. If Dumbledore hadn't reacted in time, I am afraid that they would have to pay a great deal cost. At this time, a surging magic power surged from all over the Marks family villa, instantly surrounding the entire Marks family villa. Dumbledore felt the surging magic power suddenly rising around the Marks family, and was a little surprised. This is the guardian spell of the Marks family? Marks fan sneered, don't think that only you, Hogwarts, have the guardian spell. We also have the Marks family. How can you know the details of the nobility? Marks Jin also appeared at the gate of the Marks family at this time, and 5 or 6 elite wizards from the Marks family followed behind them, forming an encirclement with Marks fan and others, encircling Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore also said coldly, Marks fan, it seems that you are quite prepared. Marks fan shook his head and said, I can't compare to you in terms of preparation. Isn't it, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore raised his brow and said, what do you mean? Marks fan pointed in a direction far away, which was the direction of Scrimgeour and the elites of the Ministry of Magic, and said lightly, hundreds of elite wizards have been summoned to encircle and suppress our Marks family. Perhaps only the Ministry of Magic has such a big hand? Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, laughed, and said, as expected of the Marks family, I still underestimate you. I knew we had directly attacked. It turns out that our plan was discovered by you. The Marks Jin behind Dumbledore said coldly, Dumbledore, since you have made up your mind to attack our Marks family today, don't blame our Marks family for being impolite. Today you can't leave here alive for anything you said. As soon as Marks Jin's voice fell, Marks fan and others immediately drew their wands with them and pointed them directly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's strength was their biggest concern, so they had to knock down Dumbledore the first time. Snape was shocked when he watched the ambush of the Marks family. Now, no matter how strong the two of them were, they couldn't beat the 4 punches with both hands. The first thought in Snape's heart was to let Dumbledore break Dumbledore. After Leto escaped, he led the Masters of the Ministry of Magic to attack. Snape rushed violently and rushed directly in the direction of Marks fan. He drew his wand out of lightning speed and pointed it at Marks fan's door. Patriarch, be careful. Pudulaski shouted and rushed to Marks fan. Snape exclaimed, Shenfeng Yu eyeing. Countless invisible 343 blades shot out from the top of the wand, directly piercing Pudulaski's body. Bloodstains bursting on Pudulaski's body. Marks fan's eyes were cracked, and he said angrily, Snape. Some of the Marks family elite wizards in ambush also rushed out quickly, some protecting Marks fan, and some rushing towards Snape. Looking at the blood constantly flowing out of Pudulaski's body, Marks fan's anger ignited, and shouted, kill Snape for me. Seeing his attack succeeded, Snape quickly shouted, Professor Dumbledore, run. Snape's original plan was to attract the attention of the Marks family elite and let Dumbledore escape. Of course Dumbledore understood what Snape meant, but how could someone like Dumbledore let Snape give him his queen? I saw Dumbledore strode away and walked behind Snape, his wand held high, armor bodyguard. Chapter 654. Dumbledore was caught off guard. An invisible armor appeared in front of the two of them, and the Marks family elite wizard's curse attack hit the armor, sending out dazzling sparks, but it didn't work at all. Cool Tiger, Dumbledore laughed and said, Marks fan, you want to keep me? I'm afraid you can't do it with three-legged cat wizards. Swing cannon. Suddenly, a horrible magic force suddenly gathered in one place and hit it. Boom. The entire Marks family hall was instantly destroyed. Dumbledore's armor protection was also smashed, and Dumbledore and Snape's embarrassed figure could be seen in a burst of smoke. Marks fan looked back in surprise. It was the wave dog that fired a wave cannon when Dumbledore was unprepared. Originally, the power of wave cannon was amazing. Now wave dog has slowly mastered this attack method, and he has used it very skillfully. Even Dumbledore was forced to be so embarrassed when he was caught off guard. Dumbledore looked at the fluctuating dog behind Marks fan in shock. He also had the impression that this dog was a pet raised by Marks Mcleon, but how could a pet emit such a powerful magic shockwave? He almost wanted to say it. Of course, the elite wizards of the Marks family would not let go of such a good opportunity. One by one powerful spells were slammed on Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't dare to be distracted anymore, waving his wand quickly, knocking off the spells that came one by one, but Snape did not have the strength of Dumbledore, and Snape severely injured Pudula. Skee's behavior angered many elite Marks family players. Therefore, most of the attacks by the master wizards of the Marks family were smashed by Snape. Dumbledore was willing to rescue, but faced so many spell attacks at once. Even Dumbledore was a little overwhelmed, and it was a bit powerless to take Snape into consideration. Snape was also hit by several spells at this time, and his body was bloody, panting hard, and even the hand holding the spell was weak. At this moment, Marks fan stepped forward and shouted, "Accept your weapon." The disarming spell directly hit Snape, and their wand that Snape was unable to hold was immediately knocked into the air. Snape stared at Marks fan. Losing his wand was like losing all his fighting power. Following Dumbledore was just to become Dumbledore's oil bottle. Just when Snape wanted to rush forward to buy time for Dumbledore to escape, Dumbledore grabbed Snape by the collar and moved Snape behind him. Snape was hit by several powerful spells. His body was too exhausted. Being pulled like this by Dumbledore, he was directly softened, half flying beside Dumbledore. Snape's consciousness began to blur. He wanted to stand up but couldn't sit down. He could only lean on Dumbledore. After Dumbledore put the badly wounded Snape behind him, he faced more attacks. Dumbledore didn't blame Snape's lack of strength. It's just that none of the elite wizards of the Marks family were simple. Snape. It was quite good that Pooh hadn't died after eating a few spells. Marks fan roared, "Stop them, can't let them leave." 28 wizards and masters gathered by the Marks family jumped out. The magic wands in their hands did not stop for a moment, and they bombarded in Dumbledore's direction. A corner of the Marks family villa was smashed. Dumbledore also seemed a little short of breath at this time, watching intently at the countless enchantments oncoming, one by one knocking, flying, blocking, and offsetting. Marks Jin came to Marks fan and said, "Xio fan, if this continues, the Ministry of Magic and others will soon find that the matter has been revealed and launch a general attack. Dumbledore has been unable to deal with it and it is very detrimental to us." Marks fan gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Jin, you go to control the Marks family's guardian spell. Even if you kill Dumbledore on the spot, you can't let him escape our Marks family." Marks Jin nodded quickly and turned to the depths of the Marks family villa. Marks fan squinted his eyes and looked at Dumbledore, who was fighting and retreating, his eyes full of killing intent. Suddenly, the entire Marks family villa trembled slightly, and even more energetic magic power sputtered out and enveloped the Marks family. Dumbledore was shocked. He had guessed that it was the guardian spell of the Marks family. The biggest feature of this family-style guardian spell was that it could gather the magic power of all the family to fight back. The power was quite amazing. Even himself, not sure of the enemy, can't drag on any longer. Dumbledore was under the siege of 28 elite wizards of the Marks family. Although he looked embarrassed, in fact Dumbledore was almost completely unharmed, and he just retreated. However, judging from the current situation, this is impossible. The Marks family will not let him escape so easily. Dumbledore must use his true strength to deal with it. Dumbledore groaned slightly, and suddenly lifted his wand. A terrifying magical power gushed out of Dumbledore's body. Dumbledore was like an active volcano, bursting out huge magical energy in an instant. The elite wizards of the Marks family who were closer to Dumbledore couldn't even breathe, so they staggered back and looked at Dumbledore in shock. Marks fan was also extremely surprised. He knew that Dumbledore's real powers Arcanes was terrifying. But now that there are 28 elite wizards under siege, how could Dumbledore have such a terrifying magical power? Could it be that Dumbledore has really surpassed the strength of the wizarding world? The terrifying magical power surrounds Dumbledore. Dumbledore's light blue wizard robe is fluttered by huge magic power. It is difficult for anyone to approach Dumbledore's side, let alone cause damage to Dumbledore. Marks fan bit her lip. No, we can't let Dumbledore continue like this, we must stop Dumbledore. Chapter 655 Escape. Marks fan shouted, Uncle Jin, attack. As soon as Marks fan's voice fell, the guardian curse of the Marks family that hung over the Marks family continuously extracted magic power from everyone in the Marks family villa, and slowly gathered into a huge magic ball. Suspended above the Marks family, Dumbledore saw the huge magic ball above Marks's house, and his eyes also revealed a look of surprise. The Marks family really deserves to be the Marks family. The terrifying magic power gathered by this Marks family's guardian spell is not inferior to her own magic power, on the contrary. Her own magic power is constantly being absorbed by the Marks family's guardian spell. It will be very detrimental to oneself when one trades up and down. Dumbledore didn't dare to stay in the Marks family's villa anymore. It's hard to say that there would be any accidents when fighting the Marks family by one person. There was originally a huge Ministry of Magic army that could be used outside! Marks fan also saw Dumbledore's thoughts and felt the ripples in the space, and hurriedly shouted, Uncle Jin, shoot! Dumbledore is going to use apparition to escape. The magic ball floating above the Marks family no longer hesitated, and smashed in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore's pupils shrank. The closer the magic ball was to him, the more he could feel the 237 terrifying magic inside the magic ball! The terrifying magic power on the magic ball even oppresses the space, making the space unstable. At this time, it is very dangerous to use Phantom Shift. I can only do it once. Dumbledore held the magic wand in his hand tightly, pointed the top of it straight at the huge magic ball. His magic power was continuously transmitted to the top of the magic wand. In an instant, the terrifying magic power in Dumbledore's body surged out through the magic wand, transforming into a magical lion, rushing straight to the magic ball hit like a meteor. Boom! Two terrifying magical powers collided heavily, and time seemed to stop for a second, and everything was crushed. Then, a huge explosion storm swept across the entire Marks family villa, and the gorgeous and exquisite buildings of the Marks family villa collapsed in an instant. All the elite wizards of the Marks family were hit by the shockwave on the ground at once, and even the ground was wiped out, showing how powerful the explosion is. As the party affected by the blast wave begged, Dumbledore was also uncomfortable. He still underestimated the Marks family's strength, thinking that with his powerful strength, he could not get in and out of the Marks family freely, and it was this confidence that made Dumbledore dare to capture the Marks fan couple alive. However, judging from the current situation, Even if he can finally capture the Marks fan couple alive, he still has to pay a high price, and he can only avoid their edge and let the Ministry of Magic army take the lead. Dumbledore's light blue wizard robes had been torn apart, and some inconspicuous bloodstains could even be seen on Dumbledore's body. Dumbledore finally began to get hurt. Dumbledore didn't care about the space being affected by the explosion. The strongest one was the first to restore part of his mobility. Apparition. In the next second, Dumbledore dragged the seriously injured Snape and appeared in the distance of Marks's house. This was when he was panting, and Scrimgeour in the distance had long felt that something had happened in Marks's house, and immediately rushed over with his men, just in time for the embarrassed Dumbledore and the seriously injured Snape. Scrimgeour exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, are you all right? How come this has happened? Has it been revealed?" Dumbledore eased his breathing and nodded. "It's exposed. You will go in right now. It'll be the later." Scrimgeour nodded quickly, and led the troops of the Ministry of Magic toward the Marks family villa. Of course McGonagall stayed to take care of Dumbledore and Snape. McGonagall leaned down and exclaimed in surprise, "How could Professor Snape hurt so badly?" Dumbledore said with a gloomy face, "We all underestimated the Marks family. The Marks family's strength is extraordinary. Even I almost capsized in the gutter." Hearing Dumbledore say this, McGonagall was even more shocked and said, "Isn't the army of the Ministry of Magic very dangerous in the past?" Dumbledore said, "This shouldn't be a big problem. Just now they launched the Marks family guardian charm to force me to stay. Although they beat me very embarrassed, they also consume a lot of magic power now, plus but there are only more than 20 people. Scrimgeour and the others cannot lose." Hearing Dumbledore say this, McGonagall was relieved, but he was still secretly shocked. Fortunately, Dumbledore has consumed a lot of the Marks family's strength as a pioneer. Otherwise, according to Dumbledore's words, the Marks family possesses such a powerful strength. Even if the Ministry of Magic has gathered hundreds of elite wizards, it will take more than half of the deaths and injuries to completely defeat the Marks family. At this time, Scrimgeour brought hundreds of wizards and masters from the Ministry of Magic to the sky above Marks's house on a flying broomstick. Seeing a messy Marks family, Scrimgeour yelled, "Marks fan, I am Scrimgeour of the Ministry of Magic. We have more than 100 elite wizards from the Ministry of Magic. If you are acquainted, come out and surrender. I can still beg you." Marks fan walked out of the smoke and saw a black crowd in the air. He laughed and said, "I want our Marks family to surrender. I want your Ministry of Magic to surrender." Marks fan knew that the plan against Dumbledore had failed, but after seeing Dumbledore's terrifying power, Marks fan felt helpless deep in his heart. Dumbledore's strength is too strong, and they can push Dumbledore back quite well. It seems that the Marks family is hardly spared today, and now all the Marks family can do is to fight hard. Scrimgeour sneered, "Since your Marks family is so stubborn, then don't blame us for being polite. All the wizards of the Ministry of Magic obey orders and destroy the Marks family for me." Chapter 656, Defending the Marks family. Marks fan looked at Marks Sixuan behind him. There were no tear marks on Marks Sixuan's face at this time, but he looked at Marks fan firmly. Marks fan said softly, "Today we may not be able to escape. Do you regret it, Sixuan?" Marks Sixuan shook his head vigorously and said, "It is my happiness to be able to die with you." Marks fan nodded heavily, turned around, and said, "Let's avenge Xio." 28 elite wizards of the Marks family also stood up. Although they had consumed too much mana because of the guardian spell of the Marks family, it is time for the Marks family to live and die, and they can no longer allow them to rest. So they all struggled to get up, glaring at the Ministry of Magic army above. The house elves of the Marks family also ran out one after another, waving brooms, knives and forks, ready to die for the Marks family. Marks Jin did not come out of the villa, but laboriously controlled the Marks family's guardian spell. It is no longer possible to absorb the magic power of the Marks family to gather magic balls to attack the enemy. but he can absorb the magic power of the wizards of the Ministry of Magic when the people of the Ministry of Magic attack the Marks family, thereby weakening the strength of the enemies of the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour didn't know this. Just now Dumbledore didn't have time to explain this to him, so Scrimgeour gave an order. Hundreds of Ministry of Magic elite wizards rushed directly into the Marks family guardian riding broomsticks. The scope of the spell. Marks fan shouted, "Everyone in the Marks family, bloody battle, bloody battle, bloody battle, bloody battle." Everyone in the Marks family chanted the slogan of bloody battle, brandishing wands or knives and forks, rushing towards the enemies of the Ministry of Magic. In terms of numbers, the Marks family is undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. Even if the house elves are added, there are only more than 30 people. Moreover, the house elves of the Marks family do not have much actual combat ability, and they are not at the same level as Dobby. However, there are hundreds of elite wizards in the Ministry of Magic. They are in very good condition, and they are ready to attack. No matter how you look at this battle, it is impossible for the Marks family to beat the Ministry of Magic. The elite wizards of the Marks family and the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic finally met, and the battle situation was almost undecided. The elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic usually besieged an elite wizard of the Marks family at the same time by 2 or 3 people. In addition, the magical power of the wizards of the Marks family was consumed a lot. In a confrontation, 4 or 5 elite wizards of the Marks family fell to the ground screaming. Scrimgeour laughed and said, "Marks fan, look at your subordinates. This is the consequence of your resistance. All those who resist will be executed on the spot." The 4 or 5 Marks family wizard masters hadn't reacted yet, and several powerful spells hit their bodies, splashing blood, and they might have lived soon even if they were not dead for the time being. Damn it. Marks fan's icanthus is cracked, and his fist is clenched tightly. At this time, several elite wizards from the Ministry of Magic surrounded Marks fan. Marks fan recognized at a glance that this was the famous Mad-Eye Moody, Tunks, and Jade of Inrobaz. Both are the best beings in the Ura. Moody sneered, "Mr. Marks, I advise you to catch it with your hands. Your Marks family will not have any chance. Your resistance will only accelerate the demise of your Marks family." Marks fan narrowed his eyes and rushed forward with his magic wand, using the spell he had learned in his life to deal with Moody and others. However, Marks Sixuan is not strong, so he can only hide behind Marks fan, harassing Moody and the others with spells from time to time. But it is actually just Marks fan's oil bottle, which makes Marks fan feel even more pressured. Moody and the others also knew that Marks fan wanted to protect Marks Sixuan, so they used various spells to attack Marks Sixuan. Very tricky. If Marks Sixuan was already scared to face when it was replaced, he didn't know what to do. But at this time, Marks Sixuan was biting his lips. Even if his lips were bitten and bleeding, he used his reaction limit to avoid the attacks of Moody and others, desperately trying to use his own attacks to make Marks fan more at ease. On the other hand, Marks fan was guarding Marks Sixuan to death. Several curses had already rubbed Marks fan's body, causing Marks fan's body to be stained with blood, but Marks fan did not have any evasion, desperately resisting the attacks of Moody and others. Find flowers. For a moment, the entire Marks family was filled with spells of various colors and various explosions roared, and the Marks family had become a ruin. Lying on the ground were the corpses of various elite wizards. Some belonged to the Ministry of Magic, but most belonged to the Marks family. In addition to the corpses of the wizards, many house elves fell in a pool of blood. The house elves of the Marks family have no fighting power. They dare to confront the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic only by virtue of their blood and loyalty to their masters, but these can only turn them into a cold corpse. Scrimgeour looked at the desperately rebelling Marks family elites, his mouth raised slightly. He just killed a Marks family master. The blood stimulation made Scrimgeour extremely excited, and the pleasure of killing made Scrimgeour want to continue. Kill it! At this time, a powerful magic cannon appeared in front of Scrimgeour. Without warning, so scared that Scrimgeour leaned back when he didn't want to, and fell to the ground. Behind Scrimgeour there are some elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic who have not found their opponents. He originally wanted to follow Scrimgeour to sweep the battlefield and kill some elite wizards of the Marks family who had no resistance, who knew that the magic cannon appeared so suddenly. Scrimgeour's reaction was timely and avoided, but the elites of the Ministry of Magic behind him were still in a daze, and they were directly hit by the magic cannon. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a pit was formed on the ground. Several of Scrimgeour's attendants fell into the pit and were directly blown up to blood and blood. It seemed that they could not survive. Scrimgeour became angry, got up, and said angrily, "Who is it?" Chapter 657 Fierce Anti-Kill. The elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic and the Marks family elite wizards have fought until now. Only 10 people have been lost. Suddenly, 4 or 5 deaths in a single magic cannon are caused by the remnants of the Marks family. But Scrimgeour had no one in front of him, only a dog looking at him with a wagging tail and a nervous smile. Was the magic cannon fired by this dog? The wave dog looked at Scrimgeour lying on the ground in front of him, and his mouth was accumulating energy to prepare for the next wave cannon. Plus cool tiger. The wave dog was also very helpless. He also wanted to use the wave cannon to help the Marks family's people fight, but the scene was chaotic, and the Marks family elites and Ministry of Magic elites were all mixed together. If the wave dog uses the wave cannon casually, it is easy for the 330 to easily hurt the Marks family, so I can only find the place where the Ministry of Magic people are most concentrated to release the wave cannon. The effect was very satisfactory to the dog, and it killed a lot of people at once. As for this person lying on the ground, swing cannon. The wave dog charged up again to complete, and a powerful wave cannon smashed at Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour did not react at this moment. He had never seen a dog capable of firing such a powerful wave cannon. In addition, the wave dog usually looked harmless to humans and animals, which made Scrimgeour's mind unable to turn his head. Seeing that the wave dog spit out a wave cannon again at such a close range, Scrimgeour finally reacted and turned over to avoid it. But the wave cannon still flew over Scrimgeour's body. Scrimgeour screamed, blood pouring in his chest, and wailing on the side. Even so, the fluctuating dogs still cannot save the scene of the Marks family elite's defeat. Most of the Marks family elite have fallen, and only less than 10 people are still surrounded by Marks fan and fought bloody battles, with various wounds on their bodies. It seems very tragic. Marks fan's condition at this time is also not very good. Under the siege of Moody and others, he feels a little bit helpless. The other Marks family elites panted heavily, leaning against their companions, supporting each other. The Ministry of Magic's elite wizards have only fallen to less than 20, and the remaining more than 80 elite wizards still seem to be large in number. Many Marks family wizards have lost their confidence and looked at themselves miserably. Companion, Moody and others relaxed their siege on Marks fan. In their view, as long as the remaining 80 or more elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic took action at the same time, Marks fan and the others had no chance to resist. Plus cool tiger. Marks fan half kneeled on the ground. Blood was constantly flowing out of the huge wound on his chest. This wound was caused by Moody's. If this wound is not treated in time, Marks fan will soon faint due to excessive blood loss. Moody said coldly, "Marks fan, you have already lost. Do you want more people to die for you?" Marks fan smiled miserably, and said, "Moody, I have said that it is not that simple to destroy our Marks family." Moody shook his head and said, "Marks fan, look at the people under your hand. What confidence do you have to say that you can beat us? Now your Marks family is just Ranger, and surrendering is your best good attribution." Marks fan sneered and shook his head, looking at the top of the Marks family, as if waiting for something. Moody followed Marks fan's gaze and looked up. The sky above the Marks family was still covered by a thin magic defensive cover. That was where the guardian curse of the Marks family was located. But Moody and the others didn't pay much attention. After all, this magical defensive cover was broken by them casually. And at this time, On this layer of magic defense cover, there are floating small magic balls, and each magic ball contains magical power that makes people move. Moody looked at the numerous magic balls floating in the sky in shock, and said in shock, "What is that?" Mark's fan laughed loudly and said, "This is the guardian spell of our Mark's family. When we were fighting just now, Uncle Jin kept absorbing magic power from your bodies and gathered these magic balls to kill you all." Moody was taken aback and shouted in horror, "All the people from the Ministry of Magic, immediately retreat and leave the Marks family villa." Moody has already felt the terrifying magic power from these magic balls. If the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic and the magic balls fight hard, it is estimated that not many people in the Ministry will survive. Among the remaining over 8 elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic, some followed Moody's command and turned and ran, while others stood still and did not obey Moody's orders. After all, their boss is Scrimgeour, not Moody's. Moody can't command all the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic, but at this time Moody can't take care of that much. He directly lifted the seriously injured Scrimgeour on his back, escaped the Marks family villa. But how could Marks fan give them this opportunity, and shouted, "Uncle Jin, you can't let them go." There are a large number of magic balls floating above the Marks family, like raindrops, bombarding the elite wizard camp of the Ministry of Magic. To know the power of the Marks family's guardian spell, even Dumbledore has lingering fears. Although it is not a huge magic ball when attacking Dumbledore, it is scattered into a huge number of magic balls, but the power is still for these elite wizards. It's like destroying the world. The rainstorm like small magic ball smashed into the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic, and countless violent explosions exploded. Since Scrimgeour was seriously injured by the fluctuation 5.1 dog, the elite wizards of the Ministry have lost their unified dispatch. At this time, some of the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic turned and fled, some wielded their wands to resist, and some even wanted to capture the thieves and the king to attack Marks fan. This incident undoubtedly caused the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic to strike at the magic ball. There were more casualties. The elites of the Ministry of Magic who rushed towards Marks fan without brains, naturally, under the attack of the elite wizards of the Marks family, turned into evil spirits under the magic wand. Chapter 658. After the elite wizards of the Marks family have witnessed the sacrifices of so many companions, they certainly won't show mercy. But fortunately, Moody's reputation in the Ministry of Magic is quite high. There are many people who obey Moody's orders. A large number of people chose to escape. As for those who stayed, most of them became a pool of meat sauce. In the distance, McGonagall looked at all this in shock, seeing countless small pits directly punched out in the open area in front of the Marks family villa, blood and dust everywhere, a scene of hell on earth. McGonagall said in surprise, "How could the Marks family have issued such a powerful attack?" "Albus, why didn't you tell Scrimgeour about the situation just now? The Ministry of Magic must be seriously injured by this." Dumbledore looked at the scene in front of him lightly and said, "The time was too anxious just now, and there was no time to say. Scrimgeour and the others were too anxious." McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Dumbledore didn't have too much expression on his face, and he didn't know if he said 11 things from his heart. McGonagall didn't have time to think about this, and immediately said, "Albus, let's go to support Scrimgeour and the others right away. If we delay, I am afraid that something new will happen." Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and said, "You can take care of Severus here. I'll go and support them. Plus Cool Tiger." McGonagall glanced at Snape, who was seriously injured and still struggling, and said, "Albus, the overall situation is the most important thing. We need to eradicate the Marks family first." Dumbledore paused and said, "Of course I know this." At the Marks family villa, Marks fan laughed loudly. In front of the Marks family elite wizards, more than 20 flesh and blood corpses appeared. It was the damage caused by the magic ball just now. There were more than 20 Ministry of Magic elites. The wizard died again. Moody's face was extremely ugly with Scrimgeour on his back. Originally, hundreds of master wizards came from the Ministry of Magic, and the Marks family, who surrounded and suppressed less than 30 elite wizards, should have been captured by hand. Who knows that now there are only more than 50 elite wizards left behind, but the Marks family is still there. Did not take it down. This is a shame for the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour, who was leaning behind Moody, also slowly woke up and turned around. He was rubbed half of his body with the wave cannon from the wave dog at close range. Although there was no missing limb or arm, his half body was bloody. Look, going up very embarrassed. Scrimgeour opened his eyes weakly, but saw the bloody corpses all over the floor. The key is that these corpses are all wearing the uniforms of the Ministry of Magic. What's going on? Scrimgeour turned his head abruptly and saw that there were only more than 50 elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic left, and shouted angrily, "What is going on? Why are there so many casualties?" Moody stagnated and wanted to explain to Scrimgeour, but couldn't say anything. The 50 elite wizards behind him also bowed their heads in shame, afraid to look at Scrimgeour. Marks fan laughed and said, "Sklinky, haven't you seen it? More than 50 of your dear subordinates have been sacrificed here and have been wiped out by our Marks family." Scrimgeour glared at Marks fan and said, "Impossible. You only have less than 30 elite wizards. How could it cause us such a great harm? This is impossible." Marks fan was about to laugh at Scrimgeour, but before Marks fan spoke, the smile on his face disappeared, and he saw someone appear next to Moody. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't know when he would appear here again with apparition. Although he still looked a little embarrassed, his breath was calm and he had returned to his best condition. Marks fan knew that even though they took advantage of Dumbledore's recovery time and severely damaged the main Ministry of Magic, but Dumbledore came back, they had no chance. Dumbledore will take over the battle again, and then crush their Marks family without any doubt. Dumbledore slowly said, "Marks fan, your Marks family really showed me the strength of your nobles, which is hidden and very terrifying." Marks fan did not speak, and stared at Dumbledore. There are now less than 10 people in the Marks family. Together with the Ministry of Magic, they have also figured out the Marks family's guardian spell. Marks fan can be said to have all his cards, and it is about to its time for the mountains and rivers to end. Dumbledore looked at the rest of the Marks family coldly, and said, "But everything is over. It's time for your Marks family to perish." Marks fan stared at Dumbledore firmly, with his hands behind his back, and slowly said, "Dumbledore, you are the top wizard in the wizarding world. I think I am not your opponent, but you want to destroy our Marks family. These costs may not be enough." Marks fan kept making gestures with his hands behind him, giving orders to the elite wizards of the Marks family behind him. Dumbledore drew out his wand, 843 pointed it lightly, and said, "All you can rely on right now is your only remaining Marks family guardian curse. How long can you hold on without this?" A huge magical power suddenly pierced from the top of Dumbledore's wand, like lightning, pierced somewhere in the ruins of the Marks family villa, and a scream came out from inside. Marks fan's expression changed. That location was the center of the Marks family's guardian spell. Marks Jin had always been sitting inside to control this Marks family's guardian spell. It seemed that Dumbledore had already seen the weakness of the Marks family's guardian spell and had directly injured the Marks Jin inside. Sure enough, the thin layer of magic defensive cover outside the ruins of the Marks family villa slowly became weak, and finally burst like a blister to burst. Holding her bloody shoulders, Marks Jin staggered out of the ruins of the Marks family's villa, shouting unwillingly, "Xiofan, the guardian spell has been destroyed and cannot be activated anymore." Chapter 659, Finally. Marks fan stared at Dumbledore stiffly. Dumbledore shrugged indifferently and said, "Well, do you still have any hole cards that you haven't taken out? If you have one, do it as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't have any more." "Any chance?" Scrimgeour yelled from behind and said, "Professor Dumbledore, kill them all, or our brother will die in vain." Marks fan shook his head with a helpless look. It seemed that there was really no way at all. Dumbledore smiled slowly at the corner of his mouth. Just when he thought Mark's fan had no choice but to surrender, Mark's fan suddenly drew a magic wand out of his sleeve and was firmly held by Mark's fan. All attack Dumbledore. Apparition. Mark's fan suddenly yelled, disappearing without a trace with a slam, and appeared behind Dumbledore, with his wand pointed directly at Dumbledore's back. The remaining elite wizards of the Marks family were also under the leadership of Mark's djinn, and at the same time they launched the apparition, and instantly appeared around Dumbledore. All wands pointed at Dumbledore. Torn apart. 1,000 arrows are sent. Fire is raging. Flying sand and stone. Suddenly, all the remaining elite wizards of the Marks family appeared around Dumbledore, and at the same time used their most aggressive spell. Just now, Mark's fan gestured behind his back to prepare all the Marks family elite wizards to attack Dumbledore at the same time. Dumbledore is their most powerful enemy. As long as Dumbledore can be defeated, the Marks family still has a chance. Boom! With a loud noise, there was a violent explosion where Dumbledore was standing, and all spells attacked Dumbledore's location accurately. It seemed that Dumbledore could not react, and was killed by the remaining elite wizards of the Marks family at the same time. However, Mark's fan and Mark's djinn did not have any joyful expressions on their faces. The expressions on their faces were extremely heavy, because at the moment they were about to succeed, they felt the subtle changes in space. Sure enough, a big hole appeared in Dumbledore's location, but there was nothing inside. As if Dumbledore had never appeared before. Dumbledore stood in front of Mark's Sixuan at this time. Mark's Sixuan did not keep up with Mark's fan's attack because of his lack of strength. In order to increase the chances of Mark's fan being able to succeed, everyone with high combat power launched an attack, but he did not expect that Dumbledore had seen Mark's fan's plan long ago. Plus cool, tiger. While Mark's fan launched the attack, Dumbledore also used Phantom Shift, not only to avoid the killing blow, but also to appear in front of Mark's Sixuan. As long as Mark's Sixuan was captured, Mark's fan would not have it. There are other ways. At this time, Mark's Sixuan was surrounded by only a few house elves and wave dogs who were basically incompetent. It seemed that these little things could not stop Dumbledore at all. Mark's Sixuan looked at Dumbledore not far in front of him in horror. With her strength, it was impossible to beat Dumbledore. On the contrary, Dumbledore could catch her as long as Dumbledore wanted. Wave dog can't hide behind at this time, jumped in front of Mark's Sixuan, looking at Dumbledore nervously. Wave cannon brewing in his throat, ready to blast Dumbledore at any time. Sixuan, be careful. Apparition. Mark's fan's exhausted voice sounded, and he used Phantom Shift again, trying to rush to Mark's Sixuan to rescue Mark's Sixuan. Who knows that Dumbledore smiled at the corner of his mouth and turned around abruptly, only to see Dumbledore's mouth move slightly and a light flashed on his wand. Boom! With a muffled sound, Mark's fan appeared in front of Mark's Sixuan, his whole person standing still, with a fist-sized blood hole in his chest, and blood was continuously spilling out. In front of Mark's fan, Dumbledore was smiling, and his wand pointed directly at the blood hole on Mark's fan's chest. Dumbledore's goal from start to finish was Mark's fan. The reason for appearing in front of Mark's Sixuan was just to take advantage of Mark's fan's chaos, to control the enemy with one move and subdue Mark's fan, the master of the Marks family. At this time, the remaining elite wizards of the Marks family headed by Mark's djinn were also swarmed by the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic. They had no chance to resist, and they were all subdued. Everyone was pressed to the ground with blood on their faces, but they all looked in Mark's fan's direction stubbornly. Mark's fan looked at the blood hole on his chest with a wry smile. He felt his strength slowly being drawn away from his body, and he became extremely weak. Is the Marks family really going to fall? Mark's Sixuan covered her mouth and looked at Mark's fan who was standing in front of her. The sudden change made her unable to speak at all, and she could only stare at Mark's fan's back blankly. Seeing that Mark's fan was hit hard, the wave dog was even more impatient, and rushed in front of Mark's fan, and a wave cannon blasted towards Dumbledore. With a light wave of Dumbledore's wand, the wave cannon was shot directly. Although the wave dog's wave cannon was incredibly lethal, it was impossible to cause damage to Dumbledore if Dumbledore was prepared. The wave dog was not discouraged. He blocked Mark's fan in front of him, and the wave cannon bombarded Dumbledore desperately. Dumbledore looked at the wave dog indifferently and flicked away the wave cannon. At the same time, he did not make a move to the fluctuation dog. On the contrary, it seems to let the good wave dog vent as much as he wants, and let the wave dog attack him casually. Wave dog has used wave cannon many times since the Battle of the Marks family. While wave cannon is powerful, the consumption of wave dog is also very high. When the wave dog used the wave cannon on Dumbledore again, it was already very reluctant, but the wave dog did not flinch. It clearly knew that it was the last line of defense for the Marks family. Finally, the wave dog mouth opened, and the spray was no longer wave cannon, just a normal gasp. P.S. Thanks for the 100-point reward of Snake Disease. Chapter 660, A Terrifying Shock. Total rewards plus more. Due to the excessive use of the wave cannon, blood even spilled out of the wave dog's mouth and dripped on the ground. The wave dog continued to pant hard, trying to fire another wave of wave cannon, and delay a little longer. Dumbledore's eyes drooped, looking at the fluctuating dog who was constantly working hard, and said lightly, "Okay, you are already very responsible. Then you can lie down at ease." The wave dog grinned and was about to refute Dumbledore, who knew Dumbledore's wand was tapped and a spell directly hit the wave dog, and the wave dog fell to the sky and passed out completely. The last line of defense of the Marks family also fell. Marks Sixuan knelt weakly on the ground holding Marks Fan's leg. Marks Fan still stood stiff in place, constantly adjusting his breathing, but the pale face and the constant cold sweat said everything. Marks Jin and other elite wizards of the Marks family were firmly pressed to the ground by the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic. The soil on the ground and their own blood messed up on their faces, looking embarrassed, but they did not give up the struggle and stared at the clouds. Sail. As long as Marks Fan does not fall, they will not give up. Dumbledore said lightly, "Give up, Marks Fan, as long as you give up, everyone will be fine." Marks Fan lifted up. His pale face looked a little scary, and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Our Marks family only has ghosts who died in battle, and no one who surrendered." Dumbledore sighed, and shook his head. "You are just called stubbornness. In that case, we have nothing to say." Dumbledore raised the wand in his hand. Just as he was about to make a move to Jun Fan, Marks Fan slowly raised his hand, still holding a piece of turquoise green in his hand. Dumbledore could see that Marks Fan was holding a piece of jade, a delicate cloud with a large carved on it Chinese characters. This is exactly what Marks Fan told Marks Sixuan to bring, a good jade pendant, and Marks Sixuan secretly stuffed it back into Marks Fan's hand. Dumbledore questioned, "What is that?" Marks Fan looked at the jade pendant in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "This is the heirloom jade pendant of our Marks family. This jade pendant is connected to the life spirit of the Marks family owner and his wife, and it connects the various industries of the Marks family. As long as I smash the jade pendant, all the industries under the Marks family will begin to counterattack with a horrible momentum of recklessness and destruction until they die." Dumbledore frowned. He had already heard what the jade pendant had, and judging from the magical induction on the jade pendant, Marks Fan was indeed not a bluff. Plus cool, tiger. Marks Fan looked at Dumbledore with a sneer and said, "In other words, as long as Sixuan and I decay in spirit or die, or if I crush this jade pendant before death, all the origins of the Marks family will be assemble and gather the terrorist forces to frantically attack your Hogwarts and Ministry of Magic branches until they perish." As soon as Marks Fan's voice fell, everyone present was shocked and stared at the jade pendant on Marks Fan's hand. They didn't doubt what Marks Fan said. It is not uncommon for a family to leave such a way for themselves. Dumbledore knew this sentence even more powerfully. Today, it seems that their Hogwarts and Ministry of Magic's coalition forces have captured the Marks family headquarters, defeating the Marks family's elite and patriarch, as if they had won a full victory. But to be honest, they only defeated less than 30 elite wizards of the Marks family. However, outside, in other countries, how many master wizards of the Marks family, and how many hidden strengths of the Marks family, I don't know BBFF. And if these Marks family industries are transformed into terrorist forces, using their economic, human, and political conditions to madly retaliate against the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, it is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. In addition to this battle of the Marks family, the wizards who came to the Marks family are only a part of the Marks family. In other words, they are just leaders of major industries. There are also a considerable number of elite wizards, the second and third leaders in major industries, who want to continue to be in the Marks family's industry, and not all of them can come to the war. And these powerful wizards wandered in other places, moved to the underground, hid and attacked the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts at any time. Thinking about it, it feels terrifying. The self-destructive revenge of a top pure-blooded nobleman that has stretched for hundreds of years will inevitably hurt the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. This has to be considered by Dumbledore and others. Therefore, as soon as Marks fan's voice fell, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour, Moody and others fell into silence, staring at the jade pendant in Marks fan's hand. Moody came to Dumbledore with the seriously injured Scrimgeour on his back. Scrimgeour asked in a low voice, "Professor Dumbledore, what should I do now?" If Marks fan really crushed the jade pendant, or he committed suicide, I'm afraid we can't bear it. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and said, "Do you think we killed such an elite wizard from the Marks family today, and the Marks family also killed so many of us? Is it possible for our relationship to be eased?" Scrimgeour was taken aback, and then he wanted to go to the tragic experience of being defeated by a dog. The killing intent was slowly revealed, and said, "Then we will kill all these people directly?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "In this case, Marks fan will directly smash the jade pendant, and even his and Marks Sixuan's spirits quickly decline, which may cause Marks Pay's reaction. This way the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts will be more dangerous. Scrimgeour said uncomfortably, "Then what should we do?" Moody also said, "Mcleons, no matter whether you kill them or not, the consequences will be unbearable. It would be better to kill them 100. P.S. This month's total rewards plus more updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 661 Marks Mcleon's Revenge. Dumbledore said slowly, "No, the relationship between the Marks family and us really cannot be eased, but we can temporarily stabilize the Marks fan couple, just take them back, and expressly will not harm them. Then we will look for opportunities to find out the other resident industries of the Marks family, and gradually resolve them. This is the best result." Scrimgeour's eyes lit up and said, as expected of Professor Dumbledore, "It is really smart and bright." Dumbledore turned his head and said, "Marks fan, you have misunderstood us. We attacked your Marks family in a big way today, just to get your couple back. After all, Marks Mcleon has become like this now. We must have a bargaining chip to deal with Marks Mcleon. As for the destruction of your Marks family, it is just the final decision we have made in the most helpless way." Marks fan looked at Dumbledore coldly, without speaking, still holding the Marks jade pendant tightly in his hand. Dumbledore continued, "So as long as you are willing to cooperate with us and let Marks Mcleon surrender obediently, your Marks family will still be the Marks family, and neither Hogwarts nor the Ministry of Magic will do anything to your Marks family. Do you understand?" Before Marks fan spoke, Marks Sixuan screamed and said, "Fart! Look at the ground, all are the corpses of the Marks family and your subordinates. After so many people have died, we will never have a conversation. Opportunity for peace." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and said, "Mrs. Marks, you are misunderstanding us. People from the Ministry of Magic are just in ambush just in case. We just wanted to use the name of a home visit to capture the two, so that we can send it back to the Ministry of Magic to guard. We never thought of attacking the Marks family in a big way." Dumbledore slowly bewildered Marks fan and his wife, and his words were half-truths and half-truths. Slowly leaning towards himself. Dumbledore continued, on the contrary, your Marks family has always been hostile to us. First, they killed 2 elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic and attacked me and Severus. Scrimgeour and the others just had to lead the Ministry of Magic army to attack Marks family. Think about it, is there something wrong with your Marks family first? Marks fan sneered, really? Then why do you want to ambush the army in advance? Dumbledore said, because I know how powerful the Marks family is. This is just in case you have to act as a last resort. As the leader of one force, you are definitely understandable. Marks fan knew that Dumbledore was distorting the facts, but he didn't bother to argue with him. Dumbledore slowly approached Marks fan. His voice gradually softened, and said, so, Mr. Marks, listen to me. Put down your jade pendant. As long as you cooperate with us, the Marks family will still exist, and you don't want the Marks family perish, isn't it? When Dumbledore was a dangerous distance from Marks fan coldly shouted, stop, with a cold drink. Marks fan couldn't help coughing because he was so excited that he pulled the wound on his chest. Plus cool, tiger. Marks Mcleon hurriedly got up and helped Marks fan, slapping his back. Dumbledore's tone slowed down and said, Mrs. Marks, look at Mr. Marks's injury. You should consider him now. Although my attack is not fatal, further delay will still have a great impact on Mr. Marks's body. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we will send you to Street Munger Hospital for treatment immediately. Marks Mcleon's eyes also appeared panicked at this time. After all, the blood hole in Marks fan's chest looked too horrible, and if he didn't deal with it, it might really happen. Marks fan coughed twice, and suddenly laughed and said, Dumbledore, you are really an old fox. You just want to stabilize us first, and then send someone to destroy all the Marks family's resident property, so that I can do it. The jade pendant on the upper hand will no longer work, and the Marks family's revenge has become a joke, right? Marks fan suddenly broke Dumbledore's thoughts, but Dumbledore was still calm on the surface, and said, Mr. Marks has been too worried. What good is it for me to destroy your Marks family, don't you think? Due to the excessive blood loss, Marks fan was a little unsteady even standing at this time. Marks Mcleon only had to support Marks fan's body. Marks fan sneered and said, today, you jointly attacked our Marks family. Our Marks family was defeated. But let me tell you, blood must be used to pay off debts. The Marks family's revenge will not stop. Find flowers. Upon hearing Marks fan's words, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour and Moody's expressions changed greatly at the same time. Dumbledore said angrily, Marks fan, you are looking for death. After speaking, Dumbledore wanted to rush forward to stop Marks fan's behavior. However, Marks fan sneered at Dumbledore and everyone who had entered the Marks family, with a slight pressure on his palms. Crack! The exquisite jade pendant was shattered, and the crystal-clear jade fragments splashed up. The Chinese character cloud in the middle of the jade pendant was also broken into countless small fragments. Dumbledore's pupils shrank and looked at the shattered jade pendant. For some reason, what flashed through Dumbledore's mind at this time was not the result of the Marks family's crazy revenge, but a smiling face. Marks Mcleon. It's Marks' smiling face. Dumbledore felt a sense of fear in his heart. This was the emotion that Dumbledore had never seen for so many years. The revenge of the Marks family, the revenge of the Marks. Make Dumbledore heart palpitations. Seeing the crushed jade pendant, all the people in the Ministry of Magic present were stunned. They did not expect that Marks fan would crush the jade pendant so decisively. Then, the remaining power of the Marks family was about to start an endless act of revenge! Scrimgeour yelled angrily, Marks fan, you bastard! Don't want to give you any face. Someone will kill him right away. You want your Marks family to perish, right? I will make you perfect. Marks fan laughed loudly, looked at the people at the Ministry of Magic, and raised his head boldly. without fear of death in his eyes. Dumbledore stopped Scrimgeour excitedly and said, "No, you can't kill Marks Fan now." Chapter 662, Vengeful Ghost. Scrimgeour angrily said, "Why can't, anyway? The Marks family and us are in an endless situation, and he is of no use to us. Plus cool, Tiger." Scrimgeour glared at Marks Fan. Originally, his mission here this time was to destroy the Marks family headquarters, seize Marks Fan, and finally achieve the goal of controlling the Marks family. Who knows that Scrimgeour came this time and was severely injured by a dog, even if he had worn out more than half of the elites of the Ministry of Magic. The most important thing is that Marks Fan actually crushed the jade pendant at the last moment, allowing the rest of the Marks family to carry out a self-destructive revenge operation. Scrimgeour's mission was not achieved at all, but a large number of manpower was lost. How can Scrimgeour not become angry, kill Marks Fan to vent his hatred? 623. Dumbledore slowly shook his head and said with a gloomy face, "Now the Marks family is about to retaliate. If we kill both Marks Fan and his wife, the rest of the Marks family's remnants will only be more crazy, leaving them in our hands. At least there is still some bargaining chips." Scrimgeour was taken aback for a moment. He understood what Dumbledore meant, but watching the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic who suffered heavy losses, Scrimgeour felt extremely heartbroken, and his hatred for Marks Fan could only be deep in his heart. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore looked at the embarrassed Marks Fan and his wife and said, "Marks Fan, don't imagine that these Marks family remnants can save your life. After all, the Marks family will not be the opponent of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. You just wait." "Right." Marks Fan sneered at Dumbledore and the others without saying a word. Scrimgeour hummed heavily, and said, "Bring all the people from the Marks family back and await Minister Fudge's instructions." After the Marks family war ended, this incident immediately caused a great sensation in the wizarding world. The Marks family, a well-known veteran pure-blooded nobleman in the wizarding world, was actually attacked by Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. This explosion immediately attracted everyone's attention. In order to cover up the motives of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry of Magic explained that Mcleon, the sole heir of the Marks family, committed many crimes such as stealing the Philosopher's Stone, and the Marks family intended to rebel. Many people are skeptical of this explanation. You must know that Mcleon has become famous in the wizarding world in recent years. Whether it is a genius Quidditch player or a Triwizard champion, it all highlights Mcleon. He is a rare genius in the wizarding world. Why should such a genius commit so many crimes inexplicably? There shouldn't be any reason for Marks to do this. The Marks family's rebellion is even more unjustifiable. The Marks family has rooted in the wizarding world for hundreds of years. It has strong strength, fame, money and power, and the Ministry of Magic has not made any policy against the Marks family. There is no reason for the family to rebel. Plus cool, Tiger. Therefore, people in the wizarding world are skeptical about the Marks family being joined by Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. However, why Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic should join forces to deal with the Marks family is not the main concern of people. What the wizarding community is concerned about is the outcome of this war. Undoubtedly, under the combined attack of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, the Marks family was defeated. This result was obvious. However, under the leadership of Principal Hogwarts, one of the top wizards in the wizarding world, Dumbledore, the members include Rufus Scrimgeour, the owner of the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic, Moody, Tonks, the Mad-Eye Man of the Ministry of Magic, and hundreds of masters including Hogwarts McGonagall and Professor Snape attacked an unsuspecting Marks family. As a result, Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic lost at least 50 elite wizards, and it is rumored that the Marks family's loss is only less than 20 wizards. This gap caused everyone to point their finger at the Ministry of Magic. Why did the Ministry of Magic spend so much manpower and material resources to attack the Marks family, and did a stupid thing that did no good to the wizarding world with heavy losses? The Ministry of Magic's explanation of the whole incident is a pale and weak sentence: The Marx family wants to rebel. Suddenly, various voices questioning the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts appeared. The nobles also clung to each other through the Marx family, pressured the Ministry of Magic and asked the Ministry to give a reasonable explanation. The nobles did not want to become the next Marx family. The pressure was very high, and the Ministry of Magic was under pressure. Out of breath, just when the Ministry of Magic was devastated by this incident, a bad news came. The Birmingham branch of the Ministry of Magic was attacked by terrorists and the branch was destroyed, while the members of the Ministry of Magic who were stationed in the branch suffered heavy casualties. A Chinese character cloud was written on the wall of the destroyed branch. This incident shocked the Ministry of Magic. They had already started sending people to industries around the Marx family to encircle and suppress the remnants of the Marx family, who knew that the remnants of the Marx family in all places had already retreated completely and began to unite to retaliate against the ministry. As for the disposal of the Marx fans, Fudge originally planned to invest the Marx fans in Azkaban. However, the outside world put so much pressure on the Ministry of Magic, and coupled with the terrorist attack on the remnant of the Marx family, Fudge finally decided to temporarily put the Marx fans under house arrest and set out to resolve the remnant of the Marx family. Just as the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts dealt with the problems after the Marx family war, the entire Hogwarts campus was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. 5.7 Since the disappearance of Marxi, the students seem to have lost their core. Classes and classes are like walking dead. The originally energetic campus has become very lifeless, and many students even plan to drop out. After all, the impact of Mcleon's incident was too far-reaching. As Hogwarts' most outstanding student, Mcleon was expelled from the target without warning. P.S. The next chapter Marxi will be on stage. Please support for automatic subscription. Chapter 663, Waiting for him to come back. The reasons given by Hogwarts were too inadequate, which made many Hogwarts students feel chilled, and gradually had a lot of opinions on Hogwarts. The battle of the Marx family made the students feel desperate. They never expected that Dumbledore, after unreasonably expelling Mcleon, would also join forces with the Ministry of Magic to attack the Marx family headquarters and arrest Mcleon's parents. This was a naked insult. What? The students' views on Dumbledore are also slowly changing, which has further prompted many students to want to leave Hogwarts. As for Harry and other members of the California Army, they are even more listless all day long and can't do anything. Harry, as Marxi's most loyal supporter, can't be refreshed all day, and always sighs. Harry, don't always be like this. You should stand up bravely at this moment and lead the students to restore their confidence in Hogwarts. How can you look like this every day? Ron appeared beside Harry with a grin, and it was undoubtedly Ron who was the most active at Hogwarts during this time. Harry glanced at Ron angrily and said, "Stop making trouble. Mr. Marx is gone. I don't have any fun anymore." Ron slapped Harry hard on the shoulder and said, "You were wrong, Harry. Now is your chance." When the Cloud Knight was still there, he always robbed you of the limelight. Now it should be your stage. You have to use your strength and charm to tell your classmates that you are not bad at all! Harry lay on the table, not wanting to talk to Ron. During this time, Ron always helped himself to advocate and publicize his deeds at Hogwarts. Harry knew that Ron was for his own good, and he also understood that Hogwarts classmates needed to change their current outlook. But Harry just felt that he couldn't motivate him. Hogwarts, who lost Marxi, would become like this for granted. There is nothing to change. Let the professors who target Marxi see how important Marxi is. Harry stood up and said, "I'm going to visit Hermione. Don't do this and that. Your two brothers are stabilized. Why do you become alive and kicking?" Harry flattened his mouth and turned to visit Hermione. Hermione is probably the worst one. She had originally agreed with Marxi to become a dance partner at the reception. She must have been looking forward to this for a long time. Who knew that Hermione had a high fever for no reason? Although Harry also guessed that Marxi gave Hermione something to enhance her strength, but for Hermione, Even if you don't want this opportunity, you should become a dance partner with Marksai. Cool Tiger. Even if she had a high fever and lost her chance to become a dance partner with Marksai, Marksai was actually ambushed by Dumbledore and the others, and was forcibly expelled to an unknown place. When Hermione woke up, she heard the bad news. The expression broke Harry's heart. That was the first time Harry saw Hermione reveal such a desperate expression, as if the whole sky had fallen down. His whole body lost its luster and he could only stare at the floor blankly. Harry was very worried about Hermione, so he chose to visit Hermione again to see if something happened to Hermione. Hermione was still in the Hogwarts infirmary. She could have been discharged from the hospital, but for some reason, Hermione had been reluctant to leave the hospital, as if she was still in the infirmary and Marksai would come to visit her because she cared about her. Madame Pomfrey, who was in charge of the infirmary, had no choice but to let her live in the infirmary temporarily. Hearing from Madame Pomfrey, Hermione was in good health, but her soul was hurt again, so Harry must never stop. It irritated Hermione. Harry cautiously walked into the infirmary. Hermione sat on her hospital bed, staring forward with blank eyes, not knowing what to think about. Harry whispered, "Hermione, how are you?" Hermione turned her head slowly. Harry could clearly see Hermione's eyes that were already crying and swollen. Hermione saw that it was Harry. Her eyes dimmed a little again, and she said softly, "It's okay, I have figured it out. I will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days." Harry nodded and said, "That's good. You haven't been to class lately, the class has fallen a lot, and you should make up for it when you go back." Harry tried to distract Hermione with the learning that Hermione cared most. Hermione slowly said, "Has the Marks family been destroyed?" Hermione ignored Harry's meaning at all, but instead asked such a sentence. Harry stagnated and shook his head with a wry smile. She couldn't distract Hermione's attention. He had no choice but to say, "No, the Ministry of Magic just caught Mr. Marks's parents. It is said that the remnants of the Marks family have gathered to avenge the Ministry." Hermione looked unlovable, and said, "Why are they targeting Marksai and Marks's family? Marksai has done so many things for them. Why should they treat Marksai like this?" Seeing Hermione's tendency to run wild, Harry quickly said, "Hermione, don't get excited. Mr. Marks is still missing 320. When he comes back, everything will be resolved. You have to trust Mr. Marks." Hermione's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but when Harry said he wanted to believe Marksai's words, Hermione also projected a little hope in her eyes. "That's right. Didn't Marks Mcleon say that he would come back with integrity?" At that time, Marks Mcleon would definitely not let go of those who targeted him. Hermione still understands Marks Mcleon's character. Even if his opponent is Dumbledore, Marks Mcleon will never let Dumbledore go. Harry sighed slightly and said, "Hermione, what we have to do now is to wait. When Mr. Marks returns, everything will be resolved." Hermione glanced at Harry, and finally nodded slightly. When the Wizarding World and Hogwarts were making great changes, Marksai was still in the small world. Here is still a magical forest, with sufficient herbs and food. Chapter 664, Legend and God. This is the result of Marksai transferring the Holy Land Forest to the Horse People from the trial of the Horse People to his own small world. Cool Tiger, but fortunately, Marks Mcleon transferred this magical forest to her own small world at the time, so that she had a place to hide. Otherwise, when Dumbledore and other Professor Hogwarts were ambushed by Professor Hogwarts, Marks Mcleon was really gone. Although it is said that, but this small portable world cannot solve the fundamental problem. After all, I entered the small world at Hogwarts, that is to say, the space exit that the small world connects now is in Hogwarts. As long as you leave the small world, you still have to return to Hogwarts. With Dumbledore's old foxes scheming, it's impossible not to send someone to monitor that area. In other words, as soon as Marksai leaves the small world, Dumbledore will once again summon all of Hogwarts as quickly as possible. The professor shot to himself, and this time, No classmates will be able to help themselves, but they can only use their own strength to beat Hogwarts. As expected, Dumbledore actually forced himself to this point. Mcleon sat cross-legged under a tree and took out a small bottle full of liquid, a potion for magic. Originally, Mcleon hadn't planned to use the magic enhancement potion. After all, the magic enhancement potion would increase the more powerful people. The longer the time it takes to drink the magic potion, the higher the improvement of one's own strength. Due to the consideration of maximizing the use of the magic potion, it is not the best time to drink the magic potion. But I don't know why, Mcleon always has an ominous premonition, always feel that if he doesn't leave the portable world soon, terrible things will happen in the wizarding world. Mcleon believes very much in her hunch. This reliable hunch has saved Mcleon several times. In addition, although the portable world is a small world on its own, it is not a complete world after all, or when it has not grown to become a complete world. The current state is like a portrait world, and human beings are not suitable for long-term life in this incomplete world. For various reasons, Mcleon must become strong in a short time, and then leave the small world of the portable. And the only way to become strong in a short time is the magic potion. Mcleon squeezed the cap of the potion enhancing potion, and drank all the potion enhancing potion in one sip. The taste was not particularly good. Mcleon clicked his mouth and lay down in a comfortable position. After drinking the magic potion, he would have a high fever for several days. Therefore, Mcleon had prepared some ingredients and water to deal with the high fever these few days. Life. Mcleon closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. In the dream, he felt that his body seemed to be scorched wildly by the flames. His whole body was on fire, and even his internal organs became hot, as if every other organ was grilling on the fire, which was very uncomfortable. Slowly, Mcleon's own consciousness also blurred, as if his soul had separated from his own body, floating in the sky, and could even see stars and meteors passing in front of him, which was very spectacular and beautiful. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. Mcleon slowly opened his eyes, and he had been in a deep coma these days, and the food and water beside him were of no use. Fortunately, Mcleon's small world did not house other animals and humans, but only plants. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee the safety of Mcleon's coma these days. Mcleon slowly got up, only to feel that her waist and back were sore. Every cell seemed to have done an exercise, which was very uncomfortable. But behind this uncomfortable feeling, Mcleon felt extremely refreshed again. This kind of refreshment came from everywhere in the body, and these exercised cells seemed to have been sufficiently strengthened and became stronger. But these are not important. What is important is that Mcleon feels her more powerful magic power. If Mcleon's magic power was a vast lake before, now Mcleon's magic power has reached the level of the ocean, and the increase is not just a little bit. Mcleon immediately opened the division system, and it clearly stated that Mcleon's current magic power level had reached level 7. According to Mcleon's prediction, this is exactly the magic intensity that Dumbledore and Voldemort have. In other words, Mcleon is now on the same level as Dumbledore and Voldemort. Of course, this does not prove that Mcleon can defeat Dumbledore or Voldemort. You must know that the latter two are masters who have been immersed in the magical world for many years. They also have extremely high attainments in the existing magic level, and want to defeat both. Mcleon needs to continue to work hard. What's more, Dumbledore still has the boost of the old magic wand in his hand, and Voldemort also has his own secret method and the backing of the Horcrux, etc. It is still unrealistic for Mcleon to defeat the two. However, Mcleon would not be presumptuous. His biggest characteristic is his age. It is basically unthinkable that the wizarding world can reach such a height at the age of Mcleon, so it is only a matter of time before Mcleon surpasses them. Now that he has reached level 7 of magic power, Marks Mcleon believes that he will not be inferior to Dumbledore too much. Having reached such a level above that of human beings, Marks Mcleon has even more tolerated this superb power. In-depth knowledge. According to the gamification theory, it is possible that Grindelwald, Merlin, Dumbledore and others are also called legendary wizards or god-level wizards. And how to transform from a mortal into a god, and successfully promote to a true legendary level. According to Mark's eye, there are mainly two necessary factors. The first is to break through the level 6 magic power and enter the level 7 platform. The second is to have a method that surpasses the limits of existing magic control methods, so that the use of magic and magic has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 665 Return of the King. Both can be said to be from quantitative change to qualitative change. Mark's eye now has the first point, and the second point is also the answer in the Key of Solomon he is about to pursue. Cool Tiger. In other words, Mark's eye is the legendary half-step legend, or half-god, invincible under the legendary god level. Of course, thinking this way is a bit of a second grade, but in fact, Marks Mcleon's self-confidence is unprecedentedly sufficient. After touching this new realm, he even feels that he can do everything. Marks Mcleon didn't plan to spend time in the small world anymore. With his current strength, although he could not defeat Dumbledore, Dumbledore couldn't help himself either. I should almost go back to Hogwarts and teach those people a lesson. The ominous omen in Marks Mcleon's heart became stronger and stronger, and he always felt that something bad had happened. So Marks Mcleon no longer wasted time. He directly opened the door to the small world with one foot and stepped in. Although he left Hogwarts for only a few days, or even less than a week, Mark's eye felt like a world away. After all, he had left Hogwarts in extreme embarrassment before and hid in the small world. And his escape was obtained by Hogwarts classmates 360 for himself. Marks Mcleon still remembers Jankifan's reckless help to block Dumbledore's curse. At that time, it was all because of his lack of strength. This result. But now it's different. He has become stronger, and now he wants to leave Hogwarts. Who else can stop him? Marks Mcleon's feet slowly stepped on the ground of Hogwarts, calmly watching everything about Hogwarts. In a short period of time, Hogwarts' appearance didn't seem to have changed, but Marks Mcleon keenly felt that Hogwarts' atmosphere had changed, from the former energetic to the current lifelessness. Marks' eye. A sharp voice sounded, and a familiar woman screamed, and immediately drew out her wand and pointed it straight at herself. Marks Mcleon looked over faintly. The woman was Mrs. Hooch of Hogwarts. She used to teach her Quidditch course before. She was her own Quidditch initiation teacher, but she was such a person, her own professor, now has become his enemy. Without saying anything, Madame Huochi immediately raised her magic wand. She was on duty here today, monitoring whether Mark's eye would appear from that mysterious space. A brilliant light beam laced from her magic wand and exploded high in the sky, forming a beautiful sign. Of course Marks Mcleon recognized that it was Hogwarts' school badge. Madame Hogwarts is using Hogwarts' unique method to inform Dumbledore and other Hogwarts professors that Mark's eye is back. Madame Hooch's wand pointed straight at Mark's eye, and she said calmly, "Mark's eye, you can't escape this time. Professor Dumbledore will soon return with apparition, and you will definitely be captured. Live." Marks Mcleon said indifferently, "Do you think I came back again just to be caught by you?" Madame Huochi stagnated, not knowing what to say to refute Marks Mcleon. She also knew that Marks Mcleon's strength was not trivial. Last time, even if the power of the entire Hogwarts was assembled, she couldn't keep Marks Mcleon, and she said nothing was Marks Mcleon's opponent. Marks Mcleon looked at Hogwarts, who was agitated. The classmates also noticed the situation here. Some sharp-eyed students had recognized that this was Marks Mcleon's return. Many students cheered and wanted to rush towards this side. The classmates all knew that Dumbledore had gone out to do errands. They all thought that Mark's eye had seized this opportunity to escape from Hogwarts again, So many students wanted to cover Mark's eye like last time. At this time, Hogwarts professors also appeared one after another. Flitwick, Hagrid and other Hogwarts professors stood in front of the students and shouted and ordered the students to leave here immediately. Mcleon looked at the excited classmates, and felt a little better, and said, "Mrs. Huochi, I came here today just to leave here upright, so don't worry, you won't run away again." Madame Hooch said coldly, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I tell you, Professor Dumbledore will be back soon, and it's no use what you said. Now that you show up today, you are waiting for us. Hogwarts sanctions here." Mcleon smiled coldly and said, "Waiting for your Hogwarts sanction? Madame Hooch, you are too naive, right?" Just when Madame Huochi wanted to speak, Mcleon gave Madame Huochi a fierce look. She was so scared that Madame Huochi shook her hand. She wanted to cast a spell to protect herself, but the wand in her hand flew uncontrollably. "Get out!" Madame Huochi looked at Mcleon in shock. Mcleon did not know when she had already held her wand and cast a disarming spell on herself. The terrifying magic power surging out, even the most common disarming curse, also knocked Madame Hooch fiercely away. "What?" Madame Hooch involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of blood, leaving her mind blank. Is Mcleon's strength so terrifying? How can I say that he is a professor of Hogwarts, and he is considered an elite wizard in the wizarding world? Why did he get hit by Mark's disarming curse without reacting? Mcleon's eyelids were drooping, as if she had just done an inconspicuous thing. The professors around Hogwarts were shocked at the same time. They knew Madame Huochi's strength. Mcleon actually solved Madame Huochi when they didn't react. Mcleon's strength really became a lot stronger. Hogwarts students have also surrounded more and more students, and many students saw Mcleon's strength and cheered excitedly. P.S. Mark's Eye officially returns. Come and celebrate with a reward and automatic subscription. Chapter 666, Clearing the Field. Harry and Hermione also appeared in the crowd. Harry desperately tried to rush over, but Hagrid was holding him tightly, and Harry could only shout, "Mr. Cloud, run away. Professor Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts. Nobody I can stop you. Get out." Hermione looked at Mark's Eye with excitement, but she was incomparably contradictory, thinking about Mark's Eye quickly running away from Hogwarts, and rushing to reunite with Mark's Eye. Plus cool, Tiger. The defensive line formed by Professor Hogwarts blocked the excited classmates. The most important thing that Mcleon was able to escape last time was the support of the classmates. This time they said it was impossible for the classmates to get close to Mcleon anymore. Mcleon looked at the excited classmates and was about to say something, but Mcleon's expression changed in an instant, and his face immediately became gloom-a-come. Three figures appeared behind Madame Huochi, and Mcleon, a familiar face, recognized them at a glance. Dumbledore! Meg. Snape. Mcleon narrowed his eyes and looked at the three people in front of him. He had also heard Harry telling himself that Dumbledore had gone out to do errands, but shouldn't he be Hogwarts' top priority right now? Dumbledore should squat himself at Hogwarts. Why would he go out at such an important juncture? What is so important? How about Dumbledore going to win Hogwarts' highest power? Snape and McGonagall. Before Mcleon had figured out his doubts, Dumbledore had already spoken slowly and said, "Mcleon, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. It seems that you have become stronger during this period of time." Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore already felt that Mcleon had more than a little magic power in him. Dumbledore was very puzzled about how Mcleon had grown so much in such a short period of time, and he felt abnormally palpitating. Mcleon's growth rate has exceeded his own budget, and it is still far ahead. Whatever such a person says, he must be eradicated today. Mcleon snorted softly and said, "Dumbledore, do you think you will repeat the past today?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, and said, "Mcleon, it seems that your stronger strength has given you a lot of confidence, But do you really think you can beat me? That only shows that you are too naive. With that said, Dumbledore pulled out his wand slowly. The keen Mark's eye immediately noticed that the wand in Dumbledore's head was different from the previous one. This wand was thin and long, with a breath of death enveloping it, which made people daunting. Mcleon squinted his eyes and said, "This time I put on the old wand, Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore's pupils shrank when he heard that. Mcleon knew that the Deathly Hallows was in his hands. After a while, Dumbledore shook his head and said, "It's just luck, and the old magic wand is in my hands. If you want to run away, you probably won't have that kind of possibility." Dumbledore also took out the old wand ahead of time because he was facing Mcleon's strength squarely, hoping to shock Mcleon. Of course, Mcleon understood Dumbledore's meaning. After all, his level of magic power was still far behind Dumbledore. Although it seems that the gap is not too big, it also shows that he cannot beat Dumbledore head-on for the time being. Now that Dumbledore takes out the old magic wand, the gap between the two will increase, but this is not the reason for Mcleon to shrink. Mcleon returned here today to fulfill his original promise and leave Hogwarts dignifiedly. Here. What is Dumbledore? What is the old magic wand? None of these can stop Mark's eye. Dumbledore took a deep breath and slowly said, "Severus, Minerva, you will immediately take all of Hogwarts classmates out of school." McGonagall was taken aback, and said in doubt, "Albus, what's the matter? Why do you want to evacuate the students?" Snape had already understood what Dumbledore meant, and his heart sank. Dumbledore was about to start a duel with Mcleon because he saw that Mcleon's strength had increased greatly at this time, and the scope of damage that this duel may affect is very large. So Dumbledore asked them to evacuate the students away. Find flowers. Middle. Could it be that Mark's eye is already so strong? How many days have passed since? How did he do it? Taking a deep breath, Snape turned around and said, "Professor McGonagall, let's go. Don't disturb Professor Dumbledore anymore." McGonagall froze for a moment, and had to follow Snape to the classmates, leaving Hogwarts with all the students. Mcleon smiled and looked at the leaving figures of Snape and McGonagall, and said, "Dumbledore, are you finally going to use your true skills?" Dumbledore also smiled and said, "Mcleon, there are not many people who can see my true strength, but most of them are dead after reading it. It's really a villain. Dumbledore, are you black or white? Use my black and white to confirm for yourself today." Mcleon took out his wand. This time Mcleon didn't hold it big. He took out his two wands, one black and one white, and he held them in his hand, looking at Dumbledore tightly. On the other side, the students were surging to help Mark's eye in the past, who knew that Hogwarts professors formed the line of defense and blocked the students' whereabouts, making many students even more dissatisfied. They shouted that they could not be against Mark's eye. Words like Hanson, Harry, Hermione and other California Army classmates desperately tried to squeeze the professors away and rush to Mcleon. But helplessly, the defense line formed by Hogwarts professors was too tough. They couldn't rush through without using the spell, and of course they couldn't use the spell on the professors. At this time, McGonagall and Snape walked to the classmates, and Snape shouted, "All Hogwarts students listen carefully, immediately follow the organization of the professors, and leave Hogwarts Castle immediately." Chapter 667. Snape shouted hoarsely, "Now, right now, all students who don't obey orders will be dropped out of school." McGonagall winked at the professors, and the professors paid attention to it immediately, and drove the students out of Hogwarts campus. Cool Tiger, although Hogwarts classmates wanted to stay, they were driven out of Hogwarts school by the professors and under the pressure of Hogwarts school regulations. Seeing the students and professors who were gradually moving away, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief and raised his old wand to aim at Mark's eye. "Mcleon, in fact, you should listen to me. The next era must be your era. You don't need to jump out now. This will only make me have to act on you. Mcleon's two magic wands 780 were also raised at the same time, facing Dumbledore, and said, "Whose times are not determined by you, Dumbledore. Your control is simply disgusting. I do not intend to follow your arrangement." Dumbledore shook his head lightly and said, "In this case, there is no way." As soon as Dumbledore's voice fell, he disappeared with a swish of his body. Mcleon was shocked. This is apparition. On the Hogwarts campus, only Dumbledore can apparat, which is very unfair to Mark's. But how could Dumbledore care about fairness and unfairness? As long as he can defeat Mark's, it is enough. Of course Mcleon also understood this truth, paying close attention to the surrounding environment, trying to find out Dumbledore's location. Cool Tiger, Mcleon knew that the phantom shifting curse was actually an application of space. Every time the phantom shift was used, it was like opening a gap in space and using the power of space to move. So if you want to find out Dumbledore's position, you have to use your own understanding of space to discover changes in space power. Mcleon's spirit is extremely concentrated, always paying attention to the changes in the power of the surrounding space. You must know that since Mcleon learned the skill of carrying the small world and absorbed the meteorite from the outer world, his understanding of space has not risen by 1 or 2 points. Mcleon is confident that his attainments in space will not be lost to anyone. Wow! Mcleon suddenly felt the strangeness behind him. That was the change of space. Dumbledore would appear behind him. Mcleon suddenly turned around and raised the two wands at the same time. Sure enough, Dumbledore's figure appeared behind Mcleon, and the strangely shaped old wand pointed directly at Mcleon's forehead. Cool Tiger, Dumbledore's eyes were flat, but from the position of Dumbledore's wand and the powerful magic power that burst out in an instant, Mark's deeply felt Dumbledore's inner killing intent. Dumbledore really went all out to kill Mark's this time. Mcleon squinted, and the surging magic power was instilled on the wand, and the powerful magic power swept toward Dumbledore. This terrifying magic power could not even bear the floor, and countless small cracks appeared and shattered. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, and his magic power was even more daunting. Wherever the magic power went, an obvious trace appeared on the ground, and even the space was extremely unstable by this powerful force. Boom! Finally, two powerful magical forces crashed into each other, like two missiles, exploding between the two. The surging magical power formed a strong explosion wave, blasting a huge crater on the ground between the two. The wizard robes of Dumbledore and Mark's were blasted by the strong explosion wave, and their expressions were extremely firm, and they felt a kind of heart-palpitating energy from each other's attack. Dumbledore had already thought that Mark's would become much stronger, otherwise Mark's would not have the confidence to return to Hogwarts. But Dumbledore did not expect that Mark's strength had actually been reduced to such a point that the gap between him and himself had been reduced. It is impossible to crush Mark's again. Mcleon was also secretly frightened in his heart. He clearly understood that even if he broke through to level 7 magic power, there was still a lot of gap between him and Dumbledore. However, after head-to-head, Mcleon felt more powerful than she had expected from Dumbledore. And with the increase of the old magic wand, Dumbledore has become more difficult than ever. Neither of them dared to underestimate each other, and both took the most serious attitude and full strength to deal with each other. Not far away, the professors who were driving away the classmates were also frightened by the loud noise, and many classmates even fell directly to the ground by the sudden explosion. Is this the war between Mark's and Dumbledore? How could such a powerful explosion erupt? Is this a battle between people? Harry stared at the explosion behind him with palpitations, a bit bitter and a bit happy in his heart. The bitter thing is that Mcleon has grown so much stronger, so strong that he can confront Professor Dumbledore head-on. What is delighted is that Mcleon is so strong, there should be no problem with self-preservation. Hermione was terrified. She was not happy because Mcleon became stronger, but felt that this level of battle would definitely be more likely to hurt people. What if Marksai is severely injured because of this? If the two are addicted to the fight, what if Mcleon is killed? The professors felt the fierce battle between Marksai and Dumbledore 2.8 behind them, and they all felt sorry for this. Most of the reason why they targeted Marksai was because they obeyed Dumbledore's instructions, but deep down in their hearts, they knew that Marksai, as a member of Hogwarts, actually had nothing to apologize for Hogwarts. If Dumbledore and Marksai did not fall out, it would be a good thing. At least the people who fight Dumbledore now are still the pride of their Hogwarts, rather than becoming Hogwarts' enemy here. Chapter 668 Legendary Battle. Of course, the professors can only think about it, regretting that Marksai can't actually do anything. Plus cool, Tiger. What you do is already done, irretrievably. After all, before this, no one had expected that Mcleon could grow to the present state so quickly. Now that they found that Mcleon would always exceed their greatest expectations, they regretted it, but it was too late. In Hogwarts Square, after Marksai and Dumbledore had a match, the two fell silent for a while. Both felt the strength of each other in the move just now, thinking about how to deal with each other. With a light wave of Dumbledore's wand, a small fire snake appeared on the top of the wand, walking around constantly, looking very cute. Mcleon looked at the tiny fire snake, but his eyes narrowed dangerously. He could feel the huge energy contained in the tiny fire snakes that day. This was the ultimate magic power compressed by incredible means, and it far exceeded the magic quality of ordinary wizards. Even if he was hit by the fire snake head, it is estimated that there is no possibility of survival. Just like TNT of the same weight, it will never be as powerful as a nuclear bomb of the same weight. Marksai's two magic wands are intertwined in front of her chest, forming an X shape, and the surging magic power is intertwined on the two wands, as if something is brewing. Cool Tiger. Dumbledore waved the tiny fire snake at the top of the old magic wand and suddenly swept it down. The little fire snake blasted towards Marksai, and continued to grow bigger and bigger during the blasting process. When it rushed to Marksai, it had become a huge fire dragon, surrounded by hot flames, suffocating. Mcleon also felt the aggressive arrogance of this fire dragon, and he waved two magic wands at the same time. Malnia, Eternal Gunslinger. A huge magical power erupted from the white wand, and the impact hit the fire dragon's head, just like hitting a hard fine iron body, bursting out countless dazzling sparks. But it did not have much effect on the fire dragon. Mcleon frowned and his robe sleeves suddenly waved. A dazzling light shot from the black magic wand, like a sharp sword, passing through the fire dragon's head and smashing the fire dragon's head. But as soon as the fire dragon turned its body, its head recovered again, and it continued to pounce toward Marksai with mighty force. Mcleon smiled lightly, as he deserved to be Dumbledore. Even the powerful spells like Mania and Eternal Gunslinger could not do anything to Dumbledore's powerful hand. Plus cool, Tiger. The fire dragon roared towards Mcleon, and even Mcleon felt suffocated with the burning breath on his body. The fire dragon opened its big mouth full of flames and bit it towards Mcleon's position. Mcleon's entire body was swallowed by the fire dragon, and even the floor where he was standing also appeared a large pit of flame fusion. The power of this fire dragon is evident. After the fire dragon swallowed Marksai, it screamed up to the sky as if asking for credit to Dumbledore. For a while, the mighty fire dragon looked majestic. The professors and classmates in the distance saw all this and were shocked by the heroic appearance of this fire dragon. They had never seen such a powerful shaping curse, and Dumbledore turned out such a terrifying creature. How could Marksai be able to resist it? Dumbledore smiled and looked at the roaring fire dragon before him. Suddenly, he was inexplicably shocked, and an ominous omen appeared in Dumbledore's heart. Mcleon's strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if the so-called Mjolnir and Eternal Gunslinger pose no threat to this fire dragon, Mcleon will not be so embarrassed to be swallowed by the fire dragon, right? There must be fraud. Dumbledore's smile stagnated at the corner of his mouth, staring at the giant fire dragon that he had formed. Sure enough, deep in the bright red appearance of the fire dragon, a ray of hard-to-discover light was gaining momentum. Holy sword revealed. A huge lightsaber rushed into the sky into the fire dragon, and the head of the huge fire dragon was split in half. The hot flames exploded, and the fire dragon was still in a roaring motion. But the huge lightsaber rising from the sky made the fire dragon look very stiff. The professors and classmates in the distance also saw the same scene, and they all showed a stunned look at the same time. Looking at this majestic flame dragon, Y was suddenly pierced by a huge lightsaber. Dumbledore squinted his eyes and looked at the fire dragon in front of him. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. This was a sense of crisis that threatened his life, causing Dumbledore to react like an electric shock. Not good. Apparition. With a move of Dumbledore's wand, he used the apparition charm on himself, and Dumbledore's figure disappeared in place with a swish. In the next instant, the huge lightsaber smashed down, and the entire fire dragon split into two, bursting into countless flame sparks. The majestic and windy appearance of the fire dragon was wiped out in an instant, and the huge lightsaber smashed into the place where Deng 170 was before. The ground seemed to be split, and a deep cleavage appeared on the ground. Together with a small castle, that small castle that was originally used as a lounge was also split by a huge lightsaber and fell from the middle. The whole small castle collapsed. Mcleon appeared in the place where the fire dragon had disappeared, and the sky full of flames and sparks descended, and a hideous cleavage appeared on the ground in front of him, making Mcleon look majestic and majestic. The professors and classmates in the distance have come outside Hogwarts School. They also saw the scene just now. The mighty flame dragon was split by the huge lightsaber in an instant. There are many shocking scenes. You will never see it for the second time in your life. McGonagall finally understood why Dumbledore wanted them to leave Hogwarts immediately. P.S. Thank you J_F_ for the 100-point reward. Thank you Mcleon for the 200-point reward. Chapter 669. An human fierce battle. It is true that if the students are not evacuated as soon as possible with this kind of destructive fighting method, they do not know how many people will be implicated in it and suffer injuries and deaths. Although people have retreated now, the innocent Hogwarts building has suffered. Plus cool, Tiger. Mcleon stood indifferently on the cracked ground, and Dumbledore appeared behind Mcleon, his eyes full of scalp-numbing majesty. Mcleon said indifferently, Dumbledore, you haven't exerted all your strength yet, have you? Dumbledore's brows jumped. You must know that Dumbledore only participated in the Battle of the Marks family not long ago. Although it seemed that he crushed the Marks family in that battle, he also consumed a lot in the Battle of the Marks family. Magic power, after all. A veteran nobleman like the Marks family could not be easily defeated. Dumbledore's consumption of magic power in the Battle of the Marks family was not small, and during this time he was busy dealing with the remnants of the Marks family, and after hearing that Mcleon appeared at Hogwarts, he took Snape and McGonagall back without considering the consumption to Hogwarts. So Dumbledore's mana was consumed very much, and he never had time to recover. Originally, Dumbledore was still very sure. Even in this state, coupled with the assistance of the old magic wand, there would be no particularly big problems with Mark's eye against the enemy, and he would surely achieve an overwhelming victory. However, who knows that Mcleon is more tricky than he thought, and he has achieved an incredible leap in strength. I am afraid that in my current state, there is really no way I can help Mcleon. Mcleon turned around and looked at Dumbledore's fluctuating expression. He also guessed that Dumbledore had consumed too much magic power in his body. Even though Mcleon didn't know what Dumbledore did, the situation right now was for Mcleon very advantageous. Mcleon said indifferently, Dumbledore, if you don't show the strength that can prevent me from leaving, I don't have to play with you anymore. I will fulfill my promise and play Hogwarts uprightly. Dumbledore was taken aback, suddenly laughed, and said, Marks Mcleon, your proud character has not changed at all. I have stood here today. Do you still think you can leave? Marks Mcleon squinted his eyes slightly. He could feel Dumbledore's magical power brewing in his body now, like an active volcano ready to go, ready to burst out with amazing energy and drown people. The two magic wands of Mark's eye were raised high, and the surging magic power was instilled on the magic wands. The double holy sword is revealed. The magic power on the two magic wands instantly soared into the sky, forming two huge lightsabers, which plunged straight into the sky, as if to penetrate the entire sky. Marks Mcleon didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and used all his strength to instill on the two lightsabers. The light of the two lightsabers even covered the light of the sun, so people looking at this side raised their hands in unison to stop them. This extremely dazzling light. Dumbledore's old wand was also raised high, a blast of destructive energy brewing inside the old wand. Even the ground around Dumbledore was buzzing overwhelmingly, and the broken stones kept beating. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed and the old magic wand slammed. The terrifying energy that resembled a volcanic eruption seemed to have found a breakthrough in an instant, surging toward the cloud night, and even the earth was destroyed by this energy along the way, and a trace of terror appeared. Marks Mcleon's two magic wands did not hesitate and waved at Dumbledore. The two radiant lightsabers were like a god wielding a giant sword, slashing towards Dumbledore repeatedly. The space was also oppressed by this huge magical energy, and small cracks appeared. Boom! The next moment, two huge lightsabers and the volcano crashed together. In an instant, the entire Hogwarts plaza was destroyed, and a huge shockwave hit Mark's eye and Dumbledore. Even the two could no longer stand indifferently. Even they could not bear the impact. Marks Mcleon and Dumbledore were repelled by the powerful shockwave at the same time, and Marks Mcleon hit a huge rock hard, resisting the bittersweetness in his chest. This powerful shockwave did not weaken at all, and it still impacted Marks Mcleon's body. Marks Mcleon's body was already regarded as the strongest existence of human beings, but even Marks Mcleon felt the pain coming from all over his body. Dumbledore was also uncomfortable. Originally, his magic power had been consumed a lot. In order to directly defeat Marks Mcleon, he used all his remaining magic power, and the magic power that emptied his body at once made Dumbledore very uncomfortable. In addition, his body was not as strong as Mark's eye. Under the powerful shockwave, bloodstains appeared in many parts of Dumbledore's body. The magical collision between Mark's eye and Dumbledore not only directly destroyed the entire Hogwarts plaza, but also several small castles nearby collapsed. This area of Hogwarts has been reduced to ruins, which is terrible. The professors and classmates in the distance looked at all of this, opening their mouths in disbelief, and couldn't close them for a long time. Is this still a human battle? This is a monster. How could humans burst out such a powerful magic attack? It is too unreasonable to say that such a large area is destroyed if it is destroyed. In the ruins, Marks Mcleon slowly stood up. This huge shockwave tore his wizard's robe into strips, and you can see the strong clothes Marks Mcleon wore in it. Marks Mcleon's chest was ups and downs. The confrontation just now made Marks Mcleon very different. Feel good. Dumbledore also stood up. Dumbledore's attack had already emptied his own magic power. Although his appearance was calm, his body was constantly creating magic power for his own use. And Dumbledore's appearance was no better than Mark's eye, and there were even a lot of bloodstains on his wizard robes, looking very embarrassed. Chapter 670. Who else? Marks Mcleon took a deep breath and said, Dumbledore, although you don't know why your magic power has been consumed so much, but you now, it seems that there is no way to stop me! Dumbledore's face moved a muscle, but he didn't say anything. He knew that he was extremely lacking in magic in his body and couldn't stop Marks Mcleon at all. Marks Mcleon turned around, left Dumbledore step by step, and walked towards the gate of Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw Mark's eye's departure behavior, as if he had knocked over a 5-flavored bottle in his heart, not knowing what it was like. Want to catch up and fight to the death? Dumbledore kept surging this thought in his heart, but whether it was himself or Markseye, he actually knew. As long as the death fight continues, the end is likely to be the same. Dumbledore still has Voldemort, a great enemy to deal with, and the Order of the Phoenix can't live without him, so he can only hold back and dare not shoot Mcleons. He dare not. Mcleon walked slowly to the zero door of Hogwarts. Outside the door were Hogwarts professors and classmates who were driven out. All the professors stared at Mcleon's figure with wide surprised eyes. Why did Mcleon come out like this? Could it be that Dumbledore has been defeated by Markseye? No professor is willing to admit this result. But the current situation seems to have no other explanation besides this result. McGonagall rushed out of the crowd and shouted coldly, Mcleon, what's you doing with Albus? Snape, Flitwick, Hagrid and other Hogwarts professors stood up silently, and slowly surrounded Markseye in a pose. They couldn't accept the ending that why only Markseye came out and Dumbledore did not come out. Mcleon's eyes drooped, and said, I want to type out from Hogwarts upright. What do you think about Dumbledore? Impossible. McGonagall screamed. She couldn't believe that Dumbledore would lose to Markseye. McGonagall's words also represented the aspirations of everyone present, and the students also felt that no matter how strong Mcleon was, it could not be stronger than Dumbledore. At this time Dumbledore also slowly walked out of Hogwarts, embarrassed, his eyes fixed on Markseye. Because of the excessive consumption of magic power, Dumbledore could not even apparat, and could only step out of Hogwarts step by step. When McGonagall and the others saw Dumbledore, they were overjoyed and shouted, Albus, how can you just let Markseye go like this? Didn't you say you can't let him leave? Dumbledore ignored the words of McGonagall and others, and said coldly, Mcleon, you think I can't stop you? Can you successfully leave? Mcleon turned his back to Dumbledore and said lightly, then you think, who else can stop me? And us. With a sudden roar, one figure after another appeared in front of Mcleon, headed by the owner of the office of the Ministry of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour. Behind him were the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic, Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks and others were among them. 40 or 50 elite wizards appeared in front of Mcleon at the same time. Plus Cool, Tiger. In order to deal with Markseye, Fudge did not hesitate, and directly asked Scrimgeour to lead the elite wizard who defeated the Marks family to Hogwarts, in order to catch Markseye. Mcleon squinted his eyes and looked at the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic led by Scrimgeour. He didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to be involved, but the ominous omen in Mcleon's heart became more and more obvious. Mcleon smiled and said, all the professors of Hogwarts, plus the elite players of the Ministry of Magic, didn't expect you to still look up to me. They sent such a spectacular lineup. Scrimgeour sneered, Mcleon, you know it. You can't leave anything today, so behave and catch it. The smile on Mcleon's face slowly disappeared, and her tone became cold. If this is the case, then I want to see, who can stop me from leaving today? Scrimgeour said angrily, you are a little boy, and you still have such a big tone. I think you don't want to live anymore. With that, Scrimgeour rushed forward, trying to capture Markseye in front of everyone, so as to give the Minister of Magic a face. In Scrimgeour, no matter how strong Mcleon is, he is only a child. How could he be as strong as himself? He is the director of the office of the Ministry of Magic. The situation that was defeated by a dog last time will never happen again. Scrimgeour smiled grimly. He wanted to catch Markseye with his own hands and wash away the insult he suffered last time. Except for your weapons. With a tap of Markseye's magic wand, the magic wand in Scrimgeour's hand was knocked out without any signs. With the light wave of Markseye's magic wand, Scrimgeour turned around and fell directly in front of Markseye. I fell a shit. Mcleon stepped on Scrimgeour's back and said coldly, who else? Stand up for me. Moody shouted angrily, Marks Mcleon, it really turned you back. Mr. Scrimgeour is the director of our office. You will undoubtedly fight against our Ministry of Magic if you act against him. Have you ever thought about the consequences? McGonagall also stepped forward and shouted, Marks Mcleon, let go of Mr. Scrimgeour. Hogwarts classmates also held their breath, although Marks Mcleon's defeat of Scrimgeour in an instant shocked them. How said Scrimgeour was the director of the Ministry of Magic. Marks Mcleon stepped on Scrimgeour's back so arrogantly. It is a great challenge to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore stepped forward and said indifferently, Marks, let go of Scrimgeour. If you don't perceive any more, then your life will be over. Marks Mcleon looked at everyone. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some people were worried about themselves. Some showed sympathy, and some were even gloating. Scrimgeour underneath blushed. He has never been so embarrassed. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 671, being defeated by a dog before was already a big stain in his life, but it was nothing compared to now. He, the director of the office of the Ministry of Magic, was defeated by a kid in full view of the disarming curse. Then I was trampled underfoot. What a humiliation this is. What an insult. Scrimgeour stared at Marks Mcleon. No matter whether Marks Mcleon would let him go, he had already sentenced Marks Mcleon to death in his heart. This person who insulted him infinitely, he would not let it go. Marks Mcleon felt the various expressions from all around and smiled lightly. He suddenly stepped heavily on Scrimgeour's head, and Scrimgeour's head hit the hard ground hard, immediately shed bright blood, and Scrimgeour was knocked out of his head. Everyone's eyes widened and they were all speechless when they looked at Marks Mcleon's aggressive behavior. Marks Mcleon slowly said, Why do I listen to you? I stepped on him. What can you do? The phrase what can you do shocked everyone present. What an arrogant provocation. The point is that they really can't do anything to Marks' which makes Dumbledore and the others stuck in their throats, and they can't say a word. Plus cool, tiger. Scrimgeour was even more annoyed and ashamed, staring at Marks Mcleon with bloodshot eyes, as if as long as Marks Mcleon let go, he would desperately fight Marks Mcleon desperately. But Marks Mcleon's feet are as heavy as 1,000 catties, and even an adult can't break free. Damn, why is Marks so strong? Is he a monster? Moody took a deep breath and said, Marks Mcleon, listen to me. The Ministry of Magic is not something you can afford. You let go of Mr. Scrimgeour, everything is easy to discuss. Marks Mcleon shook his head and said, What can I discuss with you? Scrimgeour at the feet of Marks Mcleon finally couldn't help it, and shouted, Marks Mcleon, what do you want? Are you? Before Scrimgeour could finish speaking, Marks Mcleon kicked Scrimgeour's mouth heavily, and Scrimgeour immediately spit out a few blood-stained teeth and dared not speak anymore. Marks Mcleon shook his head, and said, With such a waste-like existence, you can also become the director of your Ministry of Magic. You can imagine how useless your ministry is, and I don't bother to talk with you. Speak. After that, Marks Mcleon kicked Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour screamed, spitting blood and falling at Moody's feet. Moody and the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic hurriedly helped Scrimgeour up, glaring at Marks one by one. Marks Mcleon looked around and said, Now, I am leaving Hogwarts. Who dare to stand up and stop me? Many elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic looked at each other, trying to stop Marks, but seeing Scrimgeour as the director of the office, he was instantly knocked off by Marks. It is estimated that they will not have any good results. One by one was afraid to move behind. Hogwarts professors also looked at each other, but after seeing Marks Mcleon's strength, they also understood the strength gap between themselves and Marks Mcleon, and none of them moved. Dumbledore had been standing behind Marks Mcleon, and the magic in his body was quickly recovering, but he hadn't recovered to the point where he could win against Marks Mcleon, so he kept silent and stood on the spot. Scrimgeour clutched his stomach and got up, yelling vaguely, Let's go together. What is he afraid of alone? Let me catch him. Moody and other elite wizards such as the Ministry of Magic glanced at each other, and could only bite the bullet and rush forward to catch Mcleon. Mcleon strode forward, his wand danced quickly, and the wizard masters of the Ministry of Magic who rushed forward were knocked away by Mcleon's wand one by one. The screams were endless for a while, and the magic of horror gushed out unreasonably. The wizards of the self-healing elite on weekdays either spurted blood or broke and dislocated. With Mark's current strength, the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic are as weak as newborn children in front of him. Even Moody's, a top wizard in the wizarding world who was frightened by the wind, was beaten up by Mcleon within a short period of time, which shows how terrifying Mcleon's strength is now. Find flowers middle dot. The Hogwarts professors looked at the invincible Mark's in horror, and they were all stunned and speechless. They did not expect that Mark's would have grown into such a powerful wizard, even comparable to Dumbledore and Voldemort. In addition, Mark's now turned out of Hogwarts. Doesn't it mean that they have witnessed the appearance of someone comparable to Voldemort, and this person is younger and will become stronger? Are they now watching the birth of a new generation of Dark Lord? Soon, the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic lay down in front of Mark's wailing in pain one by one, and couldn't get up again. No one who dares to fight can move. No one who is active dares to fight. Scrimgeour widened his eyes and looked at the elite wizard lying on the ground in disbelief. These are the main forces that destroy the Marks family. How could he be defeated immediately in front of Mark's and lose so badly? Even if they are the same as Dumbledore, they are exhausted and magically damaged due to previous battles. But should they still have the most basic technical skills and combat power? But why would an underage student be attacked by such a crushing counterkill? Mcleon faintly looked at the elites of the Ministry of Magic who had been arrogant, and he flew a curse randomly, inviting his flying broomstick, and he was about to ride on it. Scrimgeour suddenly shouted, "Mcleon, do you think this is over? Do you think you will succeed like this? I tell you, no." Noisy. Mcleon waved his magic wand casually, and Scrimgeour was hit hard at the front door, and his teeth flew out. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 672. The greatest horror. You bastard. My tooth. My tooth. Mcleon ignored Scrimgeour's curses and screams, and rode on the flying broomstick. Cool tiger. He glanced at everyone indifferently, including Dumbledore. When he was about to ride away on a flying broomstick, Scrimgeour covered his mouth full of leeks and blood, and shouted, "Mcleon, listen to me. The Marks family has been destroyed by us. The Marks fan couple has also been captured by our Ministry of Magic. If you run away, I will immediately execute them when you return." Mcleon's movements were silent, and he finally understood where his ominous omen came from. The scene fell into silence for an instant, and the professors and classmates of Hogwarts looked at Scrimgeour and Mark's in disbelief. Scrimgeour actually threatened Mark's by saying such words, but if such words, would Mark's give in? Dumbledore's brows also twitched slightly, and he looked up at Mark's wanting to see how Mark's reacted. As for Scrimgeour, he has a smug smile. He thinks this is the biggest hole card they have. Mcleon will definitely not abandon his parents, so Mcleon has no choice but to obediently go back with him. Plus cool tiger. What if Dumbledore can't help you? What if the elites of the Ministry of Magic are defeated in front of you? You still want to go back to the Ministry of Magic with Lao Tzu? Otherwise I will kill your whole family. Scrimgeour opened his mouth to show his missing teeth and laughed arrogantly. He stared at Mcleon's figure. He just wanted to see Mcleon's regretful expression, and made Mcleon kneel in front of him to admit his mistakes. He wanted to repay the humiliation and pain Mcleon had imposed on him 100-fold. Night. When everyone was watching Mcleon closely, Mcleon finally turned his head slowly on the flying broomstick, his eyes full of chilling killing intent. Everyone present felt a coolness coming from behind, as if as long as they were facing Satan from hell, And this Satan looked at everyone under him with his despising eyes. "You can give it a try if you dare, all the people present at the Ministry of Magic, including your relatives, friends, family members, and relatives, let me die." Marks Mcleon said these words coldly, as if the cold wind from the 18th layers of hell was blowing in everyone's hearts, whether it was Scrimgeour, Moody, or Dumbledore. Everyone at the Ministry of Magic, the Order of the Phoenix, and Hogwarts was completely stunned at this moment. They never expected that Scrimgeour wanted to threaten Marks Mcleon, but instead of succeeding, he was threatened by Marks Mcleon decisively. And the most important thing is that no one dares to ignore this threat. Think about Marks's record. Apart from Dumbledore, who else can stop a murderous and revengeful Marksi from assassinating their family? Unless he has the confidence to avoid the assassination of a strong man like Dumbledore and Voldemort. Even Dumbledore himself can only protect himself. He has friends, he has relatives, and he has subordinates. He cannot protect them all. At that time, no matter who it is, as long as it is a little bit related, it will end up living in the shadow of Marksi, living in the fear of being assassinated at any time. Marks Mcleon finally glanced at everyone coldly, turned around, and left Hogwarts without hesitation, riding a flying broomstick. The rest of the people looked at the direction Marksi left with palpitations. At this moment, they had no other thoughts in their hearts, and everyone's hearts were equally filled with fear. None of them dared to doubt what Marks Mcleon said. They believed that if the Ministry of Magic did anything to Mcleon and his wife, Marksi would fall on the Ministry and Hogwarts together with his anger. This satanic figure comparable to Dumbledore Voldemort would bloodbath the entire world. Seeing Marksi leaving, everyone in Hogwarts was in a mixed mood. Most of the students were fortunate but also a little helpless and sad. After all, Marks Mcleon, as Hogwarts' best student, is now anti-Hogwarts. This is not what they want to see. Coupled with Marksi's demonstrated strength, they even felt that Dumbledore and other professors did so without any reason, and it just caused Hogwarts to lose one of the best geniuses for nothing. Harry and Hermione were both disappointed with Hogwarts to a certain extent. However, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they can't change the facts in front of them. They can only watch Marksi leave. However, there are also a small number of students who are a little gloat. Marks Mcleon was considered to have made the limelight at Hogwarts, and now he has finally left. Without this contender for the limelight, it is their turn to control the limelight after Hogwarts. Compared with the various moods of the students, the professors' moods are surprisingly consistent. Although the professors obeyed Dumbledore and persecuted Marks Mcleon, the professors, without exception, all had a certain sympathy for Marks Mcleon. After all, no matter how you say it, Marks Mcleon is also a student she has taught, and she is still an excellent one. So the professors seem to be very lost. But the professors are also very helpless in 3.6. They are the professors of Hogwarts and the people of Dumbledore. The respect for Dumbledore in their hearts has been accumulated over the years. Of course, they can only listen to Dumbledore. As for Marks Mcleon, I can only apologize to him in my heart. As the initiator, Dumbledore frowned tightly. It can be said that the plan for Marks Mcleon was handled by him alone, and the war against the Marks family was also facilitated by him. It can be said that the reason why Marks Mcleon did such a thing today was mostly on his body. Chapter 673, Remnant of the Marks Family. But in spite of this, Dumbledore still failed to achieve his extremely purposeful goal of eliminating the bane of Marksi. On the contrary, he provokes the behemoth Marks family, and provokes Marks Mcleon, the Demon King, who will not be weaker than Voldemort in the future. The wizarding world will probably become more turbulent because of his actions. But Dumbledore can't regret it. He firmly feels that his plan will not be a problem. He implements this plan for all wizards. Marksi can only become his victim and must sacrifice. As for the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic, they were furious. They were defeated by Marksi like sandbags in front of so many professors and students at Hogwarts, which undoubtedly made them very angry. You must know that they wiped out the elites of the Marks family headquarters, and they were actually insulted by Mcleon. Scrimgeour's face was also extremely gloomy. The last time he was defeated by a dog was the greatest shame in his life, and now he is stepped on his head in an extremely insulting manner by a child, knocking out his mouth full of teeth. What a bloody shame this 11 is. They must ask Marksai to repay their shame with blood. When Hogwarts was in a mess, Marksai had already left Hogwarts range on his flying broomstick. Starting today, Marksai is the enemy of the wizarding world, and the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts will join forces to encircle themselves in an unprecedented manner. However, Mcleon is not worried. Now Mcleon's strength is infinitely close to the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. As long as he studies the Solomon Key clearly, when his strength is improved, Dumbledore, what can it be with Voldemort, let alone the wizarding world? However, the current self still needs to hide for a while. Mcleon needs to digest her soaring strength, and she has to dive down to study Solomon's Key. Mcleon knew that in the fight between herself and Dumbledore just now, she was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the huge loss of magic power in Dumbledore's body, it would be unknown whether he could escape. After all, I underestimated Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore is also one of the top wizards in the wizarding world. It is still difficult to overcome. In addition, Dumbledore still has the old magic wand in his hand. There is still a gap between himself and Dumbledore. Mcleon sat on the flying broom and shook his head vigorously. Not long ago, he used a magic potion to increase his strength. It is impossible for his strength to improve in a short period of time. It will take a while to reach the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. So what Mcleon must consider now is not these, but the Marks family. Scrimgeour has just said that the Marks family has been annihilated under the cooperation of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, and even Marksai's parents have been arrested. This can just explain why Dumbledore has magical powers when fighting against himself. Such a large loss. Mcleon also understood why she always had such ominous omen when she was in the small world with her. It turned out that I had been thinking about adding defenses to the Marks family. The final defense was not from Voldemort and his Death Eater's attacks, but from the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. However, it was still a step too late when he left the portable world. The Marks family had already suffered severe damage. When he thought of his parents being caught by the bastards of the Ministry of Magic, the nameless fire in Mcleon's heart blazed. Mcleon and the Ministry of Magic must be accounted for, but not now. What he can do now is to preserve the only remaining strength of the Marks family as much as possible. After Marksai's strength becomes stronger, he will make the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts regret it for life. As for the safety of Mcleon's parents, Mcleon didn't worry much. After all, now both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts know their own strengths. If they are determined to disadvantage Mcleon and his wife, they will face a terrifying wizard no less than Voldemort's level, put down their body and devote all their energy to sneak attacks at any time. They can't bear this kind of consequences, and I believe they will not do stupid things. And the Marks fans were imprisoned in the Ministry of Magic. In a sense, it was safer than staying at the Marks family headquarters. After all, the Ministry of Magic hasn't completely infiltrated the Death Eaters, and Voldemort's lunatics can't reach the Marks fan couple. Compared to being caught by Voldemort and others, Marksai still feels that the Ministry of Magic can accept the Marks fan couple. After flying for a while, Marksai drove his flying broomstick and landed on a wilderness near London. The Marks fans don't need to think about it for the time being, but the remaining subordinates of the Marks family really want snacks. After all, the Marks family has a big family and a big business. After this catastrophe, the strength that can be left is very precious, and Marksai must preserve the remaining strength of the Marks 257 family. Mcleon dressed up in disguise, put on his own confusion robe, and walked towards London. He would go to Diagon Alley through London's Broken Cauldron to inquire about the Marks family. It didn't take long for Marks Mcleon to enter Diagonal Alley, only to realize that he didn't need to ask for information at all. Most people in Diagonal Alley were discussing the destruction of the Marks family and the attack on the Birmingham branch of the Ministry of Magic by the remnants of the Marks family. Marks Mcleon listened for a while, and probably understood what happened. The Marks family headquarters was annihilated. Before Marks Fan and his wife were captured, Marks Fan crushed the Marks family heirloom jade pendant. This was an order that the Marks family could use at the last moment. Order all the wizards of the Marks family to separate their industries to unite and avenge the Ministry of Magic. All the branches of the Marks family gave up their businesses, joined forces in Birmingham, and launched a vengeful attack on the branches of the Ministry of Magic. P.S. Thank you J_F_ for the 100-point reward. Chapter 674, The Return of the Master. This was a desperate, self-destructive revenge attack by the elites of the Marks family branch. As a result, the Birmingham branch of the Ministry of Magic was directly destroyed. Of course, the remnant Marks family also suffered serious losses. This kind of retaliatory attack continued, and several branches of the Ministry of Magic were also attacked by the remnants of the Marks family to varying degrees. Marks Mcleon understands that the order given by Marks Fan is a self-destructive order, and the remnants of the Marks family are also wizards who are loyal to the Marks family. This kind of revenge attack will continue until everyone in the Marks family branch is killed. And now the only person who can stop this crazy action is Marks I. The Marks family's patriarch and mother had been arrested in the Ministry of Magic. The remnant of the Marks family could not accept Marks Fan's direct orders, and Marks Mcleon, as the Marks family's young master, became the only person who could order them to stop their crazy behavior. Therefore, finding the remnant of the Marks family has become Marks Mcleon's most urgent task, and the remaining strength of the Marks family can no longer be consumed. Marks Mcleon took out the jade pendant that she carried with him. This cloud pendant was slightly different from the jade pendant that Marks Fan crushed. The jade pendant of Marks Fan was a jade pendant of the Marks family, but it was said to be the master jade pendant. The jade pendant in Marks I's hand is obviously less than one, belonging to the young master of the Marks family, and only Marks I can carry it. Marks Mcleon didn't know what role this young master jade pendant had, but after all, it was the young master jade pendant of the Marks family. It could not be just a piece of jade with a simple symbolic meaning, right? Marks Mcleon hid in a corner of Diagon Alley, and stared at the gentle and soft jade pendant of the young master of the Marks family, thinking about how to contact the remnant of the Marks family. Suddenly the jade pendant in Marks Mcleon's hand slowly dispersed. The warm temperature seems to be sending out some signal. Marks Mcleon brows slightly, and he immediately understands the situation before him. This is the remnant of the Marks family who is actively contacting him. They also understand that the Marks family's mother and mother have been arrested, and the most important thing is to find the Marks family's young master, that is, Marks Mcleon. Marks Mcleon looked at that jade pendant that was constantly emitting heat, thought for a moment, and slowly instilled the magic inside the jade pendant. And a message appeared in Marks Mcleon's mind. Inside patio number 48, Turning Alley. Marks Mcleon's brows jumped. Could it be that the remnants of the Marks family, after uniting them, were hiding in the number 48 patio of Fan Roll Alley? But think about it, Turn Down Alley has always been a mixed grey area, and it is not surprising to build a secret base in Turn Down Alley. Marks Mcleon groaned for a while, and immediately walked towards the location of Rolling Alley. Marks Mcleon used to be an appraiser for 2 summer vacations in Turning Alley, and she knew better about Turning Alley. This number 48 patio belongs to a remote place in One Alley, and few people pass by that place. Soon Marks I came to the so-called number 48 patio of Turnover Alley, which was exactly the same as Marks I's impression. There were sparsely populated areas, and only a lone patio was erected here. It is said that this patio has long been abandoned, and no one will use this patio. It just happens to be the best hiding place for the remnants of the Marks family. Marks Mcleon slowly descended to the bottom of the patio, following the rope drawing water from the patio. Sure enough, it was on the ground. There was no trace of water. As soon as Marks Mcleon fell on the ground, two people emerged from the black shadow and pointed directly at Marks Mcleon with wands. Without a word, Marks Mcleon took out the Marks jade pendant from her arms. In the dark underground space, the Marks jade pendant still emits a slightly green light source. When the two black shadows drilled out of the jade pendant on Marks Mcleon's hand, they immediately threw down their magic wand and respectfully bowed to Marks Mcleon. Bowed and shouted, "Young master." Marks Mcleon nodded lightly and said, "Take me to see your person in charge." The two dark figures looked at each other, picked up the wand from the ground, and slowly walked Marks Eye along the winding channel in the underground into a small basement. Marks Eye saw that the basement was densely packed with people. A large part of these people were ordinary wizards, and there were even some muggles. At this time, a middle-aged and strong man appeared in front of Marks Mcleon, and Marks Mcleon immediately recognized that this was his uncle and Marks Fan's distant cousin, Marks Jan. Marks Mcleon bowed gently and said, "Uncle Marks Jan, it's been a long time since I saw you." Marks Jan's eyes lit up and he looked at Marks Mcleon and exclaimed, Mcleon hasn't seen you in a long time. I didn't expect you to grow up this way. When I saw you last time when you were your 6th birthday, think about how time flies." Marks Mcleon nodded and said, "Uncle Marks Jan, now is not the time to relive the old days. I have something to discuss with you." Marks Jan also nodded, waved his hand to let the people around him leave first, and said in a deep voice, "Mcleon, it's really great that you are fine. I am still going to take my hand to attack Hogwarts and see if I can rescue you." Marks Mcleon was stunned. Fortunately, he came out of Hogwarts early. Otherwise, if Marks Jan took the remnants of the Marks family to attack Hogwarts, there would definitely be no return. Marks Mcleon said, "Uncle Marks Jan, how are the rest of the Marks family now?" Marks Jan sighed and said, "I'm not optimistic. I think our Marks family has a big business, but when the family is in danger, many people still betrayed us." Listening to Marks Jan's tone, Marks Mcleon's heart also stunned. Although he the monies had thought about this, Marks Mcleon still felt a little heavy when he heard Marks Jan say this. Marks Jan continued, "The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts did not have any mercy this time. After attacking the Marks family headquarters, they separated people from the rest of the Marks family's properties. This is to clear everyone in the Marks family. Fortunately, the Patriarch crushed the heirloom jade pendant in advance and sent us a message in advance, so that we have enough time to retreat. Otherwise the loss may be even greater." Marks Mcleon said solemnly, "Where is the betrayer? P.S. Thank you for the 200-point reward from Mcleon. Chapter 675, Believe Me. Marks Jan shook his head and said, "This Xio, you don't have to worry. They betrayed our Marks family, thinking that the Ministry of Magic will treat them well. This is their wishful thinking. Even if the Ministry does not clear them, I will get rid of them sooner or later." Human. Marks Mcleon took a breath and said, "Uncle Marks Jan, how many people are we still left?" Marks Jan gestured to the distance, saying, "There are still many people who are loyal to the Marks family and flee with us for revenge, but most of them are ordinary wizards, and there are also a small number of muggles. In terms of combat effectiveness, there are only 20 elite wizards left." Marks Mcleon frowned and said, "Is there so little left?" Marks Jan nodded and said, "A lot. The Patriarch of the Marks family has already summoned a large number of people to go back to guard the Marks family headquarters. The casualties of the Marks family in that battle were too heavy, and most of the elites gathered back were killed. After we retaliated against the Ministry of Magic, many people were killed in action. It is quite good to have 20 elite wizards left." The muscles on Marks Mcleon's face twitched slightly before turning to look at the crowd in the distance. "There are not too few people here, there are also hundreds of people, all of whom are loyal to the backbone of the Marx family. 423, which is also the only strength left in the Marx family. Marx Jian continued, there are still many people who are too late to transfer, and they are scattered around the various industrial branches of the Marx family and hidden, but those people have no fighting power, and the final combat power of the Marx family is here. Marx Mcleon slowly said, Uncle Marx Jian, I need you to temporarily stop your revenge plan. Marx Jian was taken aback, and said, Xia Mcleon, what do you mean? The Marx family headquarters was destroyed, and the owner and mother of the family were arrested. How could we stand by? Even if I abandon my life, I must protect the Marx family. Marx Jian looked a little excited. Marx Mcleon held Marx Jian's shoulders with both hands, and said, Uncle Marx Jian, do you think the 20 elite wizards here can have any influence on the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts? Marx Jian said excitedly, no matter how much we can play, we must avenge the Marx family. This is our mission. Marx Mcleon's hands pressed hard. Marx Jian, a strong man, was suddenly pressed by Marx Mcleon on the chair bag behind him. Uncle Marx Jian, listen to me. Revenge against the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts is a sure thing, but I don't want to lose the remaining strength of the Marx family, do you know? Marx Jian was stunned, staring at Marx Mcleon, and said, Xia Mcleon, when will you wait until you have no revenge? Will it wait until Marx Fan and his wife are killed? Marx Jian's tone at this time was already a bit weak. Marx Mcleon shook his head and said, no, as long as the only remaining strength of our Marx family is still there, as long as we are not dead, my parents will be fine. If we all die in battle, the Ministry of Magic can do anything to my parents. Do you know what I mean? Marx Jian's chest was ups and downs. He naturally understood what Marx Mcleon meant. Marx Jian's big rough hand inserted into his hair and said in distress, then what can we do? Are we not doing anything? Marx Mcleon knelt down and looked at Marx Jian's eyes. Marx Jian's eyes looked very weak at this time. As a member of the Marx family, Marx Jian was undoubtedly very painful because of such a disaster, and all he can do is watch his compatriots and his friends die one by one. After so much, Marx Jian is already very tired. Marx Mcleon said softly, do you believe me? Marx Jian looked towards Marx Mcleon, and Marx Mcleon's eyes revealed firmness and confidence, which made Marx Jian seem to see a world. Marx Jian took a deep breath. In fact, speaking to his heart, Marx Jian didn't take Marx Mcleon very seriously. Although Marx Mcleon's genius is well known, he is still a teenager, and it will be decades later to grow up. Marx Jian's original plan was to find Marx Mcleon and find a remote place for Marx Mcleon to grow up. As the remnants of the Marx family, they all died in battle, creating the illusion that the Marx family has been destroyed, and waiting for Marx Mcleon to gain strength, fame, come back and avenge the Marx family. However, Marx Jian knew how low the feasibility of this plan was, and he had no way to make such a choice. But now when Marx Mcleon was asking himself whether he believed in Marx Mcleon, Marx Jian's heart trembled, as if he had found a centering pole, and he had a direction to rely on. Marx Jian nodded unconsciously, looking at Marx I. Marx Mcleon slowly said, I will find the strength that can support us, and I will use my fastest speed to grow and become stronger. Uncle Marx Jian, what you have to do is to protect the last remaining strength of our Marx family, and wait for me to come back. I will let them know the strength and inviolability of the Marx family. Marx Jian stared at Marx Mcleon blankly, not knowing why. Marx Jian believed Marx Mcleon's words for no reason. From Marx Mcleon's eyes, he seemed to see a brand new and powerful Marx family. To be honest, Marx Jian doesn't know much about Marx I, most of it comes from news. As for the latest information, Marx Jian also didn't know because he was hiding in the sewers, let alone that Marx Mcleon played Hogwarts solo news. However, from Marx Mcleon's words and eyes, Marx Jian unreasonably believed in the next heir of the Marx family. Marx Jian nodded and said, Now Marx Fan and the others are not here, you are the highest speaker of the Marx family, and I will obey your orders. After comforting the remnants of the Marx family headed by Marx Jan, Marx Mcleon also took a short rest in this secret. After all, the Marx family broke through to level 7 magic power in the portable world, and again fought against Dumbledore at Hogwarts. No matter how strong it is, it needs to rest. Chapter 676, Next Top Priority. In the world below this patio, there is no good place. Mark's eye is in a relatively clean place, spreading a piece of cardboard to sleep for a while. It is already very enjoyable. Plus cool, Tiger. Marx Jan and the others still had to stay here for a while following Marx Mcleon's orders, and they were also wronged. Marx Mcleon slowly lay down on the cardboard. Although his body was very tired, Marx Mcleon did not fall asleep there. Marx Mcleon was thinking about what she should do next. Marx Mcleon had said with Marx Jan before that it was very difficult to find some power that could support him and spread the power in his hand. The nobles of the aristocratic family are all groups that take their own interests as the starting point. When the Marx family was strong, it was good to say, but now that the Marx family is in a state of failure, who will extend a helping hand to the Marx family? The betrayal of the Greengrass family is the best proof. Marx I also learned this from Marx_Jan. However, the Greengrass family had done their best. Although they had betrayed the Marx family, they still sent a notice to Marx Fan, and did not do anything to get rid of it. It is a bit difficult to find a force that supports the Marx family, but there is one ready to find a force that supports Marx I. And it's not just as simple as a family, but a huge race. The vampire family. Marx Mcleon still remembered Lilith, the ancestor of the vampire family she encountered during the Horseman trial. Plus cool, Tiger. This powerful female vampire can be said to have left a deep impression on Marx Mcleon. But in the end Lilith still lost to herself. She still got the huge alien meteorite. Lilith had also agreed with Marx Mcleon at that time. As long as Marx Mcleon was willing to save the vampire family with the meteorite on her hand, the vampire family was willing to become Marx Mcleon's backing. It seems that it is almost time for me to go to the vampire family to see what happened to this race. As for the Merlin hidden in the vampire family, this old immortal who has lived for thousands of years is also very interested to see what is going on. It can even be said that Marx Mcleon's main purpose is to find Merlin. After receiving Solomon's key before, Marx I had studied and read through the night, but found that it was impossible to interpret the book. And unlocking the secrets of Solomon's key and obtaining a method that surpasses the limits of magic manipulation is already Marx I's top priority. Only by perfecting the power in this area, can Marx I truly have the strength to compete with Dumbledore and Voldemort. How to interpret this secret treasure of Merlin? The answer may lie in Merlin. It seems we must go find Merlin. Marx Mcleon has already settled his attention, and will set off to find Lilith tomorrow. At that time, Lilith left her contact address. She can find Lilith through that address. Presumably Lilith has been waiting for herself for a long time. Marx Mcleon let out a sigh of relief. With the help of the vampires, it would be much easier to solve the Marx family. But in the final analysis, your own strength is still the key. If you have the strength to crush the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, where do you need so many other things? Thinking of this, Marx Mcleon once again opened the division system. Although he knew that his strength could not be improved in a short period of time and he needed to consolidate and stabilize his realm, he still wanted to see how many potential points were stored in the division system. Full 126,000 potential points. If I had seen so many potential points in the past, I would have jumped with excitement a long time ago, but as my strength increased, it seemed that the 120,000 potential points would not be considered much. Marx I had the final say. He only had 94,000 potential points during the summer vacation. This time he returned to Hogwarts and defeated Umbridge with 2,000 potential points. When targeted by Dumbledore, he hid in the portable world without defeating anyone, so he didn't gain anything. As for the subsequent battle with Dumbledore, because it ended in a tie. No reward was recorded. Mark's Eye's main gains came from her emergence from the small world of the portable, casually defeating the elite wizards of the Ministry of Magic such as Scrimgeour and Moody. Although it was said that with Mark's Eye's strength, defeating a wizard of this level did not have any feeling, the teacher system still gave details. A top wizard like Moody's is worth 4,000 potential points alone. It is worthy of being an elite among the Ministry of Magic's elites, and indeed worthy. As for the rest of the many elites of the Ministry of Magic who had been beaten up by Mcleon, even Mcleon had forgotten how many people there were. It seems that there are about 10 people. These elite wizards are worth about the same as Umbridge. They are only about 2,000 or 3,000, and they add up to almost the same. Naturally, Mcleon is not interested in looking through the details of the miscellaneous fish. Anyway, a total of 126,000 potential points were accumulated in the end. As before, Mark's Eye did not intend to use these potential points immediately. First of all, Mcleon must take a good hold of her soaring power. Anyway, she won't run away without using potential points for the time being. There is no need to risk losing control of her power and rush to become stronger again. Why Dumbledore and the others have unified level 7 magic power and the method of surpassing the limit of magic control, Mark's Eye has a guessed at, is the excessive level 7 magic power, which must be combined with the control method beyond the limit to fully master it. Otherwise, if you blindly become stronger, the power will no longer be controllable, and at least Mark's Eye won't take risks anymore before getting the control method beyond the limit. The second is the cliché that Mark's Eye will wait until a crisis arises before using it, and use his potential on the blade. However, so many potential points are enough for Mark's Eye to upgrade 1 or 2 skills casually. Mcleon closed the police division system, and he felt a black stone in his hand. Chapter 677, Appointment 2 years late. This deep black stone is exactly the outer meteorite Lilith dreams of, and it is also the last small part that Mark's Eye carefully cut and preserved before absorbing the main body of the outer meteorite. This time I went to the territory of the vampire family, and I didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter. But Mcleon had an omen in his heart that this time the vampire line would not be easy. Mcleon thought of the old undead Merlin hidden in the vampire family. Merlin has been alive for at least hundreds of years. There must be some secrets he doesn't know. He even controlled the entire vampire family through some small means. His scheming and strength are directly proportional. What kind of sparks will come from dealing with this kind of old immortality? Thinking of this, Mcleon couldn't help but get a little excited again. No matter how powerful this Mcleon is, Mcleon will get what she wants from Mcleon. Mark's Eye slowly fell asleep. This was the night when Mark's Eye had the best rest during this period. After that night, Mark's Eye would begin to live a wandering life. The next day, Mcleon left the secret hiding place of the remnant Mark's family early. Before Lilith gave Mark's Eye a place to contact. It was not far from the outskirts of London. Mark's Eye called a taxi and drove towards the place given by Lilith. Plus cool, tiger. Now Mark's Eye is already on the list of most wanted people in the wizarding world, so Mark's Eye also tries not to use flying broomsticks or apparitions. After all, these methods are easily detected by the Ministry of Magic, and the Mole World's taxi is the best choice. Soon, Mark's Eye arrived at the location given by Lilith. Here is a small forest. Under the highest tree in the forest is the hiding place for Lilith and others. Mcleon found the tallest tree in the forest, but there was nothing here. Mcleon took out his magic wand and tapped the trunk lightly. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound from the horse under the tree. "Mr. Marks, you are finally here." A familiar voice rang from behind Mcleon. Mcleon looked back and saw that it was Abode under Lilith. Abode is the master of potions in the vampire race, and the formula of the magic potion in Mark's Eye's hand was given to him by Abode. Mcleon smiled faintly and said, "Lead the way, I want to see Lilith." Abode nodded immediately and put his hand on Mark's Eye's shoulder. I don't know what spell he used, the two of them sank suddenly. For some reason, two big holes appeared on the hard ground, and the two of them slid down the big hole to the ground. After the two disappeared under the ground, the big hole on the ground slowly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. Mcleon didn't panic, letting his body do a free fall. Mcleon also knew that since Lilith left secretly from the territory of the vampire clan last time, she went to the horse tribe to test. The vampire clan must have discovered Lilith's strange behavior. Naturally, Merlin would not let Lilith easily. Lilith would choose to place the base in such a hard-to-find place, which was understandable. It took a while before Mcleon and Abode stepped on the ground. From a free fall from such a high place, he can actually step on the ground steadily. Sure enough, the strength of a vampire is unique. Abode smiled. Mr. Marks, you are frightened, please come here. Master Lilith has been waiting for you for a long time. Mcleon nodded lightly, and while following Abode, he looked at this deep cave under the ground. It is estimated that this cave has been dug out for some time. After all, it is hidden deep in the ground. Only the candles on the wall provide a faint light source, which looks very dark. Abode was familiar with the road ahead of Mcleon, and along the way Mcleon also saw scattered vampires, all looking at himself with curious and vigilant gaze. They don't quite understand why Abode brought a human to this secret base. Abode did not pay attention to the vampires who revealed their doubts, but led Mcleon around one turn after another, and finally came to a relatively spacious cave. This place is full of candles, which is obviously much brighter than before. In the middle of the big cave, a slightly crude throne appeared in front of Mcleon, on which sat a petite and beautiful woman. If Mcleon had known Lilith long ago, I would have thought that this beautiful woman was a human being. Mcleon said indifferently, Lilith, it's been a long time. Lilith on the throne stood up slowly, staring at Mcleon closely, and said, you are finally here. But I have been waiting for you for almost 2 years. Mcleon smiled faintly and said, it seems that the injuries you suffered last time are almost healed. Last time Lilith and Mcleon fought, when Mcleon narrowly defeated Lilith, he cut off Lilith's hands and feet. If this were not the case, how could Lilith succumb and let Mcleon take away the meteorite from the sky? But now it seems that Lilith's hands and feet have been reborn, and she deserves to be a family of vampires. Lilith stepped off the throne and walked in front of Mcleon, and said, we don't need to talk about the last time. After all, everyone has a misunderstanding. Are you here to cooperate with me this time? Mcleon nodded lightly and said, Mcleons, it seems that you have a good grasp of 5.0 and I will come to you. Lilith chuckled and said, it's impossible for a person like you to be able to accommodate you in the wizarding world, isn't it? Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic will not issue a wanted warrant to want you. The corner of Mcleon's mouth raised, and said, don't talk like you know me well. Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk about our cooperation. Lilith gestured to Abode, who wisely left the cave where Lilith was located, leaving only Mcleon and Lilith in the cave. Chapter 678 Fight Back. Remind for more votes. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book info, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes, the Mcleon Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. New book is not easy, ask for collection and reward for everything. 11. Lilith waved her hand and turned her back to Mark's eye, and said, "Okay, I know you are a happy person. I want you to help me save the vampires. Afterwards, our vampires will become your best friends. I can provide you with vampires. The power of a clan." Cool. Mark's Mcleon was taken aback for a moment, and said, "It seems you already know what I want." Lilith smiled softly and said, "Knowing the enemy and confidant can win all battles. You have been jointly wanted by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. The Marks family you are in has also been annihilated. All you have to do is to recover your Marks family. So you need our strength. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid you wouldn't come to us." "You said I was right." Mark's Mcleon nodded secretly, worthy of being the ancestor of the vampire family, and analyzed what she wanted in a few words. As Lilith said, if it wasn't for the fact that she had been fully wanted, and the Marks family had a big problem and urgently needed a way to crack Solomon's key, then when did she come to help the vampires? "Not sure." Mark's Mcleon said, "Since you know everything, it's simple. You can just say it. How can I help?" Lilith recovered, and smiled faintly. "It's very simple. Call me back together." Mark's Mcleon was stunned, and said in doubt, "Fight back with you?" "Fight back to the vampire family?" Lilith nodded heavily and said, "Mcleons." Mark's Mcleon laughed dumbly and said, "Lilith, you are not kidding. How can you say that your vampire clan is also a big race? There are countless masters in the clan. I am alone now. You are not many people here. How can you be capable?" "Fight back?" Lilith said seriously. "Mark's Mcleon, I did not deceive you. Although our family of vampires is strong, the only real top powerhouse is the two ancestors who are side by side with me. Plus cool, Tiger, as long as you and I jointly defeat these two ancestors, the other people of the vampire clan are not afraid at all." Mark's Mcleon frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Lilith said, "And Mark's eye, I already know that when you met last time, you had the strength to defeat me, and now your strength will only become stronger. You have to know that everything about you at Hogwarts has been spread, and you can compete with Dumbledore, enough to crush the other two ancestors." Lilith stared at Mark's eye with scorching eyes. It can be said that Mark's eye is the star of her hope and the top priority of her plan. As long as she has this conventional god-level strength, everything is there. Possible. Mark's Mcleon said, "Do you believe me so?" Lilith shook her head and said frankly, "Of course I won't completely believe you. But now you are the last hope of our vampire family. If I miss your chance, I will have no way to save the vampire family. I can only gamble on it." Mark's Mcleon took a light breath and said, "Then tell me about the current situation of the vampire family, and tell me your plan in detail." Lilith nodded quickly and began to explain the current situation of the vampire family to Mark's eye. When the vampires led back to the oak tree that sealed Merlin, Merlin gave the vampires a way to become stronger, and let the vampires learn to use mental power. However, Lilith later discovered that there would be an extremely tragic price behind it, the most terrifying of which was that it would quickly shorten the lifespan of the vampire family. The vampires who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years ended their lifespan within a few decades. And Lilith slowly realized that Merlin was doing the blame. It was Merlin's mental pollution that controlled the vampires and caused them to overdraw 887 lives. The other two ancestors of the vampire family have been fascinated by this powerful power ghost, and they're bent on obtaining stronger power, turning a blind eye to the large number of deaths in the vampire family. This is why Lilith decided to go out to find the meteorite that suppressed Merlin's mental power. Since Lilith and others left the vampire family, the other two ancestors designated Lilith as a traitor to the vampire family, believing that Lilith betrayed the vampire and Merlin. Moreover, these two old guys who are obsessed with their hearts are constantly gaining powerful strength through Merlin. It is estimated that they have exceeded Lilith's strength level and become even stronger. Of course, the price they did was to let a large number of vampires end their lives early. It was just that under the spiritual pollution of Merlin, The vampires were still at a loss and were heading for destruction step by step. Mcleon frowned deeply when she heard this. The situation of the vampires was more serious than he had imagined, and there were several problems that plague Mcleon now. Why does Merlin want to improve the strength of top vampires like this? Why is Merlin hiding like this among the vampires? Chapter 679. Ghost Forest. And why does Mcleon know that Lilith is out looking for the meteorite that suppresses his mental power, but still let Lilith leave it alone? Doubts surround Mcleon's heart. How can Mcleon say he is a character who has lived for hundreds of years? Such a person must have his bottomless scheming, otherwise how could he survive so long against the laws of nature? In the next step, Mcleon must be careful at every step. Otherwise it's easy to be eaten by Merlin without leaving any bones. Mcleon said, "What is your plan?" Lilith said, "I plan to take these vampires back, pretending to plead guilty, and let the other two ancestors appear to deal with me. At this time, you and I will defeat the two ancestors together, and then you will use the outer meteorite to remove the spiritual pollution of Merlin, and finally we will destroy Merlin." Mcleon nodded. This plan still sounds pretty good. Leading out the other two ancestors of the vampire family to carry out a decapitation movement, regaining the vampire family at the least cost. But after hearing this, Mcleon still had a problem that he did not understand clearly. Mcleon asked, "How can I use a meteorite to relieve Mcleon's mental pollution?" Lilith was taken aback, and said, "In fact, I am not very clear about this. I can only say it at that time. After all, as long as the other two old immortals are defeated, the other vampires are nothing. Then we will slowly find a way up." Mcleon frowned. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart for some reason. Mcleon felt that things were not as simple as Lilith said. "I am afraid that Merlin would not be so easy to deal with." However, Mcleon didn't know the situation of the vampire family and Merlin. The only information Lilith had told Mcleon was that she could only see walking. Seeing Mcleon not feeling very relieved, Lilith comforted, "Don't worry, I have seen the oak tree that seals Mcleon. The sealed Mcleon is very weak, but the mental power is relatively strong, and his mental pollution can even be withstood by me, and you won't have a problem. Trust me. As long as the two old immortals are solved, the other is not a problem." Mcleon nodded thoughtfully, and said, "Let's talk about it then. After all, Mcleon is a person who has lived for hundreds of years. It won't be that simple." Lilith also nodded, agreeing, "It's always better to be more cautious." Mcleon sighed softly and said, "When I leave, I don't want to delay it too long. After all, the vampire family can't wait long. And I don't have much time to waste." Lilith smiled and said, "As long as you want, you can set off at any time. The people here are always hiding in order to wait for you." Mcleon squinted his eyes and said, "Then set off immediately, don't have too many nights and dreams." Lilith smiled and nodded, drew out her wand and lightly touched the air, and the whole hole trembled slightly. Lilith seemed to be using a vampire's secret method to inform the people. Lilith walked to Mcleon's side, stretched out her hand to Mcleon, and said, "Let's go, Mr. Marks. We are ready to go on the expedition." Mcleon put his hand on Lilith's hand lightly, and the moment Mcleon touched it, Mcleon only felt that the sky was spinning in front of him. The hole in front of him disappeared in front of him, and the small forest that he had just arrived in a moment appeared in front of him. Lilith stood in front of Mcleon. Behind Lilith stood a lot of vampires, all with pale faces, all living underground for a long time, and suddenly appearing outside seemed very weak. Mcleon had heard Lilith say before that the vampire family no longer feared the sun due to Merlin's transformation. So Mcleon was not surprised that a large group of pale vampires were standing in the sun. Mcleon counted roughly. There are probably 50 or 60 vampires here, but most of them appear weak, and it is estimated that Lilith was rescued from the race. The remaining less than 10 people are Lilith's only subordinates, all the elite of the vampire family. Among the elite of these vampires, Mcleon saw another familiar face. Jones, long time no see. This Jones had been chopped off his lower body by Marksai's sacred sword before, but now he has actually reborn into a new body. If human beings were injured in that way, they would have died long ago, and only these vampires who had been strengthened by Merlin could return to their original state. Seeing Mcleon, John C. looked a bit embarrassed. After all, Mcleon had once split his body and was his unshakable enemy, but now he has become a comrade in arms together. This kind of change made Jones unable to adapt. Aberdella gave Jones a bit, and Jones also understood that now is the critical moment for the vampires to survive, and Marksai is the key to saving their vampires, so Jones can no longer pretend to step forward. Long time no see, Mr. Marks. Marksai glanced at Abd and Jones, and said, Lilith, it's time to set off. Lilith nodded and said, the next place to go is the Ghost Forest, the hometown of our vampires. You'd better disguise yourself first so that the vampires can't find it. Mcleon smiled and took out the confused Didza robe, casually put it on her body, and said, this is simple. Don't you know who I am? Lilith felt it, and as expected, Mcleon under the bewildered robe had a fundamental change in appearance and breath, making it difficult to discover Mcleon's identity. Lilith couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of being a human being, all kinds of magical methods are beyond our imagination, but your appearance is not enough. Mcleon was taken aback for a moment. His bewildering robe was one of the best of Bailing. No one has ever discovered his identity through the bewildering robe. Why is it not enough? Chapter 680, Sudden Accident. Lilith took out a bottle of blood-red liquid from her sleeves and handed it to Mcleon. Road. Although your robe can cut off others' exploration and induction of you, this is nothing more than for humans. Plus Cool Tiger. Our vampire clan can discover your human breath through our sense of smell. If you apply this on your body, you can have the same breath as our vampires. Mcleon took the blood-red liquid in Lilith's hand, and he understood what Lilith had said. After all, this confusing robe was a magic item aimed at people, but it made people unable to sense his own appearance and breath. But vampires are not humans. They can discover their own human aura through their sense of smell, which is impossible for the confusion robe. Mcleon had to use this blood-red liquid to smear her confusing robe, and an extremely bloody smell immediately filled Mcleon's side. This bloody smell was a bit unbearable for Marksai. It was too foul, but Lilith and other vampires enjoyed the smell very much, as if they were smelling the most fragrant thing in the world. Damn. It turns out that vampires have such a heavy taste. Lilith nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, in this case, no one will discover your human identity. You will hide next to other tribesmen. You can come out when the two old immortals show up. Cool Tiger. Mcleon nodded and said, then how do we get to the Ghost Forest? Lilith said, we vampires naturally have their own way. Don't worry. Mcleon had to retreat among the ordinary vampires. Sure enough, there was Lilith's blood-red liquid and the double disguise of Mcleon's confusing robe. Once Mcleon retreated into the crowd, even Lilith couldn't find Mcleon's existence. Lilith winked at Abd and Jones. The two took out their wands from their robes, stacked them with Lilith's wand, and muttered about what they didn't know. Mcleon found that the other members of the vampire clan were also closing their eyes, and they were talking about something with Lilith, as if it were a ritual of casting a spell. Mcleon could only stare at everyone boredly, and suddenly an unusual power surged from all around, and Mcleon suddenly realized that it was actually a spatial power. But it is completely different from the space spells such as your own small world and apparition. This is a space magic dedicated to the vampire family. A blood-red film slowly rose from the surroundings, shrouded everyone in. Mcleon could even smell the strong bloody smell from the vampires around him. After the blood-red film enveloped everyone, Marksai realized that the scenery outside was slowly changing. It was originally a small forest that was too ordinary to be ordinary, but under the projection of the blood-red film, it slowly became blurred. and then slowly became tall and gloomy. I can still hear strange noises from outside from time to time. Mcleon knew that this was Lilith and the others casting a space spell. What he saw was a scene of fast-moving space. They would soon be able to move through space to reach the hometown of vampires' ghost forest. Boom! With a soft sound, the blood-red film surrounding everyone burst open like a bubble. I could finally see the outside world. Is this the ghost forest? I first saw countless towering trees, but these towering trees were all in a dead state without exception. The dry tree trunks and branches stood rigidly, as if they might fall down at any time. There was a thick white mist in the surrounding area, and the visibility was very low. Even I could see with his eyesight only, and the range of sight was less than 5 meters. Mcleon looked around the strange surroundings, and from time to time, he could hear one or two strange bird sounds BBFD, which made people feel creepy, worthy of being the hometown of vampires. And even the environment seemed so infiltrating. Lilith walked in front of the team and said loudly, "Everyone is following the team, don't leave the team without permission, and don't just touch things." Mcleon hides at the end of the team. He knows that this is Lilith's reminder to himself, and he is not so boring to mess around. Now the key is to solve the vampire family first. Lilith walked in the forefront. The thick white mist did not seem to cover Lilith's sense of direction. Lilith was very familiar with leading the team towards the depths of the ghost forest. Even if she walked alone in this ghost forest, she would have lost her sense of direction long ago, and she didn't know how Lilith found her way. However, as Lilith deepened, the surrounding white fog slowly became less dense, and I could even see dense graves standing in the distance. It is said that vampires live in tombs and coffins. Perhaps in the tombs I saw, there are some vampires hidden. Even though Mcleon had countless questions in his heart, Mcleon didn't raise his own question. Now he is in the realm of vampires. Maybe he has countless pairs of eyes watching him. If he exposes himself in advance because of curiosity, it would be more than a loss. Mcleon still lowered his head, followed behind the team, with a cowering look, and his appearance was no different from that of a vampire tribe. Finally, Lilith stopped and looked a little ugly into the distance. Abode and Joans were beside Lilith, following Lilith's gaze towards the outline of a castle. Abode asked, "Master Lilith, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the vampire castle?" Lilith sullenly nodded, and said, "Go and call over. I have something to discuss with him." Abd and Joans glanced at each other, then turned back to the team to find According to the original plan, should hide in the team and not be found. Why did Lilith suddenly seek to discuss things? Chapter 681, The Strongest Assault Team. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Cool Tiger. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes. The Mcleon Emperor's internal classics. Ministerial classics have been born frequently, and he has triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. Abode found Mcleon and said, "Mr. Marks, Master Lilith invites you to come forward and discuss things." Mcleon was also a little puzzled at this time. Now that he has come to the place of the vampire, shouldn't it be impossible to expose herself? Did Lilith discover something bad? Mcleon immediately walked to the front of the team, saw Lilith with an ugly face, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lilith nodded and said, "We are in trouble." Cool exclamation mark hash. Marks Mcleon was taken aback, frowned and said, "What do you mean? Have we been discovered by Mcleon?" "It's not true." Lilith pointed to the distance. I followed the direction Lilith was pointing, and saw a huge castle in the distance, which looked particularly ethereal and magnificent in the clouds. Mcleon said, "That is the base camp of your vampire family?" Lilith nodded and said, "Mcleon's, that is the vampire castle. The last place of our vampire family, and the most sacred place in our minds." Mcleon looked at Lilith suspiciously. Now that he has reached the vampire castle, shouldn't he hide in the team? Why should Lilith seek out herself to speak? Lilith also noticed the doubt in Mcleon's heart, and said, "The plan has changed. You can't hide and enter the vampire castle, because the two old immortals have already activated our vampire guardian curse. This curse's one characteristic is to isolate all non-vampire people into the vampire castle." Mcleon asked, "Clan protecting spell?" Lilith nodded and pondered for a while before slowly saying, "That's a curse that our vampires won't activate until the last moment." Although I don't know why the two old immortals want to start such a key giant ritual magic, from the current situation, it is unrealistic to hide or force into it, only to first defeat the curse of our vampire family. "Can do it." Mcleon looked at Lilith and said nothing. He knew that after all, this matter was about the last guardian spell of the vampire clan. Lilith was understandably afraid of herself. After all, it was a great challenge to tell a foreigner the most important thing in her clan. Lilith took a breath, and finally decided to tell Mcleon the secret. "To support such a huge magic, we need 5 demon supply points of our clan to continuously supply magic power to the vampire castle. The ritual system are very complete, so as long as any of the 5 demon supply points still exists, we will not may attack the vampire castle." Mcleon has already heard the key to this matter, and said, "In other words, we are going to destroy these 5 demon supply points." "What is the demon supply point?" Lilith explained. "The Devil's Point is the 5 sacred ritual locations of my vampire clan, which will continuously release magic power, and it can even be said that our clan is based. It's impossible for anyone to break the curse of these 5 demon supply points. We can only destroy the demon supply points to break this curse, and these demon supply points will definitely guard many elite guards of the vampire family. Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot." Mcleon said indifferently, "It's good to know the method. I'm afraid that we don't know how to solve the problem." "Then we can destroy the demon offering point together." Lilith nodded, turned around and waved, and said, "Abode, you go and let the team stay outside, and then you and Johns will act with us." Although Abode and Jones didn't know what was going on, they still followed Lilith's orders. Lilith, and the 4 of Abode and Jones slowly approached the vampire castle, and Lilith also explained to them the situation of the offering point along the way. These supply points are the foundation of the vampire family, so the vampires will definitely send the most elite soldiers to guard the 5 supply points together. According to Lilith's speculation, it is estimated that there will be at least 10 vampire elite guards in each of these 5 demon supply points. Every point of demon offering is a hard bone to gnaw at. "Why don't we bring the teams from outside, and we attack the demon point together?" Mcleon asked. Lilith smiled. "Think about it. If there are enemies who have the same idea as us, what should I do if I want to destroy the magic points one by one?" Mcleon suddenly realized, that is to say, from the very beginning of this huge magic ritual, early warning measures such as the limit on the number of people close to the magic point were set up. Lilith nodded and said, "Mcleon's, there are 5 donation points. A total of only 5 people can be approached at a time. When the previous person enters the donation point, the next person can be allowed to continue to approach the donation point. This guarantees the safety of the supply point. The guards in the demon giving point all enter in this way one by one, but we cannot. Once we enter the demungiving point, we cannot avoid fighting immediately, so we can only pick the strongest people in our team. Come out to form a special attack team. Chapter 682. Abode and Johns probably also knew what was going on, and they clearly understood that what they would face next was the most powerful force of the vampire family. Even they, as one of the top masters of the vampire family, find it very difficult. Mcleon still looked indifferent, and said, "Lilith, you haven't told me about your ancestors of vampires. I want to find out." Lilith was taken aback, nodded gently, and said, "We vampires have 3 ancestors, and we all have our own good points. Just like what I'm good at is the physical training method. I am the most powerful of the 3 ancestors, and the other 2 ancestors are called Dracula and Cain, and they are good at magic power, 7 and mental power." Mcleon was taken aback and said, "Dracula, Cain?" Lilith said, "Mcleon's, Dracula's magic power is the top existence of the entire vampire family. I have seen his magic power, at least a big level ahead of me. If it is pure magical confrontation, I will have nothing to fight back in front of him." Mcleon felt a little in his heart, and continued, "What about Cain?" A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Lilith's face, saying, "Cain is the top master in spiritual power. His spiritual ability can control people below the ancestor level at will. I played against him. Even if I tried my best, I might not be able to force him to use his true strength. His mental ability was enough to make me consume myself to death. It was a difficult person to deal with." Mcleon saw that Lilith's face was not quite right, and she also noticed Lilith's jealousy of these 2 people. "I am afraid that this vampire trip will be a little trickier than she thought." Mcleon was about to ask more about it. After walking up to Mcleon's back, Johns suddenly staggered, and fell to the ground. Abd quickly helped Johns and asked, "Jones, what's wrong with you?" Jones' complexion was not very good, and said, "I can feel Merlin's mental fluctuation again, and his spirit is eroding me." Mcleon frowned, and he also found that the faces of Lilith and Abode were not as good as they were just now. At first Mcleon thought they were talking about Dracula and Cain, so Lilith and others would look ugly, but from the current point of view, it doesn't seem to be the same thing. Lilith smiled bitterly. "Mcleon, we're all right, you don't have to worry about us." Mcleon said, "Are you again affected by Mlin's mental pollution?" Mcleon also noticed the growing spirit fluctuations around him. These spirit fluctuations were strong and stable at the same time, but they had no effect on Mcleon, so Mcleon didn't take it too seriously. Lilith was a little embarrassed, but she nodded. "Although we are one of the few people in the tribe who can resist Merlin's spiritual pollution, our degree of resistance is still limited. We have been away from the vampire race for so long before, and we have recovered a lot. But we are getting closer and closer to the vampire castle." This feeling of being manipulated comes again. Mcleon asked solemnly, "You won't be controlled by Merlin, right?" "If this state occurs, I can't guarantee that you will conspiracy against me behind your back." Lilith shook her head quickly and said, "Of course it's impossible. After all, we are people who escaped from the vampire clan. We still have a little resistance to Merlin's mental power. You can rest assured of this." Mcleon didn't say anything in her mouth, but she was a little wary in her heart. He didn't intend to completely believe in Lilith and others, or else he would work hard to rescue them from the vampire clan. Who knew that they would be controlled by Merlin and stabbed himself? It would be a big loss. Lilith and others also saw Mark's eyes guard, but they could only helpless. After all, they didn't dare to talk too much. Merlin's influence was really terrifying, and no one knew whether he could hold on to it. Mcleon looked around, and to be honest, Merlin's spiritual power was too strong, covering such a large area, and still affecting so many people at all times. She is indeed a legend who has survived for thousands of years. Even the strongest wizards of mankind like Dumbledore should be slightly affected by this spiritual power. but I don't know why it will not affect Mark's eye. Mark's Mcleon can only be attributed to the fact that she has absorbed meteorites from outside the sky, so these mental fluctuations have no effect on her. Lily led Mark's eye and the group on to move forward, and they had already reached a distance not far from the vampire castle. Here was a small valley, and noises could be heard vaguely. Lilith whispered, "Each point for supplying demons can be regarded as a small town for our vampires. Let's be careful. There is a supplying point ahead." Mark's Mcleon followed Lilith closely and looked far away. Mark's Mcleon saw a small village that was not particularly prosperous. From time to time, he could hear voices coming from inside, and it sounded a lot of people. Lilith closed her eyes and used the vampire-specific induction method to sense the small village. Mark's Mcleon did not use spiritual exploration. After all, Merlin's spiritual fluctuations existed all the time. Her own spirit was incompatible with vampires and was easy to be discovered, so Mark's Mcleon did not use spiritual exploration. When Lilith opened her eyes again, her face became very ugly again. And this face was always visible on Lilith's face recently. Mark's Mcleon's heart sank and said, "What's the matter?" Lilith said, "There are at least 30 elite vampires in this offering point, which is 3 times stronger than I thought." Hearing Lilith's words, Mark's Mcleon's face didn't look pretty either. The elites of vampires are of the same level as the elites of human wizards, and because of their racial advantages, vampires are more powerful than human wizards of the same level. Chapter 683 The Time of Mark's Eye. These 30 vampire elites can all be equal to more than 30 human elite wizards. You know, when the Marks family was in the decisive battle, only 28 elite wizards were gathered, and this demon offering point suddenly had more power than the Marks family in the decisive battle. One can imagine how much the vampire family is a powerful force. Of course, there are also scarce top wizards in the manpower assembled in the Marks family, and this is not comparable to the vampires offering points. But the vampire family is so powerful. If Mark's Mcleon has already subdued the vampire family, it would be a good thing. But now such a powerful family of vampires, but first of all their own enemies, this is not something to be thankful for. Mark's Mcleon groaned. How come there are so many strong men? You can't have such a big deviation in your forecast. No matter what, you are also the ancestor of vampires. Lilith smiled bitterly. When I was in the vampire clan before, it was indeed more than enough that only 10 elites were responsible for garrisoning at each demon supply site. 11. But now this number has actually increased by 3 times. It is estimated that Dracula and Cain have recalled all the power of the vampire family around the world, plus Merlin's reinforcement to reach this point. Cool tiger, Mark's Mcleon thought for a while. Now that it doesn't help anymore. This demon offering point still has to be beaten down. So she has to say, don't think about it so much. Prepare for it. There will be a lot of fierce battles to come. Lilith nodded, turned her head and said to Abode and Johns, you two, you must pay attention to Mark's eye's safety. You know, you can't let Mark's eye get hurt. In Lilith's mind, Mark's Mcleon was still the little boy who narrowly defeated him back then. Although he was very powerful, he was still immature. Lilith was still afraid that Mark's eye would lose too much of her strength in the previous battle, and would not be able to exert her strength when it was crucial to fight against Dracula and Cain. Mark's Mcleon could only smile indifferently at Lilith's such worries. He knew his own strength. Ab and Joans nodded vigorously, and their strength was able to use their power when destroying the demon point. When facing figures like Dracula and Cain, they would never make a move. Opportunity, let alone against Merlin. So at the beginning, their strengths are fully displayed here, which is the best. Mark's Mcleon drew 2 magic wands, one black and one white, from his robe, and said lightly, "I'm ready." Q-U-U. Lilith nodded heavily towards Mark's eye and screamed, "Offensive." Lilith took the lead and appeared in front of the demon store and immediately attracted the attention of the demon vampires. The first person to enter, enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. The sharp sound cut across the sky, and the vampires in the Supply Point retreated in an orderly manner. A group of vampires in black robes appeared in front of the gate of the Supply Point, guarding the Supply Point in an array. As an elite of the vampire family, they assembled very quickly. When Marksai and the others rushed to the forefront of the offering point one by one, there were already 30 vampires in front of them, and all of them held magic wands, ready to attack at any time. Lilith looked at the vampire in front of her, her eyes flashed with sadness. These are the elites of the vampire clan. But now they are her own enemies. She can't help but deal with these people. How can she not let Lilith feel sad? These elite vampires who stood in the demon donation point didn't seem to recognize Lilith's identity. They stood in front of the door and stared at Marksai and the others, as if they were just guarding the demon donation point to fulfill their mission. Just as Lilith was about to take a shot, a figure passed Lilith and went straight to the demon point. Lilith hurriedly said, "Marksai, be careful." The person who leapt in front of Lilith was Marksai. Marksai's two-handed wands were charging towards the elite vampire who offered magic points. Lilith felt regretful for a while. She felt that Mcleon was young and energetic, and was motivated by what she said just now to protect Mcleon, so now she rushed forward with fever. But these elite vampires are not joking. Even Lilith herself finds it tricky. Marksai is only one person, and if he is injured, the gain will not be worth the loss. In desperation, Lilith, Abode, and Joans could only quickly follow Marksai behind, trying to cover Marksai. With a strong wave of Mcleon's two magic wands, the huge magic power belonging to Mcleon rushed out, like a huge wave rushing toward a line of defense created by elite vampires. This huge magic power washed the ground, and the whole land was pressed by the heavy force and made a rumbling noise, as if overwhelmed. Lilith stared at Mcleon in shock. Was this huge magic power actually released by Mcleon? 450. The elite vampires standing at the magic point also appeared well trained at this time. At the same time, more than 30 magic wands released powerful magic powers and turned into reefs in the waves, intending to resist the turbulent magical impact of the clouds and night waves. The corner of Mcleon's mouth raised. He had already thought of this result, and even though Mcleon's strength was already extraordinary, it would not be difficult to defeat more than 30 people. But some loss would inevitably occur. And Marksai's purpose is to reduce this loss. With a strong wave of Marksai's magic wand, the direction of the turbulent magic power suddenly changed. However, the wave of magic power did not rush straight towards the elite vampires, but went around a bend and actually surrounded the elite vampires. Lilith yelled out in disbelief. The magic power Mcleon released was already enough for her to be surprised. Who knew that Mcleon's control over magic power had reached such a level? It is difficult for Lilith to accurately control such a huge magic power. Chapter 684 Fantastic Battle. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Plus cool. Tiger. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes, the Mcleon Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. The elite vampires, surrounded by Marksai's surging magical power, also appeared a little panic at this time. After all, they were all ready to meet the impact of Marksai's magical power. Who knew that Marksai's magical power turned a corner and didn't impact everyone, but surround everyone. This is like the feeling of hitting cotton with a punch with all your strength. There is a kind of uncomfortable not venting. However, the elite vampires will not be defeated by Mark-Si's turn, but a considerable part of the elite vampires immediately turn around to form an iron barrel defense. No matter how Mark-Si attacks, someone will stop them. Lilith shouted, "Marks Mcleon, you withdraw your magic power, otherwise we can't help you!" Marks Mcleon's powerful magical power has formed a powerful magical vortex, which has surrounded more than 30 elite vampires. But while more than 30 elite vampires were trapped, Lilith and others were unable to cause harm to the elite vampires. Marks Mcleon said lightly, "You save your energy first, they have already lost." Lilith was taken aback. She didn't understand Marks Mcleon's meaning. It is clear that Mark-Si's magical vortex has not caused any harm to the elite vampires. How can it be said that the elite vampires have lost? Lilith subconsciously felt that, in the final analysis, Marks Mcleon too underestimated the strength of the vampires. It was easy to go wrong. Cool Tiger. Just when Lilith was about to speak to tell Marks Mcleon not to relax her vigilance, the magic wand in Marks Mcleon's hand was swung faster and faster, and the magical whirlpool surrounding the elite vampires was getting faster and faster, looking like a tornado from a distance. Marks Mcleon's method of manipulating magic seems to consume very much magic, but it is not. Marks Mcleon's magic power did not form any curse, nor did he attack. Marks Mcleon only used his own magic power, and skillfully controlled it to form a tornado. The consumption of Marks Mcleon was really minimal. But the elite vampires in the magic tornado don't think so. Located in the very center of this magical tornado, not only must they always pay attention to maintaining the magical barrier in front of them to protect themselves, the tornado also quickly draws the air from it, making it difficult for them to even breathe. However, these are not the places that make elite vampires uncomfortable. After all, they are all masters in vampires, and there is no major problem in maintaining the magic barrier or not breathing for a short time. The key is that the magic that forms the tornado belongs to Mark-Si. Mark-Si's magic power is already at the strongest level in the wizarding world in terms of quantity and quality. This powerful magic power even makes the earth feel overwhelmed. It is like a high-quality object rotating at high speed. The centrifugal force formed is unimaginable. There are obvious scratches around the elite vampires. A deep trace draws a huge circle centered on the elite vampires. Elite vampires are in the tornado, resisting this terrifying centrifugal force. Many people have the tendency to stand unstable and will be swept in by the tornado. Lilith slowly saw Mark-Si's doorway. This attack method was really unheard of. It's not any curse, nor is it modeling magic, just relying on your skillful manipulation of magic power and the quality of your own magic power to directly crush the elite vampires. Elite vampires have slowly been unable to bear the suffocation and the pain of being drawn by powerful centrifugal force. An elite vampire can't bear it first. He only heard a horrified cry. His whole body was pulled up, caught in the tornado, and was directly thrown out and hit aside of the mountain. If this is an ordinary wizard, I am afraid that he will fall completely crippled long ago, and may even die. Fortunately, this is a vampire race, and its strength is far greater than that of ordinary humans. This vampire hit the mountain, making extremely cruel bone cracks, and he couldn't move for a long time with blood and pain. With the first one, there will be a second one, and one after another elite vampires were sucked into the tornado, and slammed to the hills and flats, and for a while the demon point became wailing. As the quantity change quickly caused a qualitative change. One after another elite vampires were stretched and flew away, and the remaining elite vampires were powerless to resist. They were all swept away by the tornado and flew away like garbage. Lilith and others stared at all this in amazement. Is this still fighting? How come more than 30 elite vampires have been defeated without doing anything? You know, if these elite vampires are all together, it is estimated that it will be enough for them to be in a hurry for a while to solve it. After all, their number is there, Lilith is also prepared for the worst. They may have to pay a certain price. However, it didn't seem to have made much effort to watch Mark's-Eye defeat them, and then more than 30 elite vampires were knocked down like garbage. Chapter 685. Mark's-Eye's wand shook slightly, and the surging magical tornado immediately vanished, as if the tornado that had just appeared was just a dream. Cool Tiger, and Mcleon, the leader of this dream, just took a few breaths, as if nothing happened. Can a battle be that simple? Lilith stared at Mark's-Eye in shock, as if staring at an alien creature. Mcleon said indifferently, "Hurry up and solve this demon offering point, we are running out of time." Only then did Lilith react, and quickly waved her hand to ask Abode to cut off the source of magic power for this magic point. Lilith said, "Mcleon, you really showed me a different battle today." Mcleon smiled indifferently, and said, "Fighting hard with them, we also have to lose some. I naturally don't want to spend my energy on them. Why can't I simply solve it?" Lilith nodded helplessly. She had discovered that Mcleon's current strength was already more than one level higher than hers. This is good news for Lilith at the moment. But having such a partner means that Lilith is at a disadvantage, and I don't know if it will be beneficial to future development. Q was just as Lilith was thinking about it. Mark's-Eye had already approached the offering point, and he asked someone for some information. Mcleon picked up a vampire half lying on the ground. This vampire might only have half of its body hit the ground, half of its body was bloody, and it seemed very painful. Mcleon threw the vampire in front of Lilith and said, "Lilith, ask for the latest information. I want to know the current situation in the vampire castle." Mcleon still doesn't know much about vampires, so it's better to ask Lilith to ask. Lilith did not push away either, squatting down and looking at the injured vampire and said, "Where are Dracula and Cain now?" The injured vampire gritted his teeth and didn't mean to speak, but glared at Lilith as if he wanted to eat people. Abd frowned and walked forward, stepping on the injured arm of the vampire, making a clear click, and Abd angrily said, "Master Lilith is asking you something, give me a quick answer." Bah! The injured vampire let out a cry, but said nothing, looking like a tough guy. Abode was about to continue to be rough, forcing this person to give out information. But Lilith waved her hand to indicate that Abode did not need to help herself. Lilith slowly said, "I am the ancestor of the vampire family. I will not do anything bad to the vampire family. It is only a last resort to do something with you." Cool Tiger, the wounded vampire sneered and said, bringing such an outsider back, "You still said that it is not against our vampire family. Who are you going to lie? Besides, Lord Dracula has ordered you to expel you, a traitor. And you are no longer our ancestor." Up. Lilith frowned slightly and said, "He has expelled me? What right does he have to do?" The injured vampire laughed and said, "So don't say you are our first ancestor. You are just a shame to our vampire family." Lilith's eyes became unusually sharp. Her fingers pierced a blood hole directly on the shoulder of the vampire, and the vampire cried out in pain, rolling on the ground continuously. Lilith said with a cold face, "The same three ancestors, why did he expel me? Why are you arrogant in front of me?" It's really going to be the opposite. A majesty exuded from Lilith. This was the power of the vampire royal family, and it was the absolute suppression of the upper ones on the lower ones. All the vampires present were suppressed by this powerful coercion, and they trembled and looked at Lilith in fear. Lilith stepped on the face of the vampire in front of him, and the vampire sank halfway into the ground. The arrogance in front of Lilith had long since disappeared. He was scared to say nothing by the majesty emanating from Lilith. Lilith said coldly, "He'll ask again, where are Dracula and Cain now?" The vampire at Lilith's feet shivered and immediately replied, "The two ancestors are now in the vampire castle and have never been anywhere." Lilith continued to ask, why the number of elite vampires for the devil has increased so much. Did the two old immortals recall the vampires outside? The vampire hurriedly said, "Mcleons, it is said that Lord Merlin predicted that our family of vampires will face a major disaster, so the two ancestors will recall the family of vampires stationed around the world. and also start the guardian of the family of vampires. Curse. Lilith's face became a little ugly, and with a violent step, the head of the vampire under her feet plunged into the soil and exploded into countless blood plasma. Lilith said, "This is the consequence of your disrespect of the ancestor." The other vampires looked at all of this, feeling the sadness of a rabbit and a fox, and they were silent. Abdon Jones also knew that Lilith was angry, and hurriedly gathered around. Jones said, "Master Lilith, don't get angry first. What we need now is to discuss a way out." Abode also agreed. "Mcleons, now my clan has recalled the vampires stationed around the world. The strength of the vampire castle has increased by at least 3 times, and we have to make a new plan." Lilith crossed Abode and Johns and went straight to Mark's eye. Mark's Mcleon also heard what the vampire said just now, frowned slightly, watched Lilith walk over, and said, "How about it? Do you have any plans now?" Lilith immediately said, "Since we have all returned, we won't leave anymore. But I didn't expect that the 2 old immortals have recalled the vampires outside. This time, the difficulty of attacking the vampire castle will increase a lot. Chapter 686, The Will of Death. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the Mcleon Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, achieves great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write human glory Wang. A Weibo update. He casually can make all the heavens come to help, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will do it together. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. Mark's Mcleon knew that Lilith was afraid that she would back down halfway, and said, "Don't worry, I promised you, I won't regret it." Plus cool, Tiger. Lilith let out a sigh of relief and said, "We are now going to solve the remaining 4 supply points." Mark's Mcleon nodded and said, "That's very simple, we just need to hit them one by one." Lilith shook her head and said, "No, it takes too much time to fight like this." Mark's Mcleon was taken aback, and said, "What do you mean?" Lilith said, "Since we attacked this demon supply point, it is estimated that the vampire castle has received news. If we continue to fight one by one, I am afraid that we will only hit the 2nd and 3rd supply points, and an army of vampires will directly attack us and annihilate us. Coupled with the power of the supply points, we may face it all at once. Thousands of enemies." Upon hearing this, Mark's Mcleon couldn't help but sighed softly. No matter how strong his strength is, it can't match a big race of others. Mark's Mcleon said, "Then what can we do? We have only 4 people here. No matter how we fight, we are at a disadvantage." Lilith glanced at Abdon Johns, and said, "I have a very risky approach." Mark's Mcleon also looked at Abode and Jones. He had already guessed what Lilith was thinking of. After all, the number of vampires is too much. They only have 4 people. No matter what, they can't resist it. Cool Tiger. Now their only advantage is that they have relatively strong personal strength. The feasible way is that they divide their troops into 4 directions, contain the forces of the demon point, and can't let their forces be concentrated, so that there will be some wins. But in this case, the weaker of the 4, Abdon Johns, would face great danger. Abode and Joans also guessed what Lilith was trying to say. Both of them looked a little heavy. Of course they know their own strength. If they face some ordinary vampires, of course they will undoubtedly crush the past. But if they face 30 elite vampires alone, I am afraid they will not be able to support it at all. But the 2 of them hesitated for a while, and Abd immediately said, "Master Lilith, I am willing to contain a demon offering point. As long as I can buy a little time for Mr. Marks and Master Lilith, I will not refuse. Jones also nodded, and said, I am also willing, and promised to complete the task desperately. Their faces were full of determination, and they looked like they had a sense of life and death. Looking at the expressions of the two, Lilith also felt very heartache. Before the trial of the horse race, she still had 7 powerful and loyal subordinates. Now there are only 2 of them, but she still has to watch them. It was really uncomfortable for the subordinate to die. Marks Mcleon said, don't be too pessimistic. As long as you can delay the time, when one of me and Lilith solves a demon offering point, we will go over to support you immediately, and it may not happen. Seeking flowers. Both Abd and Jones were silent. They also know how low their chances of survival are during this trip. Marks Mcleon's words are nothing but comforting words for them, but they are Lilith's subordinates. Lilith asks them to do what they do. Death is just a task. Looking at the tragic expressions of Abode and Jones, Marks Mcleon couldn't help but feel a little more fond of them. In any case, these 2 people are loyal to Lilith, which also made Marks Mcleon decide to do his best to save them. Lilith took a deep breath and said, time is running out, and they will gather if you delay. Abd and Jones bowed deeply to Lilith, which contained all their emotions, and their faces already had a mortal consciousness. Lilith immediately explained to the 2 of the demon offering points they wanted to contain, and the 2 of them did not hesitate to walk in the direction of the demon offering point, without any cumbersomeness, just like doing ordinary things calmly. Finally Lilith pointed to a direction and turned to Mark's Eye, and said, Mark's Eye, you are responsible for the magic point in that direction. Marks Mcleon nodded lightly and was about to leave, but Lilith stopped Marks Mcleon and said, Marks Mcleon, I hope you can solve the demon offering point earlier, and then support the 2 of them. I don't want them to have trouble. Marks Mcleon was taken aback for a moment, and smiled. This is natural. At least they are now my companions for the time being, and I will not watch them have an accident. Hearing Mark's Eye's words, Lilith put a little refresher, and said, that's good. I will also go to support as soon as possible. Marks Mcleon gave a thumbs up, took out his magic wand and waved it in the air, saying, you also be careful. The apparition shifts. Marks Mcleon disappeared in the same place, and moved towards the direction Lilith was pointing at. Lilith did not hesitate anymore, and moved quickly towards the demon supply point she was responsible for. Sure enough, Lilith guessed right. After this demon point was attacked, the vampire castle had received the message immediately. Chapter 687, One-Man Enemy. They immediately began to convene an army of vampires, and were about to prepare to support the Devil's Point. There are more than 30 elite vampires stationed at each demon supply point, and the number of vampires stationed in the vampire castle is even more numerous. If the whole army is dispatched, even the entire wizarding world will be shaken, not to mention Mark's Eye, and they have only 4 people. What Mark's Eye and the others can do is to eliminate as many elite vampires as possible and cut off the source of magic power of the vampire guardian curse before the army is assembled. To the southwest of the vampire castle, there is a spot for demon. The vampires here have already learned that someone has attacked the demon point. Some ordinary vampires have begun an orderly retreat, and the 0 and 7 elite vampires stationed here have assembled and are ready to face an attack. At this moment, a thin figure appeared in front of the gate of the demon point, a black wizard robe with a lazy look. It was Mark's Eye. Although Marks Mcleon seemed to be very lazy, Marks Mcleon didn't intend to finish the task lazily. The 2 magic wands were already in Mark's Eye's hands. Since it is now to solve the problem with speed, Mark's Eye naturally can no longer use magic tornadoes, and slowly kill time with them. Marks Mcleon must use thunder means. Immediately an elite vampire spotted Mark's Eye at the gate of the offering point and yelled at Mark's Eye, saying, "It's a human? Get out of us quickly, this is not where humans should stay." Although these elite vampires are nervous and ready to face the next attack, They have not yet realized the enemy that is about to attack them, but there is only one person. An elite vampire walked out of the offering spot trapped in evil spirits, pointed his wand straight at Mark's eye, and shouted, "Who are you? How come you are here? Get out of here if you know, or you just tell me here." Mcleon said with a smile, "Have you not received the news yet? Are you about to be attacked?" The elite vampire's heart trembled, and was about to speak. Mark's eyes wand was already lightly tapped on his forehead. The elite vampire couldn't see Mcleon's actions at all. It seemed that it was just a blink of an eye. Mcleon had already walked up to him and pointed his wand directly at his forehead. "Go away," Mcleon said lightly, with a wave of his magic wand. The elite vampire flew into the air, exploding splendid blood. "This is war. Whether you are a good or bad person, as long as you are my hostile party, being killed is not an innocent thing." The rest of the vampires looked at all this in shock. What's going on? Obviously, the news they received was that a demon point was destroyed in an instant, as if an army had passed through. That's why they went all out to guard against a possible army attack. But is it possible? Is there only one person who attacked the demon point? How could they kill one of their compatriots in the blink of an eye? On the other side, Lilith also came to the offering point southeast of the vampire castle. The elite vampires stationed here, of course, recognized Lilith at a glance, and immediately surrounded Lilith. Lilith looked at her compatriots coldly. Facing her compatriots, Lilith was actually a bit unable to do anything. How to say, these people are the backbone of the vampire clan, one less strength. But now, in order to support Abode and John's earlier, she can only make a quick decision. Lilith drew out her magic wand, and a bloody magic overflowed from Lilith's body. Lilith is like the incarnation of blood, looking extremely cold. A breath of vampire royal family permeated the whole demon supply point. Under this breath, all the vampires shivered, looking at Lilith in fear. "Lilith, you are already a traitor to our vampire family, and the ancestors will definitely chase you to the end of the world to avenge us." Some elite vampires shouted, under Lilith's majesty. They could only bite the bullet, although they also knew that their strength could not stop Lilith. Lilith didn't want to pay any attention to what they meant. Her body turned into a ghost, and instantly pierced into the crowd of elite vampires. Of course, the elite vampires didn't want to catch them, using various spells to stop Lilith. However, the power gap between them and Lilith is too great. In addition, Lilith is in a hurry, so Lilith did not relax a bit. For a while, several elite vampires who were in the front were knocked into the air by Lilith. He spurted blood in midair and looked very embarrassed. The rest of the vampires were also taken aback. Lilith's strength was too terrifying for them, and they did not have any chance to defeat Lilith. But even if this is the case, they still have to continue to rush forward and do their best to guard this demon offering point. Lilith was expressionless, and the blood of the vampire compatriots splashed on Lilith's face. The warm feeling just made Lilith speed up the harvesting rhythm. The magic wand in Lilith's hand has been put away by Lilith. After all, Lilith is better at her physical strength, not a spell. Elite vampires with wands could not stop Lilith, who was like a madman. 0.5. Wherever Lilith went, a stream of blood rose to the sky, and the elite vampires who fell on the ground showed shocking blood stains, which looked terrifying. In an instant, more than 30 elite wizards fell to the ground. Only a few of them could still breathe. Most of them were already seriously injured and killed by Lilith's storm. Lilith hadn't saved her strength. What she wanted to do now was to immediately support Abode and Jones after cutting off the mana supply of this supply point. Chapter 688, The Three Great Ancestors Gather. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name. I am Wang to find it. Cool Tiger. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the Mcleon Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. Lilith panted heavily, and she wanted to immediately cut off the mana supply of the mana supply point. Now there was no one in the supply point that could stop her. Just as Lilith walked towards the center of the magic supply point and was about to do it, a huge magical power suddenly blasted in front of Lilith. Lilith retreated sharply with a super reaction, and her whole body became very stiff. A big hole has appeared in front of her, which is obviously caused by extremely powerful magic power. Lilith stared at a certain place in the space. The place where Lilith was staring at was slowly spreading out a cloud of blood mist. Two elderly people trembled out of the blood mist. Lilith had recognized this. The identity of two people. The other two great ancestors of vampires, Dracula, Cain. Lilith stared at the two figures and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to show up so soon." An old man with grey hair and a fat body slowly stood up. This was the ancestor of the three ancestors of vampires, Dracula, who was good at using magic power. Dracula said indifferently, "We have known since you attacked the first offering point. Just because you are only 4 people, you still want to subvert our family of vampires? Really wishful thinking." Another old man who looks younger than Dracula and a little thinner is another ancestor who is good at mental power, Cain. Cain also said, "Lilith, you are too much. You have killed so many people. How can you still have a face to come back? You just let go. You have already harmed too many people." Lilith looked at the two men coldly and said, "This sentence should be said by me. Since you worshipped Merlin, how many people have shortened their lives in order to gain strong power? You are the real scourge of vampires. People." Dracula shook his head lightly and said, "Lilith, you also know how severe the persecution of us by humans is. We must be strong and fight against them. As for the dead people, we can only blame them for not being strong enough. Even if living can't bring anything to our clan." Cain said, "Dracula is right. As long as we become stronger and have more territory, you can have everything you want, so that we have the real right to speak." Lilith listened to the false reasoning of the two and said angrily, "What are you talking nonsense? It's clearly that you two have been smoked by power. That's why you enshrine the so-called Merlin. He is a demon and Satan. I believe he will only make us the vampires go to a point where they will never recover." When Dracula heard Lilith scolding Merlin, he glared at Lilith and said, "Lilith, you have enough, and our tolerance is limited. If you dare to say something bad about Merlin, please stop blaming the two of us. I won't give you affection." Lilith sneered and said, "For Merlin, you disregard the lives of your clansmen and reject dissidents. What kind of love do you have? Today I will not let you continue to harm the vampires." Cain said, "Do you think we are the same as we were before? Isn't it too naive to want to defeat us on your own?" Dracula and Cain glanced at each other, and no longer hesitated. They both drew out their wands and wanted to act on Lilith. Lilith exploded with the royal aura of a vampire family. Her body turned into steel-like hardness, and she was about to pounce on them. On the other side, on Marksai's side, 30 elite vampires have surrounded Marksai heavily, and beside Marksai there is a bloody vampire who was blown up. Mcleon said lightly, "Hurry up. I'm still in a hurry." The rest of the vampires all had serious faces, but no one took the lead. From the moment Mcleon killed their compatriots in seconds, they knew how big the gap between themselves and Mcleon was. No one wanted 730 to be the first to die. Mcleon narrowed his mouth. He didn't want to stay in a stalemate and waste time here, so he said, "You don't fight and don't walk away. What do you mean?" Speaking of Mcleon drew out a magic wand. One magic wand was enough to deal with these miscellaneous fish. The elite vampires obviously tightened their nerves at the same time, and stared at Marks Mcleon closely, for fear that Marks Mcleon would be the first to do something to himself. "If you don't, I'll beat it up first." Marks's wand was casual, and a vampire was directly knocked into the air by Marks's magic power without warning, violently hit the boulder behind him, and immediately fainted. And the elite vampires couldn't even see how Marks Mcleon made the move. Marks Mcleon's attack was a ghost. Finally, a vampire couldn't help it, and said loudly, "We attack together. He is only one person. It is impossible to defeat us." Mcleon's. "He is just a human being." The words of this vampire are injected into the vampire's heart like a cardiotonic. That said, no matter how strong Marks Mcleon is, he is only one person. How can he face 28 elite vampires at the same time? Chapter 689. God-level crush. Killing curse. 10,000 bullets. Flying sand and stone. The vampires present raised their wands one after another, smashing towards Marks's direction with their attack magic. Each of these attack magics is enough to be called a model existence in the magic school, exquisite and perfect, and they are not ashamed of their elite name. However, Marks Mcleon shook his head. Judging from his current level of strength, these curses were simply not threatening. The spellcasting speed is slow and the power is small. If it weren't for the large number, Marks wouldn't even have the heart to avoid it. Marks's wand lightly clicked. Apparition shifts. Marks Mcleon's figure instantly appeared outside the circle of elite vampires, and the location where Marks Mcleon stood was exploded into huge pits, all caused by the magic of elite vampires. Although the attack of the elite vampires failed, they did not appear panicked. Immediately someone discovered Marks Mcleon's location, and all the vampires also understood that Marks Mcleon's strength was far superior to them. If they were still cowering and attacking, it would be impossible to stop Marks Mcleon. Immediately some vampires who were not afraid of death dropped their wands and rushed towards Marks. It was obvious that they were better at the power of sex. Becoming an elite master of the vampire family is purely based on strength. Even if it is not the strength of magic, the strength of is also possible. Some vampires who are good at mental power also closed their eyes, wanting to attack Marks with mental power. For a time, all kinds of messy magical powers, mental powers, and various vampires with their upper bodies attacked Marks one after another. Marks Mcleon frowned. This is the advantage of quantity. No matter how she said, it is impossible to resist so many attacks at the same time. However, Marks Mcleon didn't panic. Soldiers came to cover the water and soil, like a lot of ants rushing to bite an ordinary person. No matter how many ants, the damage they can cause is limited, isn't it? Seeing these vampires with their upper bodies, each with a hideous face, they want to rush forward and hold Marks. Marks' wand swiftly waved. These vampires rushing forward have not even touched Marks' sleeves. One was knocked into the air by powerful magic. Under the horrible magic of Marks Mcleon, the vampire that flew out either broke his hand or leg, and couldn't get close to Marks Mcleon at all. As for those invisible mental attacks, they are even more useless. Marks Mcleon's current spiritual power is already at the top level rarely seen in the wizarding world. Even in an unconscious state, those minor mental attacks cannot at all pose any threat to Marks Mcleon's spirit. Marks Mcleon's spiritual power is like a sea, and the attacking spiritual power is only 1 or 2 rivers. If it rushes into the ocean, the splashes will be inconspicuous. How could it threaten Marks? As for magic power, the attack of the vampire family is even more trifling in Marks Mcleon's eyes. What Marks Mcleon is best at is magic power. After all, he is still a wizard. Marks Mcleon's magic power has reached the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort, and the level of power is beyond the imagination of these vampires. Marks Mcleon raised his hand with an armor body to block all the offensive spells. It can be said that Marks Mcleon stood in place to take all the offensive attacks of the elite vampires. The elite vampires looked at Marks indifferently, and cold sweats appeared on their foreheads. They thought that they could not threaten Marks Mcleon at all, but Marks Mcleon stood still and followed most of their attacks, which still shocked them very much. Mcleon no longer wastes time. Now there are more than a dozen people knocked down by Mcleon, and the remaining vampires are no longer to be feared. Mcleon faintly took a step forward, his mouth moved slightly. The apparition. Mcleon's body appeared among the elite group of vampires. As if Mcleon walked in, Mcleon's wand moved gently. One after another vampires were knocked out by Mcleon's magic power, without any ability to resist! The elite vampires also thought about making a counterattack before being defeated, but the ghostly figure of Mcleon continued to wander among the elite vampires. The vampires couldn't grasp Mcleon's position at all. They could only be knocked into the air by Mcleon and lost their combat effectiveness. Not long after, more than 30 elite vampires fell to the ground at random, unable to stop Mcleon anymore. Mcleon easily cut off the mana supply of this demon supply point, paralyzing the entire supply point. After solving this demon donation point, Mcleon no longer hesitated and moved towards the demon donation point that Abode was responsible for. Mcleon is not worried about Lilith. There is no problem with Lilith's ability to solve more than 30 elite vampires. What Mcleon never knows is that Dracula and Cain have already started to Lilith. At the donation point in the northeast of the vampire castle, it is this donation point that Abode is in charge of. More than 30 elite vampires stared at Abode closely. At this time, Abode was already covered in blood and covered with wounds of all sizes. Abode was dressed coarsely and looked at the elite vampires in front of him with a wry smile. Although he knew that he alone would not be able to shake the supply of more than 30 elite vampires, the power gap in front of him really made him too desperate. Abode is also regarded as one of the most powerful fighters in the vampire family. In normal times, the so-called elite vampires are actually no opponents in front of him. But when it was only a Netoon, there were too many elite vampires here, and Abode was not like Lilith and Marksai. As soon as Abode arrived at this offering point, he was immediately besieged by more than 30 elite vampires. Abode desperately avoided a huge number of attacks, and even now Abode could not even counterattack. It's already bruised. Chapter 690, Super God Helping. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching. The Book of Changes, the Mcleon Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. Abode smiled bitterly. His task was just to delay time waiting for Lilith or Marksai to rescue, but from the current situation, he could not complete the task at all. Plus cool, Tiger. Abode, you are not our opponent at all. Surrender. Master Dracula actually appreciates your talents. It won't be useful to follow Lilith, the traitor. An elite vampire who knew Abode shouted, Tau. Abode didn't speak. He turned his head and looked at the direction of Lilith's offering point, expecting to see a figure that Lilith was familiar with, but there was no one in that direction, and no one to rescue him at all. Abode shook his head slightly. Since he followed Lilith, he has encountered a lot of difficulties and setbacks for so long. Among the strong people who followed Lilith, many people have died. Only he and John are left. C. Did not expect that he still could not follow Lilith for the last time. Abd opened his hands. He delayed for a while, but he was already unable to support it. His strength alone is too great compared to more than 30 elite vampires. All he can do is to delay the final time with his own life. Seeing that Abode had no intention of surrendering, and the elite vampires on the opposite side no longer kept their hands, all of them were holding their wands, ready to give Abode the final blow. A crazy look flashed in his eyes, and he rushed forward. He was about to rush into the elite group of vampires, to give Lilith his last heat. Suddenly a warm hand was pressed on Abode's shoulder, and Abode looked back in panic. Isn't there no one behind him? A familiar face appeared in front of Abode. It was Marksai. The moment he saw Marksai, Abode was stunned. He already had the consciousness of death. He waited for the last blow to die gloriously and did his last bit for Lilith. But at this moment, seeing Marksai appearing in front of him, Abode seemed to be discouraged, a feeling of coming back from the dead spontaneously. Mcleon lightly patted Abode on the shoulder and smiled. "Leave it to me, you have a rest first." Abode nodded in ecstasy. If Marksai was there, the elite vampires on the opposite side were not worth mentioning. He could play for Master Lilith again. Mcleon stood in front of Abode, and Mcleon still had a good impression of Abode and Johns. After all, these two are loyal and passionate men, and there are not many people like this in this world. At this time, the elite vampires also discovered that Abode's reinforcements had arrived. Apart from anything else, they urged the attack on the wand and gathered the powerful magical attacks of more than 30 elite vampires to whiz and rush towards the Cloud Knight. The momentum is huge. Abode shouted in surprise, "Mr. Marks, be careful." Abode thought Mcleon did not react, for fear that Mcleon would be injured. Mcleon smiled indifferently. A black magic wand appeared in his hand, gently pointed in front of him, and said, "Armor for body protection." An invisible shield appeared in front of Mcleon, and the powerful magical attacks of elite vampires gathered into a powerful shockwave, which hit the seemingly fragile shield in front of Mcleon. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the violent blast wave tore the surroundings, and even small cracks appeared on the ground. It can be seen how powerful this magic shockwave emitted by the confluence of more than 30 elite vampires is. And as the key point of being attacked, the invisible shield in front of Mcleon was undamaged, and Mcleon and Abode after the shield were unscathed. Even the ground under their feet didn't fluctuate in any way, and it was in sharp contrast with the broken ground outside the shield. Abode looked at all this in shock. He was sure that if the powerful magic shockwave hit him just now, he would not have any chance to survive. But with such a powerful impact, it did not cause any harm to Mcleon. More than 30 elite vampires were also staring at all this in amazement. They hadn't realized that Mcleon's strength far surpassed them, and they thought that Mcleon had used some technique nods to resist their attack. The leading elite vampire said angrily: "Don't be afraid, he must have used some unknown magic props to forcibly resist our attack. We disperse our attacks." The elite vampires immediately dispersed, rushing towards Marksai on an individual basis, and various attack curses smashed toward Marksai overwhelmingly, like raindrops. Seeing that Mcleon couldn't defend against so many directions, Abode quickly squeezed his magic wand, trying to do his best to help Mcleon block the back attack. Mcleon's hand suddenly pressed on Abode. Abode hadn't come and react, only to hear Mcleon say softly, "Phantom shift." Abode only felt that the world was spinning around for a while, and his Marksai had already appeared outside the circle of elite vampires. Chapter 691 Thunder Attack. And the ground where he was standing was instantly covered by an overwhelming attack curse, and the place was covered by a violent explosion. Cool Tiger, Mcleon let go of Abode, holding a magic wand, and his body became shadowless again, like a ghost, appearing behind one of the vampires. With a single tap of the wand, the vampire screamed and flew up into the air. His hideous and painful face looked very ugly. Abode just watched Mcleon's figure disappearing and appearing again and again. Elite vampires did not have the ability to fight back. They were shot to the sky one by one, with painful expressions on their faces. Is this Mark Mcleon's strength? The opponent that he thought was so difficult, but in Mark Mcleon's hands, he had no ability to resist, and could only be knocked away like a slaughtered lamb. Even if many vampires reacted, they wanted to initiate the apparition, but in any case it was not enough for Mark's sight to be quick and accurate, and their mastery and understanding of space were not at the same level. Abode was suddenly full of hope for this plan to counterattack the vampire castle. Originally in Abode's mind, he didn't have much hope for this action. Although Mark Mcleon had shown her strength before and was able to win against Lilith, but this time they had to face the two ancestors of Dracula and Cain who were at the same level as Lilith. Cool Tiger, coupled with the fascinating Merlin, this lineup is really desperate after thinking about it. But now Mark Mcleon's strength revealed. But Abode's impression of Mark Mcleon was refreshed time and time again. It seems that Mark Mcleon always has a whole card, which is not what she can imagine. With such a person, maybe it can really save the vampire family. While Abode was thinking about it, Mark's eye has already solved most of the elite vampires. These so-called elites of the vampire clan are like flying flies in front of Mark's eye, and Mark's eye can shoot them at will. No matter how large the number is, it cannot pose any threat to Mark's eye. Finally some elite vampires discovered the problem and hurriedly shouted, "Don't disperse anymore, gather together, or we will be defeated by each." The elite vampires immediately gathered together, looking at the vampire compatriots who were groaning in pain on the ground with lingering fears. Indeed, after the collective attacks of the talented elite vampires did not pose a threat to Mark's eye, the leading elite vampires issued orders to disperse the attack, wanting to replace the powerful attack with a dense attack to cause damage to Mark's eye. Cool Tiger, however, Mark's eye's strength far exceeds them. If they spread out, it will only give Mark's eye a better opportunity to attack. Mark's eye can use the speed to crush them all to eliminate the elite vampires one by one. Even if some vampires discover this problem quickly, it is too late. Now there are fewer than 10 elite vampires left. The remaining elite vampires all had ugly faces, glaring at Mark's eye one by one. But the elite vampires can't say anything anymore. When there were more than 30 elite vampires, Mark's eye could do nothing. Now that there are less than 10 people left, what can they do? Mark Mcleon reappeared next to Abode, smiling at the vampires with ugly faces in front of them, and said, "Aren't you surrendering? I think Lilith will also think about it." Mark Mcleon reiterated the declaration made by the elite vampires to Abode's surrender, only changing Dracula's name to Lilith, but it was extremely ironic in the ears of elite vampires. Abode groaned for a while and moved to Mark's eye's side and said, "Mr. Marks, let's solve them quickly. I'm afraid that something will happen to Johns." Mark Mcleon said, "It's okay. Didn't I come here to help you? I guess Lilith will also save Jones." Even though he said that, Mark Mcleon decided not to go on making trouble anymore. It would be no good if there was an accident. The elite vampires on the opposite side roared and rushed towards Mark's eye at the same time. It seemed that they wanted to solve Mark's eye with their proudest sex. However, they also didn't know that Mark's eye really hadn't been afraid of anyone in terms of sex. However, Mark Mcleon didn't intend to waste time with them. The magic wand was raised high, and a huge lightsaber appeared on Mark Mcleon's head, rushing straight into the sky. The holy sword is revealed. In order to save time, Mark Mcleon directly used the holy sword to reveal the trace. The huge lightsaber slashed hard, and the remaining less than 10 elite vampires disappeared like melting ice under the lightsaber, leaving only a huge trace in place. Mark Mcleon said, "Abode, cut off the supply of magic power at the supplely point. We will go to Jones immediately and meet Lilith." Abode nodded and ran to cut off the magic power. Mark Mcleon squinted at the direction of the donation point that Jones was in charge of. According to the agreement between him and Lilith, now Lilith was already at the donation point that Jones was in charge of, rescuing him. But I don't know why. After hearing Abode's reminder, Mark Mcleon suddenly had a bad omen. According to the plan, they should have no problem, but the other party is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Good money. I am afraid that they will not be able to attack and annihilate the offering point so easily. Mcleon certainly didn't know that now Lilith was attacked by Dracula and Cain, and she had fallen into the greatest crisis of her life, and John's was also at risk, waiting for their rescue. Abode ran over and shouted, "Mr. Marks, I have cut off the mana supply of this mana donation point. Let's go and meet Master Lilith and the others." Mcleon nodded, stretched out his hand to press on Abode's shoulder, and asked Apparat to move to the point where John's was. Apparition. Chapter 692, A Prelude to Despair. On the other side, Lilith's offering point. Plus cool, Tiger. Cain stood calmly in the center of the offering point, calmly watching the battle before him. He and Dracula came here to capture Lilith, but in fact they didn't value Lilith that much. They had been improved a lot by Merlin and were not at the same level as Lilith, who was standing still. So when Lilith rushed forward to fight the two men, Dracula stepped forward to challenge, while Cain was watching from a distance. Lilith and Dracula both held magic wands and looked at each other vigilantly. Lilith did not expect that the two of them would rush out to attack herself, but Dracula and Cain blocked him, let alone rescue Jones and them. Even self-protection had problems. Lilith could only hope. Pinned on Mcleon. Cain sneered, "Lilith, you'd better care about yourself first. I'm afraid you can't go anywhere today." Cain, who is good at mental power, has discovered that Lilith's mental power is not concentrated, so he guessed that Lilith did not concentrate on the battle with Dracula. Dracula said lightly, "Lilith, are you still worried about the few people you brought in 010? Don't worry, there are more than 30 elite vampires at each demon point. It is impossible to play with them. What's the storm? They wouldn't even be a fart without you." Cool, Tiger. Lilith squinted her eyes, and finally looked at Dracula in a serious form. Dracula and the others thought they brought back only the vampire warriors like John's, but they never thought that there would be a Marksai who was not weaker than themselves, and even stronger now. Lilith is convinced that Marksai will be the biggest variable in the game between herself and Dracula and others, and she hopes that Marksai will not live up to her expectations. Thinking of Marksai, Lilith's heart settled down. What she has to do now is to protect herself, and not to become a burden to Marksai and the others. Lilith said, "Come on, Dracula, I would like to see how much progress you have made with Merlin's devil over the years." Dracula saw Lilith finally calmed his mind, and smiled. "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." As he said, Dracula slowly waved his magic wand, and his own terrifying magic slowly overflowed. Lilith's horrified eyes widened, and she could even feel the earth trembling slightly, as if to surrender to Dracula's terrifying magic. Plus cool, Tiger. Lilith yelled incredibly, "Dracula, how come your magic power has increased so much?" "This is impossible." Dracula's magic power has at least nearly doubled compared to the previous magic power. No wonder Lilith is frightened. Dracula laughed and said, "Lilith, you have been thinking about how to subvert our rule all these years. Naturally, your own strength cannot be improved. Under the guidance of Master Merlin, we have already broken through our own bottleneck. We are no longer what we were before, and you cannot beat us." Lilith gritted her teeth. She never expected that Dracula's strength would increase so much. If this is the case, I am afraid that Cain's strength will not be much worse, and now that she is going to be one enemy too, Lilith is really not sure. Lilith was cruel, and the surging magic power came out. Lilith is also the ancestor of the vampire family, and her own magic power is also very amazing, but it is undoubtedly inferior to Dracula's magic power. With a light wave of Dracula's magic wand, a huge scarlet bat appeared in front of Dracula. This is a magic bat transformed by Dracula's own magic power. With Dracula's powerful magic power increase, this had the strength of the magic bat can be imagined. Lilith was not to be outdone, and a magic bat appeared beside Lilith, but this magic bat was far inferior to Dracula's magic bat in terms of size and momentum. Dracula shook his head secretly and said, "Many arms a car." With that, Dracula's magic wand lightly waved, and the huge magical bat rushed towards Lilith, and the huge bat wings could even cover the entire land. Although Lilith knew that she was lost, Lilith had no retreat at this time. She had no choice but to bite the bullet, and wisdom her own magic bat rushed forward and collided with Dracula's magic bat. Boom! The surging magic shockwave sputtered, and Lilith felt tight in her chest. From the collision of magic power, she had already sensed that the strength of Dracula's magic power was undoubtedly far beyond her own. Lilith's magical bat was also weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye, making an overwhelmed chick. Lilith constantly instilled her magical power into the magic wand, trying to maintain the magical power against Dracula, but gradually, Lilith found that her magical power consumption was amazing, and no matter how she instilled magical power, her own magical power, the bat is still greatly weakened. The gap in strength is at a glance. Lilith gritted her teeth, even bleeding from her teeth. Lilith's magical bat finally couldn't withstand the impact of Dracula's more powerful magical bat. The whole bat was fragmented into scattered magical powers and was swallowed by Dracula's powerful magical bat. Lilith was severely injured, her face white as paper, and a clear blood stain slowly flowed down the corner of Lilith's mouth. Dracula sighed helplessly, and said, "Lilith, you should give up. Your strength is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Just your strength, let alone against Merlin, even if it's me. I can't resist it. Give up." Lilith spit out a mouthful of bright blood and said angrily, "Fart. I won't give in to you. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 693, there will never be a day to turn over a mind for more votes." Dracula's face tightened and said, "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not remembering your old feelings, you just die for me." As he said, with a wave of Dracula's wand, the huge magic bat floating in the sky opened its big mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and was about to rush towards Lilith. Lilith took a deep breath. In terms of magic power, she was far behind Dracula. But Lilith was not discouraged by this. You must know that what she is good at is the strength of the aspect. As long as she can get close to Dracula, Dracula is definitely not his opponent. In this regard, Lilith is very confident. Lilith put away her wand, her eyes fixed on Dracula. Just when Dracula's magic bat opened its mouth and was about to bite Lilith, Lilith kicked her foot and rushed out in an instant. The target was directed at Dracula. Dracula still looked indifferent, as if he didn't realize that Lilith was about to rush in front of him to subdue herself. Lilith sneered, her body speed constantly increasing, but in a blink of an eye, Lilith and Dracula had already approached a dangerous distance. At this distance, Lilith promised that her attack would definitely hit with a hit, right in the heart of Dracula. Lilith turned her hands into steel tongs, and suddenly rushed straight into Dracula's heart. Boom! With a dull sound, Lilith's hands turned into steel tongs paused in front of Dracula, but she could no longer advance any distance. How is this going? This is impossible. Lilith looked at everything in front of her in shock. I saw that Dracula's hand was directly in front of his palm, and the strength he was proud of was unable to break through Dracula's palm for a long time. In Lilith's impression, Dracula's strength of sex is not outstanding. It can even be said that Dracula and Kane's strength of sex is quite weak, which is why Lilith is not afraid of them, because no matter how strong the two are by Merlin, their weak bodies cannot be compared to Lilith. As long as they are close by Lilith, they are just Lilith's targets. However, how could Dracula, who was only Lilith's target in the past, able to stop his attack? Dracula smiled lightly and said, "Lilith, you are still so naive after so long. Do you really think we will not overcome the weakness of Master Merlin has long strengthened the of both of us, the advantages you have gained are gone." Lilith was stunned in shock, staring at Dracula in disbelief. Cool tiger, she has not reacted yet. Accepting this fact, Dracula's wand was lightly tapped on Lilith's forehead, and a huge magic shockwave burst out instantly. Lilith's body turned into a cannonball and was shot directly onto the ground far away. Boom! Lilith crawled out of the ground, embarrassed, Her eyes filled with incredible madness. She still hasn't recovered from the shock. She thinks that her biggest advantage is her own strength, but now she has become a point without any threat. It is difficult for anyone to accept this. Lilith roared. Her body turned into a phantom again. She wanted to prove for her own sex that her strength was still the strongest of the vampire family. Even Dracula and Cain, who have been strengthened by Merlin, can't compare to them. But before Lilith rushed to Dracula, a huge magic bat stood in front of her, and a wing knocked Lilith into the air. Lilith in midair could not bear the blood tumbling inside, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Dracula said lightly, "Lilith, you are no longer my opponent. Give up." Lilith fell to the ground. Although Lilith was already scarred at this time, Lilith didn't mean to give up. Instead, she continued to lose more and more bravely, and launched another charge towards Dracula. Dracula shook his head and said, "You can't waste any more time, or Master Merlin will be angry." Cain nodded behind Dracula, closed his eyes, and a huge spiritual force enveloped the entire supplying point. Find flowers. Under the influence of this mental power, Lilith's movements became extremely slow. Lilith stared at Dracula with wide eyes. At this time, she was only less than 2 meters away from Dracula. As long as she was a little closer, she could attack again, and she could prove that she was still the pinnacle of the vampire family. However, Lilith no longer had a chance. Cain's mental power pierced Lilith's mind like countless steel needles. Lilith's face changed drastically. A tearing pain seemed to tear Lilith's head apart. "What?" Lilith screamed, rolling in pain in front of Dracula. Cain's mental power kept tossing and rolling in Lilith's mind. Lilith only felt that her entire brain was about to be destroyed. Dracula walked in front of Lilith and kicked Lilith heavily on the head. Lilith didn't have any strength to resist, and the whole person flew into the air. At this time, Lilith was slowly desperate. Lilith loses to Dracula and Cain, which means that Lilith can't rescue Jones, and Jones will die. But only Marksai and Abode are left. How can they both shake the vampire castle? Maybe they can't even break the curse of the vampire castle. Lilith suddenly regretted it very much. She always felt that as long as Marksai and herself joined forces, Dracula and Cain would be nothing at all. Even if they could not beat them, they would be able to retreat. But she never thought that everything was actually too naive. I'm afraid that even Marksai and the others will get in with this defeat, and the vampire family will never turn back. P.S. From the beginning of this chapter is to remind more votes. Add 2 more at once. There will be a chapter to add more later. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 694, Marks Mcleon is in the hope is the remind for more votes. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the Mcleon Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can also be exchanged for all the 033 items in the great 10,000 worlds, and the immortal emperor is ruined, just to get the top spot in the rewards answers. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzles. Looking at Lilith's already desperate expression, Dracula sneered, "Lilith, we will enshrine you to Merlin, sir. As for the cockroaches you brought back, we will clean them up." Lilith fell heavily to the ground. She could no longer think of resistance. She was just ashamed. Lilith stared blankly at the gloomy sky on the ground of the vampire family. For some reason, she thought of the faces of Johns, Abd and others. These were all comrades who accompanied them in the battle. Some died in the fight for the freedom of the vampire family, and the remaining Johns and Abode could not escape the fate of the battle. Lilith thought of the encounter with Marks Mcleon again. This human kid who didn't think so much had actually defeated herself and promised to save the vampire family with herself, but from the current situation, she seemed to be more likely to hurt him. But I don't know why. When I think of Mark's eye, Lilith always feels that the matter is not over yet. Perhaps. As long as Mark's eye is still there, the hope is still there. The donation point in the north of the vampire castle. Here is the donation point that Johns is responsible for. Like Abode, Jones has no chance of winning against more than 30 elite vampires. If it weren't for Jones's better mental power, and constantly overdrawing his mental power to confuse the enemy, I'm afraid he would have been unable to support it. Plus cool, Tiger. But despite this, the difference in strength between one person and more than 30 elite vampires was too great, and slowly, there was a situation where Johns was unable to support. At this time, John C. was dissatisfied with various large and small wounds all over his body, and the wounds were bleeding out without exception. If this continues, I am afraid that John C. will bleed if he is not killed. Jones panted heavily and half-kneeled on the ground. In front of him were a few elite vampires who were bewildered by his mental power, but more vampires had already surrounded Jones, ready to launch a fatal attack on him. John C.'s eyes widened, and a small amount of mental power surrounded him, forming a mental defense net. Any vampire who entered the area within the net would be affected by John's spirit. Jones, your mental power is no longer enough to affect so many of us. Don't resist stubbornly, and be obedient to death. Some vampires have already seen that Jones is not in good spirits. Jones sneered and did not speak. He has been here for a long time, but the rescue that Jones expected has never come. Gradually, Johns also began to despair. It seems that Mark's eye and Lilith are not all going well. Jones looked tragically in Lilith's direction. The position was still empty, and no figure appeared. Jones laughed loudly. Since there is no one to rescue him, he will not have a way to survive. It is better to catch a few dead ghosts and die with him here, and there are a few people to accompany him on Huangquan Road. John's overdrawn his mental power, and a huge spiritual force burst out. The elites of the vampire family who were affected by John's trembled all over, as if they were electrocuted, and their eyes were dumb. Foaming at the mouth, it seems to be dysfunctional. An elite vampire yelled, "Quickly run away." He will try his best to launch a mental attack. The elite vampires surrounding Jones immediately fled from the area where Jones was at the fastest speed, for fear of being affected by the mental attack of Jones. And Jones was not feeling well at this time. His mental strength had been severely overdrawn, coupled with the bleeding wounds on his body. Jones only felt that the vitality was slowly being stripped of his body, and he could no longer hold on. Just when he was dizzy and about to drop his head to the ground, he suddenly grabbed his arm with one hand and caught him in time. Jones was so angry that he looked at his arm with the last of his strength. His desperate expression slowly became relieved, and said, "You are finally here, Abd, Lord Lilith. Why are you?" "And Mr. Marks?" It was Abode who grabbed Jones. Marks Mcleon used apparition and Abode to teleport over, just in time to see Jones being exhausted and about to fall. 1.8 Abode quickly comforted, "Don't worry about this, he'll help you heal." Abbott laid Jones flat on the ground and hurriedly took out the magic herbs from the bag to help him heal his injuries. P.S. In recent days, Zia has been on the high seas and the internet is inconvenient. As soon as I logged in and saw 396 reminder tickets, I was shocked _3_ so I'm desperately trying to code ... But this cruise ship, the broken network on the internet is very expensive. I also bought the update. We are also a proper industry conscience. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 695. Overwhelming power. Abode understands the mood of Jones at this time. If Mark's eye were not able to rescue him, I am afraid that the condition of Abode and Jones would not be much better. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks Mcleon's face wasn't very good at this time. According to the plan, If he went to rescue Bode, Lilith should have come to rescue Jones. But Lilith did not appear here. You should know that Marksai solved the demon donation point she was responsible for, and then went to rescue Bode. It took a lot of time in the middle, and it was absolutely impossible for Lilith to solve the demon donation point. She had one hand during these times. The only explanation is that something happened to Lilith. Abd and Jones also thought of this, but they didn't say it, as if they still insisted on their fantasy, thinking that Lilith was just delayed by something. Mcleon calmed down and didn't think about Lilith's affairs. After all, it is useless to think more about 11 now, so she can only do it according to the plan. Mcleon said, Abode, take good care of Johns. I will solve this demon point first. Abode replied behind Mcleon and concentrated on treating Johnsy. Mcleon turned his head and looked at the frightened elite vampires. Together, with more than 30 elite vampires, they still haven't solved Jones in such a long time, and they have lost a few manpower, which is already a failure. Plus cool, Tiger. Now they found that there was reinforcements coming from Johns, who seemed to be supporting them after solving other demon supply points, which made them even more frightened. An elite vampire said angrily, "Who are you? How dare to intervene in the grievances of our vampires? If we quit quickly, we can forget about it." Mcleon glanced at this elite vampire indifferently, without intending to speak. In Mcleon's eyes, apart from the number of these elite vampires that made him jealous, there was nothing else that could make Mcleon feel dangerous. Mcleon slowly drew out her magic wand. Now Lilith is missing. It is very likely that something has happened. He can't spend time here anymore. He must solve these magic points as soon as possible before looking for Lilith. The elite vampires who offered the demon point saw that Mcleon didn't want to talk to them, but directly drew out the magic wand. They also understood that there was no room for turning around and could only defend the demon point desperately. The magic wands of the elite vampires were all aimed at Marksai, and the curses filled with the smell of blood shot out. And the goal was Marksai. Mcleon didn't even look at it. He waved his magic wand at random, just like playing a baseball, so the curse of the close body was lightly fluttered by Mcleon, and there was no threat to Mcleon. Cool Tiger. The elite vampires saw that the curse had no effect on Mcleon, so they could only grind their teeth and charge towards Mcleon. Like the previous vampires who offered magic points, they all wanted to attack Mcleon with their proud. But this is exactly what Mcleon wants to see. Mcleon took a deep breath. The top of the magic wand emitted a dazzling light, and his powerful magic power was condensed on the top of the magic wand. The magic wand seemed to have become an indestructible sword. Holy sword revealed. With a strong wave, Mcleon exploded an obvious blood mark on the chest of the most front vampire, and the whole person spurted blood and shot out. The elite vampires who followed behind basically reacted. Mcleon waved one step at a time. The great sword of light swept through everything, and one vampire was shot out, like a broken sandbag. No, don't charge. Don't charge. Immediately there was a vampire who woke up screaming in the back, and they also saw the vampires rushing forward. But they became Marksai's sandbags, and they could be hit hard at random. Even so, there were still nearly 10 elite vampires who wanted to fight hand-to-hand by Marksai. They fell to one side and saw that they had lost their combat effectiveness. Mcleon looked at the remaining elite vampires coldly. Originally, Jones tried his best to defeat a few elite vampires by overdrawing his spiritual power, and now he has directly defeated nearly 10 vampires. And the remaining elite vampires are less than 20, and their strength has been greatly depleted. The complexion of the elite vampires is not very good, and it took less than a while to fight Mcleon, and he has already lost so much combat power, which shows how terrifying Mcleon's strength is. But they couldn't retreat. They could only hold on to this demon point. An elite vampire yelled, "Everyone gathers magic power to attack, and you can't disperse it, or you will be defeated by him." Someone finally saw the situation clearly and wanted to gather all their forces to attack Marksai. Hearing this vampire's shout, Marks Mcleon couldn't help laughing. Although the elite vampires gathered to attack themselves, it seemed a bit tricky, but that was all. These attacks were not enough to make Marks Mcleon feel threatened. The elite vampires have gathered together, and everyone urges them to use their full magic power, wanting to hit Marks' eye with a single blow. Abode worried from behind. Mr. Marks, be careful. The power of our clan's elite pooling magic power to attack together is not trivial. Marks Mcleon nodded. He naturally wouldn't take it lightly. On the contrary, he has to take it seriously. After all, Lilith's life and death are unknown, and they don't have much time to spend. They must solve these problems as quickly as possible. It is good for the elite vampires to attack together, so that they can quickly get rid of them all at once. Marks Mcleon raised his second magic wand high, and once again a lightsaber soared into the sky and plunged into the sky, looking extraordinary. The double holy sword is revealed. Without saying a word, Marks Mcleon directly used her strongest magic. The two lightsabers crossed and smashed the world, and the elite vampires were not afraid. The magic power they gathered was equally terrifying, turning into a scarlet bat and rushing towards the lightsaber. Boom. P.S. We'll do it again today to add more. Chapter 696, Traces of Lilith. The lightsaber and the scarlet bat collided hard, and the lightsaber broke the scarlet bat's head without any suspense, and went straight down. The position of the elite vampires was split in half, and all the elite vampires were blown into the air with blood, and no one was spared. Cool Tiger, Marks Mcleon only felt that his fingers were tingling, and the blow of these vampires was still a bit powerful, but that was all. Marks Mcleon walked directly over the body of the elite vampire, walking to the center of the demon supplying point, and tapped the magic wand to directly cut off the magical power of the demon supplying point. Up to now, Marks' eye had captured 4 demon donation points, and only the demon donation point Lilith was responsible for had not been to. Marks Mcleon looked at the vampire castle in the distance, and as expected, there was still a faint blood film covering the sky. Although the previous ones seemed to have melted a lot, they were still clearly visible. Sure enough, Lilith's offering point had not been resolved, and Lilith probably had something wrong. Marks Mcleon returned to Abode and Johnsy and asked, "How is Johnsy?" Abode picked up Johns on his back and said, "The injury has been contained, but he cannot fight for a short time." Marks Mcleon said, "It's fine if it's okay. We have to rush to the demon offering point Lilith is responsible for right now. We can't wait any longer. I'm afraid something has happened to Lilith." Plus Cool Tiger. Ab and Joan's faces sank. Although they had already thought of this, they didn't want to admit that Lilith was the pillar of their hearts, and they would not know what to do without Lilith. Marks Mcleon saw the expressions on their faces and said, "No matter what, let's solve your clan guardian curse first, and let me go." The two looked towards Marks' eye. At this time, only Marks' eye could obey, and they could only obey Marks' eye's instructions. Abode tightly tightened Abode on his back, reached out and grabbed Marks Mcleon's arm. Marks Mcleon took a light breath, tapped his magic wand, and said, "Phantom Shift Diaresis." Marks Mcleon took Abode and Johns to Apparat several times, and finally came to the magic point where Lilith was responsible. What greeted them was a mess. Many elite vampires were healing their wounds in situ, and the entire supply point was ruined. It looked like a big battle had taken place. Marks Mcleon frowned, looked at this offering point, and said, "Sure enough, Lilith was ambushed. If you guessed correctly, it was the hands of the other 2 ancestors of your vampire family." Cool Tiger, Abode and Jones also had ugly faces. They naturally saw that the only people in the entire vampire clan who could rival Lilith were Dracula and Cain. The tragic scene of the battle before them undoubtedly showed that Lilith was, after the bloody battle, was captured. No wonder Lilith did not go to rescue Abode and Johnsy in time. It turned out that Lilith was already unable to protect herself. Abode asked, "Mr. Marks, what should we do now? Even Lord Lilith has been arrested now." Marks Mcleon took a deep breath and said, "What if I don't proceed according to the original plan?" Abode anxiously said, "Without Master Lilith, How can you be able to withstand the two ancestors alone with Mr. Marks? We have no chance of winning like this. Mcleon turned to look at Abode, and asked, then do you have any good plans? Abode stagnated. He could only lower his head and stay silent. Mcleon said solemnly, Lilith has already been arrested. It won't help if we retreat. We can only walk one way to the end. As to whether we can regain the vampire castle, it depends on luck. Abode nodded. Since Lilith was caught, he must not abandon Lilith and run away. What I said just now was just Abode's concern, and Abode didn't want to retreat. Johns leaned weakly on Abode's back and nodded vigorously. In the vampire family, the owner's life is more important than their own life. And if something happens to Lilith, they are not willing to survive. Mcleon looked at the donation point not far away with cold eyes. Only this donation point was left. After breaking through this donation point, they could go to Lilith. Mcleon strode forward and slowly walked into the offering spot, and was immediately discovered by some alert vampires. Lilith's previous attack had already made them frightened, and now someone else appeared naturally made them nervous. Some elite vampires with combat capabilities stood up and said angrily: Who are you? Get out of me. Mcleon ignored their words and asked, how is Lilith now? The elite vampires were visibly taken aback, and immediately realized that Mcleon was Lilith's group. They pulled out their wand vigilantly and pointed them straight at Mcleon, as if they were approaching an enemy. Mcleon said indifferently, the previous vampires who offered magic points also pointed their wands at me in this way, but they were all defeated by me. Do you want me to repeat it again? These elite vampires said angrily, so you are the companion of the traitor Lilith, and the enemy who attacked our fellows of the demon point is you. Mcleon nodded and looked around. Since Lilith had already attacked the demon point once, the casualties were very heavy. Now there are less than 10 vampires capable of fighting, and Mark's eye has not placed it at all in the eyes. Mcleon said, let's talk. Tell me what happened here just now. Where is Lilith? The leading elite vampire said angrily, who do you think you are? Don't think I will tell you. Mcleon gave a looking a little surprised, took a step forward, lightly chanting, Phantom Shift. In the next moment, Mcleon appeared in front of the vampire, stretched out his palm gently, and grabbed the vampire's neck. Now can you obediently tell me what happened just now? Chapter 697, Hurricane Rescue. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book in Fellow, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Introduction. Mcleon How discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the Mcleon Lo Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world. And the great immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon How personally solve the puzzle. 723. The vampire's entire face was pinched red, and Mcleon's neck might be twisted at any time. Is this still a human? Why is it so powerful? The vampire who was caught only felt that Mcleon's hands were like iron tongs, and he couldn't get rid of it at all, but tightened even more. The strength of Mcleon today is second only to Lilith among everyone he has seen. These so-called elite vampires have no room for resistance in front of Mcleon. The other vampires looked at Mark's eye with horror, and they didn't have the guts to come forward to rescue their companions. They stood stupidly and didn't know what to do, which seemed very unnatural. The vampire whose throat was pinched by Mcleon desperately slapped Mcleon's hand, but Mcleon's hand seemed to be locked, and he was unable to shake it. Mcleon looked at the vampire in her hand and couldn't hold on any longer, and then slowly let go of her hand and looked at the vampire coldly. The vampire gasped desperately, glaring at Mark's eye, and shouted, "You bastard, I won't tell you bs. Don't you think?" Crack. With a crisp sound, Mcleon gently applied force, directly crushing the vampire's throat, as indifferently as squeezing a bug. Mcleon flicked his palm, and the vampire's corpse smashed several meters away. Mcleon said indifferently, "He'll ask again, what happened here just now? My patience is not good." Plus cool, tiger. Mcleon approached the remaining vampires step by step. These vampires looked at Mcleon in horror, but did not expect that this seemingly humble person would be so vicious. Just pinch a vampire to death, without any fear at all. Finally, there was a vampire that was so scared that he couldn't help it. He drew out his wand and tried to fight Marksai to death, but before his wand was taken out, Marksai had already apparated in front of the vampire, and the wand was pointed directly at his forehead. Boom! It's like the sound of a watermelon being smashed. The sound is not loud, but it was very crisp and clear, and it was so creepy and terrifying in the ears of other vampires. I say, a vampire plucked up the courage, and he also saw that the vampire remaining in the supplely point could not stop the devil at all, so it was better to tell the devil directly. Mcleon nodded approvingly and looked at the vampire. The vampire said, "Master Dracula and Master Kane just came over to help us keep this offering point. Lilith has been captured by the two ancestors." Mcleon's eyes narrowed, as he expected, otherwise Lilith could not have had an accident so easily. Mcleon continued to ask, "How long ago was this?" The vampire replied, "It didn't take long. You came soon after the two ancestors left. Otherwise, if the two ancestors were there, do you think you can show off in front of us?" Mcleon smiled lightly and said, "Don't talk about your two ancestors, even if Merlin is in front of me. I'm not afraid." With a light wave of the magic wand, the vampire threatening Mark's eye was directly knocked out, exploding blood plasma all over. Since Lilith was arrested not long ago, they still have time and must rescue Lilith. Otherwise Marksai would have difficulty getting help from the vampire family. Mcleon said coldly, "Get out of the way, I want to cut off the magic power of this offering point." Mcleon's words made the vampires present like a big enemy, and their responsibility is to guard this demon offering point, and never retreat. Although there are not many people left behind, and they are still facing a horrible figure like Marksai, they still have to guard this demon point desperately. Few elite vampires clenched their magic wands, staring at Marksai. Even some vampires lying on the ground were struggling, trying to do their best to guard this demon supply point. Mcleon no longer hesitated. The surging magic power burst out, forming a huge magic tornado again. Unlike last time, this magic tornado centered on Marksai, and any vampires who wanted to get close to Marksai were swept into the sky and disappeared. The remaining power of this demon point is too weak, and there is no threat to Mcleon at all. Marksai simply broke through their defenses and cut off the magic power of this demon donor point, and the last demon donor point was also declared breached. Mcleon looked towards the vampire castle. The thin blood-red film finally slowly disappeared, and finally faded into the air. The curse of the guardian of the vampire castle has been broken, and now the primary goal is to rescue Lilith. P.S. 2 days in a row to add changes, thanks to a certain classmate for more than 300 reminders. Because there is no internet, so when you sees it, you can no longer see who voted. Sorry _:3_ Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 698. What are you? Marksai returned to the outside of the offering point. Abode and Joans were waiting for Marksai. Now their hopes are pinned on Marksai, and they both looked at Marksai nervously. Plus cool, tiger. Mcleon said, "Dracula and Kane did attack Lilith, and now Lilith has been captured by them." Although the two had already thought of this result, Their expressions changed greatly after being confirmed in Mcleon's mouth. Abode asked anxiously. The two ancestors arrested Lilith, we can only fight them to the death. Jones said weakly, Mr. Marks, let's do this, we will help you drag an ancestor, so that you can defeat another ancestor and come to rescue us. Mcleon shook his head. He knew the condition of Abode and Jones. Abode suffered serious injuries in the battle long ago. Being able to stand is already his limit, and Jones is even more miserable. Both his mental strength and his body have been severely injured. Such a state is said to be delayed. Dracula and the others, I am afraid they will be killed in seconds when they meet. Mcleon suddenly said, can you sense Lilith's position? Abode was taken aback, and exclaimed, can you? We can judge the position of Lord Lilith by smell. I almost forgot about it. With that, Abode closed his eyes and wanted to track Lilith's position. Mcleon waited for Abode quietly, without saying a word. After a while, Abode opened his eyes, pointed in a direction, and said, Master Lilith is there. Mcleon looked back, her face sank. That direction was the direction of the vampire castle. Lilith had been captured by Dracula and the others back to the vampire castle. Abode and Jones also had serious faces, and they still took a step behind. Lilith has been captured into the vampire castle, and they can only go to the vampire castle to rescue Lilith. Abode and Jones sighed heavily. If Lilith hadn't been captured back to the vampire castle, it would be better to say that they would only face the two ancestors of Dracula and Cain. But now they still have to face so many vampire warriors in the vampire castle. How can they complete such a difficult task with the three of them? Abode sighed, looked at Mcleon suddenly, and said, Mr. Marks, although I know this is very difficult, but now no one can save Master Lilith except you. Jones also said, Mr. Marks, now we can only rely on you. Mcleon was taken aback for a moment. He understood why the two would suddenly say these things. Plus cool, tiger. They were worried that they would cringe and did not dare to fight with the soldiers in the vampire castle and the two old immortals of Dracula Cain. So they said this. Mcleon said indifferently, I promised Lilith and I will be able to do it. I also expect your vampires to help me return to the wizarding world. Abode resolutely said, as long as Mr. Mcleon can rescue our vampire clan and save Lord Lilith, there will be no problem with Mr. Marks letting us do anything in the future, no complaints. Jones nodded quickly and said, me too. Mcleon smiled and said, don't be too pessimistic. It's just Dracula and Cain. I haven't put them in my eyes yet. Who wins and who loses is still a possibility. Mcleon looked at the vampire castle in the distance. He wanted to become the strongest teacher in the wizarding world. How could the two ancestors of the two vampires stop him? Even if Merlin stands in front of him, he has to step on it. Mcleon said lightly, let's go. Lilith is still waiting for us. Abode and Jones nodded again and again, followed behind Mark's sigh, and marched towards the base camp of the vampire family. The opponents to face next are no longer so simple. Mcleon used apparition again, and the three of them appeared outside the vampire castle. This is a huge castle, which is very large and wide. But the castle is very dilapidated. Numerous moss and vines grow on the ruined walls. A rotten and unpleasant smell surrounds the whole castle. Find flowers. Middle. Smelling this unpleasant aura, Mcleon couldn't help but think of the term lifeless aura. Mcleon looked at this ancient castle and said lightly, we have already come out. The entire castle trembles slowly, and the door of the castle slowly opens. Mcleon glanced at it and couldn't help taking a breath. Inside are full of vampires who are waiting in a serious array. The number is as high as hundreds, and it seems that these vampires are very spirited, and some even have ruddy faces, which are completely different from the vampires in their own impression. And these strange vampires all have the same characteristics. Their eyes are hollow and empty, as if they are controlled puppets, which makes people feel like a cold sweat on their backs at first glance. a young vampire slowly walked out of the vampire castle and said, "Traitor Abode, Johns, you follow the traitor Lilith and collude with outsiders to destroy the curse of the Guardian, can you convict it?" Abode looked at the young vampire coldly, and leaned to Marksai's side and whispered, "He is Skov, now the patriarch of the vampire family, but his strength is not much higher than ours." Mcleon nodded and said, "Call out Dracula and Cain, you are not qualified to talk to me." The vampire known as Skov sneered, but stepped forward and said, "It's a big breath. If you want to see the ancestor, let's go through my level first." With that, the vampires behind Skov roared and looked very powerful. Mcleon looked at Skov with cold eyes, and said coldly, "What kind of thing do you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Mcleon suddenly drew his magic wand and waved his hand. Huge magic power rushed in front of Skov. Chapter 699 Rely on my strength. Skov didn't even have time to resist. He was knocked aside and hit the broken castle wall. Skov, who was defeated by Marksai, spit out a mouthful of blood, and finally a painful expression flashed across his hollow face, which made Mcleon feel that Skov was not a controlled puppet, but a living vampire. Mcleon shouted, "Dracula, Cain, don't hide anymore, get out of here." As soon as Mcleon's voice fell, two old men appeared in front of Mcleon, as if they had been standing there, instead of suddenly appearing. These two old men were among the three ancestors of the vampire family alongside Lilith. Mcleon stared closely at the ancestors of these two blood-sucking 3 ghosts. The two looked very ordinary. If Mcleon knew that they were the ancestors of vampires, I'm afraid they would only think that they were ordinary old people. Mcleon's hand on his back suddenly moved slightly, and a small snake fell on the ground and immediately drilled a hole and disappeared. Originally, the plan was for Marksai and Lilith to fight the two ancestors together, but now Lilith has been captured, and Marksai can only fight one enemy and two by himself. Coupled with so many vampire warriors behind the vampire castle, Mcleon didn't want to be big, so hiding the basilisk quietly may be of great use. An elderly and fatter old man slowly took a step forward, his voice hoarse. "Are you an associate of the traitor Lilith?" Mcleon ignored his words and said lightly, "Where is Lilith? I want to see Lilith." The old man snorted and said, "Why should I listen to you?" Mcleon solemnly said, "With my strength." As he said, a soaring magic power erupted from Mcleon. This huge and terrifying magic power, even the ancestors of the two vampires were slightly moved. The two ancestors walked out together, and two surging magical powers erupted at the same time, forming a stalemate with the power of Marksai. However, the two of them can resist Mcleon's magic power only under their joint hands. It can be seen how terrifying Mcleon's strength is. Mcleon said coldly, "Dracula, Cain, hand over Lilith immediately." Dracula and Cain stared at Marksai, constantly bursting out of their bodies to counteract the magic power, but looking at the expressions of the two, it was a bit overwhelming. Dracula hummed heavily, and immediately some of the tribe escorted Lilith out of the vampire castle. At this time Lilith looked very embarrassed, and there were many traces of the war after the war, and the whole person looked listless. Cool tiger. As soon as she saw Lilith, Mcleon immediately reduced her powerful magic power. Dracula and Cain only breathed a sigh of relief, regaining their magic power and gasping for a while. Each other's shock could be seen in each other's eyes. The entire companion of Lilith actually has such a powerful force. They didn't think of this, but now Lilith is in their hands. It is estimated that this person will also be a great injury. When Lilith saw Marksai, a look of surprise appeared on her face. But when Lilith thought that she had been captured, she looked regretful, and shouted, "Mcleon, you can take my clan to retreat first, you alone can't match them." Dracula also sneered, "Mcleon, it turns out that you are the Mcleon wanted by the wizarding world, and you came to us. If the Ministry of Magic knows your location, it is estimated that you will not be able to jump for long. Mark's eye ignored Dracula's words, looked at Lilith coldly, and said, I said I would help you regain the vampire family, so don't say anything extra. Lilith felt warm when she heard Mcleon's firm words. Her eyes filled with gratitude when she looked at Mcleon. Cain heard Mark's words and couldn't help but sneered. Just because you want to help Lilith defeat our family of vampires, you think you are too strong, right? Dracula also said, don't say whether the Ministry of Magic will send someone to arrest you. I can tell you clearly, when you appear in our vampire family, your destiny is already doomed. We will sacrifice you to Lord Merlin. Your power will become the power of our vampire family. Lilith said angrily, Dracula, Cain, you are really blinded by power. This powerful side effect power is always evil, and you still have been obedient to the so-called Merlin. Dracula snorted coldly, Lilith, you don't understand anything at all. We vampires are under too much persecution. If we want to survive, we must become stronger. And we must pay the price to become stronger. As long as we can become stronger, who dares to make irresponsible remarks? Cain also said, Mcleons, Lilith, your idea is too naive, and then govern the vampire family according to your ideas. We will only live in the shadow of human beings forever, and never stand up. Lilith's face also became serious, and said, we vampires have lost too many people in the past few years. The lifespan of ordinary people has been reduced to several decades. Is their lifespan the root of your strength? Don't say it's a rise. The vampire clan will be directly destroyed in your hands. Mcleon hiding coldly watched the quarrel between Lilith and the two ancestors. In fact, Mark's eye had been paying attention to the ordinary vampires in the vampire castle, and found that these vampires had a 2.8 indifferent face, and their eyes were still extremely hollow. It seems that Lilith is not wrong. In order to become stronger, the vampire may have sold his soul to Merlin. So no matter what Lilith said, ordinary vampires would not have any reaction, because they had been controlled by Merlin. Why does Merlin want to control the vampire family, and also to deprive the vampires of their life? What is the old immortal Merlin planning? Chapter 701 Hit Kill. Recommend the new book 10,000 Worlds Weibo in the City. Search for the title of the book info, or the author's name I am Wang to find it. Plus cool, tiger. Introduction. Mcleon how discovered one day that he became the Weibo Big V of Wanji Weibo, and every Weibo he posted could be seen by the heavens and Wanji. Since then, everything has changed. The Tao Ching, the Book of Changes, the Mcleon Emperor's internal classic. The classics are frequently born, and he triggered a new wave of promotion. Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Tan, Emperor Mcleon Tan. He composes legends, accomplishes great emperor empty-handed, and continues to write the glory of human race. Any one of his Weibo dynamics can allow the heavens to help out, and the great emperor of the 10,000 realms will take action. The rich spiritual stone rewards can be exchanged for all the items in the world, and the great emperor immortal emperor has bankrupted his family, just to get the top spot in the reward answer. Please let Mcleon how personally solve the puzzle. Countless questions made Mcleon even more vigilant, always paying attention to the surrounding area. Dracula and Cain seemed to have no interest in continuing to talk to Lilith, and the 470 people stared at Lilith viciously, with expressions of slaying and happy. Dracula yelled, Lilith, don't quibble anymore. Since you have been captured by us today, you will dedicate your life to Lord Merlin to wash away your shame of ignorance. Cain waved his hand, seeing that Lilith was about to be executed on the spot. Lilith closed her eyes in despair. Have you forgotten? Is your opponent me? Mcleon said coldly. Dracula and Cain laughed at the same time. Dracula pointed to Mark's eye and sneered, look at you, The two traitors behind you have no fighting capacity. You are alone and want to challenge our entire vampire one family? I advise you to go back to your wizarding world. But it's no use going back now. The Ministry of Magic will definitely catch you. Mcleon didn't say much. He glared at the ground suddenly, and rushed towards the two of them like a cannonball. Now he can only speak with strength. Dracula and Cain also suppressed their arrogant faces and stared at Mcleon closely. They said that Mcleon was not the opponent of their entire family of vampires, and said that although they said that, from the magical battle just now, Mcleon's strength is definitely not something they can underestimate. Therefore, they also converged their minds, and were ready for Mcleon. Cool tiger. Of course Mcleon didn't hesitate, with both hands and wands, pointing straight at Dracula and Cain. Dracula and Cain also knew that this battle was unavoidable. They both rushed out at the same time. The difference was that Dracula rushed in the front, and Cain came later. Dracula shouted angrily, "Since you want to die today, then we will fulfill you." With that said, Dracula rushed forward to face Mcleon, and his wand pointed straight at Mcleon. He was the ancestor of the vampire clan who was best at magic power. On magic power, he would not fear anyone. Mcleon laughed loudly and waved their two magic wands at the same time. Two huge lightsabers rose into the sky and slashed straight toward Dracula and Cain. The huge magical fluctuations stunned the ground and buzzed. The expressions of Dracula and Cain changed at the same time, and they had no idea that Mcleon could explode such a powerful attack in an instant. But they didn't choose to dodge. After all, this was the first time they played against Mcleon. If they didn't even dare to take the first move, their momentum would be weak at first. Dracula and Cain raised their wands high, and a huge blood-red shield appeared above their heads. But in front of the huge lightsaber, the blood-red shield seemed irrelevant. BBCJ. Not good. Dracula roared. He had sensed an extreme sense of threat from the two lightsabers, but the situation in front of them no longer allowed them to dodge. The lightsaber split heavily, two huge marks appeared on the ground, and the blood-red shields on the heads of Dracula and Cain shattered into countless pieces. Both of them spewed a bloody bloodstain, slamming heavily on the ground. Lilith looked at all this in shock. She thought that Mcleon would be separated from her for so long, and her strength would definitely improve, but she never thought that Dracula and Cain would be crushed directly in front of Mcleon. Lilith has played against Dracula before and has a certain understanding of Dracula's strength. After Dracula was strengthened by Merlin, his strength was greatly improved. Otherwise Lilith would not be easily defeated by the two. But this is Dracula, and Cain, who is not inferior to Dracula, is so simply put down in front of Mcleon. Abd and Jones were also very shocked to see all this. They must know that the ancestor of the vampire is the supreme symbol in their minds. Whether it is Lilith, or Dracula, Cain, it is not in the hearts of vampires. Victorious. But the facts are so cruel. They saw Mcleon directly and overwhelmingly knocked off the two ancestors. What a blow this is to the vampire race. In their hearts, Mcleon was an existence comparable to their ancestors' strength, so they felt that Lilith and Mcleon joined forces and should be able to fight against Dracula and Cain. But they didn't expect that Mcleon could directly crush Dracula and Cain in the first blow. Dracula and Cain were half lying on the ground, their faces flushed abnormally, and before them was a pool of blood they vomited, which was extremely conspicuous and ironic. Is it because they are far weaker than Mcleon, so they fell into such a miserable situation just after the fight? The answer is of course no, so both of them are very unconvinced. Indeed, as far as magic is concerned, Dracula, who is good at magic, is even very close to Mcleon's level after Merlin's enhancement. But the approach is approaching after all. He is still not as good as Mcleon, let alone Cain. So they made a complete mistake in their judgment and chose to block the double holy sword manifestation.